and your T90 salutes in the chat, because joining me for the pre-show, we have Nili AoE.
Heyo!
And T90 Official.
What's going on, guys?
We're also going to be joined later today by everybody's favorite Canadian caster, Dave. And between the three of them, they'll be providing all of the gameplay commentary and coverage right here over the next 4 days. We have a lot of Age of Empires action coming up, so make sure you're following along here on the Red Bull channel and you don't miss anything at all. Now, the Red Bull Wololo is the first major tournament to use the brand new Empire Wars game mode, which was released last year in Age of Empires 2 DE. If you didn't catch any of the qualifiers, you might not have seen it in action yet, but Barbecue Turkman has provided us with a short explanation video to tell us what it's all about. Let's take a look.
The Red Bull Wololo is played using an altered version of Empire Wars, a new game mode introduced with Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Players start in the Feudal Age, with a 27 villager economy already working and the corresponding drop-off points. The standard scout is replaced by 2 horses, which are unable to attack. A barracks and blacksmith are provided to help accelerate the player's choice of strategy and encourage variety. Loom has already been researched to compensate for this, as it's an extremely aggressive game mode. Each game is set to a 700-year time limit, roughly 1 hour of in-game time. If the time limit is reached, the player with the highest current score wins the match. Due to the quick start nature of the game, the pressure is on from minute 1 and will be a landslide of entertainment.
So 27 villagers starting in the Feudal Age. Empire Wars really makes the early game much faster paced. Nili, what are your thoughts on Empire Wars so far?
Well, I'm very happy that we found this game mode to keep in the identity of Red Bull, right? Esports meeting like extreme sports. I hope the games are super action-packed, and yeah, we already saw in the qualifiers that the action begins instantly.
Yeah, there's definitely no waiting around getting into the action. It's really just straight from out the gate. Players are starting to make military. They're starting to get into little engagements around the map. Now, Tristan, there was a lot of speculation before the tournament began about metagame for Empire Wars. Did anything stand out to you during the qualification about how the players approached the game mode?
Well, there's certain civilizations which are significantly better and picked more frequently on Empire Wars. Also, I feel like it took players time, but suddenly you're starting to see players pick some of the same civilizations and have similar line of thinking. I think mainly it's just the players. You have Slam and Vinchester joining the 16 players in the main event here. These players who, they're very speedy players. They have been for years, and they excelled on this game mode.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of room for trying new things and trying out some new strategies. And I think that the metagame is something that really isn't established yet, and it's something that I think we'll follow very closely throughout the tournament. So let's take a look at the brackets, because we want to see what it's all about. Now, it is single elimination all the way through. It's going to be a best of 5 for each match, so it is quite cutthroat. Now, going into this, we're starting this weekend off the back of 2 weeks of intense qualification. The 2 qualification stages had over 200 players signed up to each one, so we can be absolutely sure that the players who qualified through fought hard to get to this spot. Now, on the bracket, we can see who's invited because they are on the top of the matchup, and the players who qualified in are on the bottom. Now, this bracket here, it's going to be super stacked. It's super exciting. But Nili, do you think the players who played through the qualification might have a little bit of extra preparation since they actually played in a competitive environment with this game mode already?
I heard that argument so often, and I couldn't disagree more. I think playing more games isn't better practice, right? And the invited players, they knew the tournament, as long as the basically qualified players. So why didn't they use their time and do like proper practice games while the others tried to qualify? So I think that shouldn't be a good argument, no.
Yeah, and you definitely cast some of the games. I mean, we saw with I think it was DauT and Slam joining into cast, so I know that the players were watching. I think that's an interesting take. Tristan, you also cast a lot of the qualification, and we actually saw some big names who aren't here right now in this top 16. Names such as VV or Fat Dragon, I'm sure you're sad about that one, and Backed. Which players gave you the biggest surprise in the qualification up until this point?
So when I look at Slam and Vinchester, who are the only two that are in this tournament versus Hidden Cup 3, I think that Slam was he's always had that potential, and there was times where it was expected for Slam to make it into big events. So considering he recently returned and became active, isn't as big a surprise as maybe Vinchester, who I don't think is many people put him on the same level as Slam. Certainly hasn't achieved as much as Slam has in his Age of Empires career. So Vinchester getting the results that he did, playing with the consistency that he did, especially because he's one of our more unorthodox players, picking civs like GOTS, which no other top player is picking in tournaments. I would say Vinch is the big standout for me. And as far as like Vivi and Bax not playing in this event, I think it comes down to not adapting to the new game mode.
Yeah, there's a lot of adaptation to be done. Nili, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, like as you already mentioned, there is no meta right now. And how many games did we see between like two top 8 players in the world? Basically none, right? We are here to find out how will players approach this. And I've obviously been a lot behind the scenes and saw a lot of practice, and the different camps have so different approaches on how to go for strategies here as well.
Yeah, it's definitely something we're going to watch very closely throughout the tournament. So day 1, as you can see, we've got the top half of the round of 16. Day 2, we've got the second half. And then obviously on Saturday, we'll be doing the quarterfinals, and Sunday we'll have the semis and the grand finals. So lots and lots of action to look forward to. But what are they playing for? Well, there's 20,000 euros up for grabs. First place going to be taking home 5,000 euros. Second, with a pretty nice 3K. So I think players are definitely motivated, 110%. They're bringing their A game to this tournament, and we should see some fantastic Age of Empires over the next 4 days here. Let's have a look at the schedule, though, because today we've got 4 matches coming up, and I want to get your predictions, Nili and T90. I want to know what you think. Our first match of the day, DauT versus ACCM. ACCM, great form lately. He took out Vivi in the qualification. But in the 8 historical encounters between ACCM and DauT, ACCM is yet to win a single set against DauT.
Historical encounters.
Yes.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. DauT is the big favorite here. He is the legend of the game. ACCM is kind of overtaking Bac T at the moment to be the number 1 in Vietnam. Very strong performances, feared by basically everyone who isn't in this tournament because he's so incredibly good. But we know DauT did prepare. He might have some crazy strategies up his sleeve as well. He's my favorite. I will go with a 3-1 prediction for DauT.
Yeah, I think that's a safe prediction there. Nili's not taking any chances with that one, and neither am I. I think DauT's expected. Now, I just want to say, DauT is one of those players, if you watch a lot of Age of Empires, you watch a lot of ranked games and rated games, they enjoy their time when they're playing ranked games, but he definitely doesn't peak in ranked games. I think ACCM, his tournament preparation has been good over the last year. His performance has been getting better, but when it comes down to the event, sometimes he just doesn't bring what I expected to see based on his qualifier performances and maybe rated game performances. So yeah, DauT certainly expected to go through.
Yeah, DauT for me, I mean, he's one of the older players in this sort of lineup, and he's got a lot of experience. But I also wonder if that might hold him back in some way where, you know, this is a very different game mode, and we'll have to wait and see if ACCM can get an upset here. It doesn't seem likely from the... ACCM doesn't have... Let's move on, sorry. MbL and Villese coming up next. I think this match has the potential to be pretty close, to be honest. These guys have only ever played each other once before in a tournament setting, and it was a win for MbL, but we know how hard Villese has been training and practicing lately.
I think especially like MbL, how good is he to adjusting to those new settings, right? We have a stiff draft, not typically his strengths. We have different maps that we have never seen before in tournaments. Villese in that Finnish bootcamp there, he will train every single day with the Max, who qualified only in the second try, but Villese going through there in the first one. I think this is going to be a super close series. 3-2 either way wouldn't surprise me. I will go with MbL 3-2.
Yeah, I think you brought up all the important points here, right? Villese is probably going to be training more. He's probably going to be in better Empire Wars form, but in terms of peak potential, and if you look at the tournament performances over the years, it's certainly got to be MbL, right? MbL is certainly going to have a lot of fans out there watching and rooting for him. How prepared is he going to be today? Nili, I'm with you. 5 games. I was going to say DauT 3-1, and I was going to say MbL 3-2. So I'll say Villese 3-2, but that's only because Nili keeps taking my guesses.
Okay, Tristan can go first for this.
There we go. That's fun.
Yeah, we've Hera versus Nicov as the third match today. We'll let P90 get in on this one first before Nili. But this is probably going to be quite a tough match for Nicov. He is currently the #1 spot on the DE ladder, but how much does that mean? Probably not a lot going into an Empire Wars tournament. But Hera is quite a meta player. We saw how he struggled in the Hidden Cup 3 finals against the laming from TheViper. It certainly threw him off in the early game. I wonder if this could be an opportunity for Nicov.
When I saw this, I felt a little bit bad for Nicov, as many people in the Age of Empires 2 community might have, because like Nicov, it feels like round 1, sometimes he gets some of the more difficult opponents, right? And so I think Nicov is going into the last tournament, Hidden Cup 3, very well prepared. Here, I think he was training a lot from what I've heard. And to face Hera is really going to be interesting, because Hera is one of the players who might perform better in Empire Wars than standard Age of Empires, and that's saying something, because Hera has been seen as #2 in the world, #3, meeting Viper a lot. There's a big difference in finals of events this year. So I think if I were to make a prediction, I think safe prediction here has to be 3-1 Hera. I think Nicov will come out prepared, but Hera has a lot of games under his belt, and I know that Hera might be preparing a little bit more than some of the other players in this tournament. Do you agree or disagree with me, Nili?
I think it's an incredibly high level that we will see in that set.
Mm-hmm.
We have to remember that Nicov, in his qualifying match in qualifying #1, already beat Fire, who then qualified in the second qualifier. So he's kind of one of the few guys that has proven to beat one of the top 16 with those super competitive settings. And yeah, his mind game looked really, his mindset looked really sharp in that one as well. And 3-1 feels realistic. I think with some crazy home maps, I think Nicov might force Hera to the 5th game, but I will go for 3-2 Hera.
I just want to say one more thing. I think that Nicov could potentially have better preparation when it comes to the maps and the drafts. Potentially. I think Hera is expected to have better execution than most when in the game. But you mentioned it with MbL. When you have Civ drafts and map drafts, that's so important and so interesting. If a player goes into the games expecting to be able to play a certain Civ in a certain map, and then they can't, that could hurt. So I think that's one way that Nicov could really have an edge.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right there, T90. I mean, the AM guys, they're not always known for their best drafting. And I think players like MbL and Hera, they often rely on their raw skill. But like you say, that drafting mechanic is super important as well. What's also interesting is that MbL, Hera, and Nicov, of course, they're all on Team AM, and they're all very close to each other in the bracket. Yeah. So I wonder if they've really actually worked together as a team before this tournament on any planning and strategy, because they're going to be facing each other so soon into the tournament, and it's every man for themselves, of course.
Yeah, the problem is then you're trying to train with your friend, your teammate out of the other bracket, but that's Leary, who didn't train a lot.
Yeah, right. That's tough. I think it's weird how it goes. I think Nicov actually trains with a lot of non-AM players. It could be wrong here. I know that occasionally he will train with AM, but I've heard many players, like I know he trained a lot with Fire in the past. I know he trained with a few names that were not in his clan. So I maybe Nicov likes to play like a mix of players to face up against a variety of strategies before tournaments. I know that Hera Leary do train together, but as Nili said, how much did Leary train? Not sure. And it's the same with MbL, so we'll see.
Yeah, this is something I definitely want to ask in post-game interviews, but we'll get to that when we get to that. We've talked about Hera and Nicov for a while. Let's move on to Viper versus Fire. This is a tough draw for Fire. He had a pretty tough qualification, getting through in qualification number 2 with a 4-3 victory, losing to Nicov with a 3-4 loss in qualifier 1. He's played a lot, he's had close games, but he's up against Viper in the first round. Viper, absolutely beastly, 87% win rate across his tournament history, which is insane. So how do we think this is going to go? Does Fire stand a chance?
According to the Brazilians on my Twitter, they think Fire will beat Viper.
Okay.
There's a lot of Brazilians out there who are rooting for Fire. But yeah, Viper. Now, granted, Nili mentioned it, that a lot of the top 8 are probably training. I feel like Viper might be training the least out of all the top 8 just because he's Viper. But yeah, I think you have to expect Viper to go through. Viper's so good in tournaments. He could be playing Empire Wars for the first time, and I'm sure he'd be fine.
The German me is looking at the schedule. I will make it short. 3-0 Viper.
All right. Well, with that said, let's move on. We've got our first match, DauT versus ACCM, coming up very shortly. But first, a player that needs no introduction. Well, here's his introduction.
HP on Vikings too.
Viking will be very nice early on, so let's see how the fight goes.
All right, they both engage, and I feel like this engagement is much better for DauT because he has the villagers there too.
Extra HP on the men arms, and also the villagers helping.
Wow, man, that was sick. DauT lost 1 man at arm. He still has his scout around. That was fantastic.
Those mangonels and monks are so dangerous. The decisions are so crucial here. Oh man, he's coming with those. He wants to kill the mangonels and the monks. If he's taking the monks before Imperial Age, ay. Those are going to be +3, and Arbalest coming with all. He don't want to lose those. Open formation. He has the +3. He has the +3. They are strong, but now he's coming with the monks. He need to kill the mangonels. The archers are doing the job. He's converting, and now with those Arbalists we'll take it. Look at this battle, look at this game, and look at this everything. And with a trebuchet he's gonna now take that castle, or we'll try. Arbalist incoming, now taking all the mangonels. Open formation. No! He's microing properly, and now he's gonna take everything. DauT is killing all the army from Viper.
Let's see, what is DauT doing? This has got... Oh, he's gonna commit to this? No. Does he know the Nicov has redemption? I don't think he does. Mangonel converted. We could see more Mangonels converted. No, 1-for-1 there. Can DauT commit to this and get this up? Is this going to be a famed DauT castle? 90%. Not many villagers here remaining. This will be close. If Nicov is able to focus fire these villagers down, it will not go up. And holy shit, that one villager on 2 HP gets it up. But it's going to go down. He's committed so much to that. The battering rams are right here. Nicov can just position his crossbows underneath the castle. Also, this monk, you know, it's about... it's a little bit behind on the faith he would need to convert this. So that at least is good for DauT. Let's see, can the monk get a conversion? No. DauT will save his castle. That was big. Sending out those Mangonels.
Transport, man.
Yeah.
Make a demo and hide. Wait to go out.
Okay, getting demo.
Did this demo one-shot transfer ship? I don't think so.
No, but they have
That's
fire
low
as well.
HP. Can't kill cast.
I block it.
Oh, where did he go?
I block it.
He's hard fast. Down with the micro.
What?
Yo,
Who is this player, man? What was that?
Repair.
Oh, I'm sick player, man. The fishing ship is my unit, man. Not Archer, not Mangonel. The fishing ship is my unit.
Imagine if someone just showed up to the Red Bull stream like, wow, Red Bull has another tournament, and they saw that introduction for a player. I highly doubt they would think, that they would, that the guy has been around for like 15 plus years playing at the high level, Nili.
Yeah, he is the legend of Age of Empires, obviously. extremely funny with his commentary. Not really known for his super fast clicking, but, well, strong mind games for sure, and, well, great strategies.
Yeah, you spoke to him, as did I, during the qualifiers. He was actually a great co-caster for both of us. And he said that he has a lot prepared. So that's really interesting for me to cast him for the first best of 5. I'm wondering what DauT's preparation is going to look like. Or maybe if he's super confident, he might not even show some of his best strategies here in round 1. He might save it for potentially, isn't it Viper, right? I think it would be.
Yeah. I'm obviously reading the secret internal chat, right?
Ooh.
And he was like, Viper was like, oh, you need to hide your strategies, you might lose. And DauT only said, I have so many strategies, I don't need to hide any.
Wow. Okay, man. He has a lot of cards up his sleeve, I guess. All right. So you expect, and I expect DauT to do well here. What's going to be the difference? Let's say ACCM gets a victory, gets an upset, and disappoints a lot of DauT fans today. What does ACCM have to achieve in his games?
Damn, I wanted to ask you this question.
Ooh.
I think it's more on DauT underperforming. I think ACM is super stable in his skill, and I don't think he can make the huge jumps. I think it's more like maybe putting DauT into situations that DauT doesn't really know how to deal with. Like, let's go for the super crazy all-in. Let's go for the massive tower rush early on. I can see Inca rushes work. I can see maps like Wings getting, well, maybe DauT caught off guard. So just try to play out of the box, because I think if it's just meta, or you try to play meta and DauT can decide the game, ACM will have a tough time.
See, yes, you're correct. Like, DauT is one of the best late game players, and I feel like when DauT wins games, it's because he reads the map and expands. But when I watch ACCM play, at least in standard Age of Empires, he's really good. He's one of those players to build a tower, to get a forward position, and then have this crazy economy behind it. A bit like Fat Dragon, for those that might know him. So, like, I'm thinking that maybe ACCM might need to try and DauT. It will not be an easy task. But anyways, they're going to draft some maps. Maps are obviously really important for this. DauT might ban some of the maps you mentioned he might struggle on. We'll go to that scene now and see what maps. Now, do you expect anything here from the players? We saw ACCM in the qualifiers. I don't even remember what he drafted.
I obviously have good ideas about DauT maps.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the end, it was DauT picking Sinkhole, ACCM picking Kavasan as their home maps. We will always start off with Arabia as game number 1.
Okay. Now, interesting that ACCM has banned Golden Pit, and you mentioned that DauT might struggle on a map like Wings. After his pick, he banned Wings, so he does not want to play on that map. Interesting stuff. So these maps, well, all the maps in this tournament are going to bring a lot of aggression our way and some interesting strategies. But right away, I'm looking at Cross and Sinkhole, and I feel like DauT's going to have something prepared for that. There are civilizations, there are strategies for those maps that DauT would love.
Absolutely. And Sinkhole could be one of the long games. Now I'm interested to see what civilizations they are going to pick. We obviously have 7 picks each. We will ban one of the enemy's civilization, and then they can pick 5 out of the 6 remaining civilizations. And we can see Indians and Franks, the first pick of the 2 players, instantly banned by their opponents as well.
All right. Yeah. So they pick civilizations. After the picks, then you snipe a civilization from your opponent, leaving 6 civs remaining for the best of 5. So no Indians for DauT. That very strong civilization on the one map. Sorry, I forget the name of it. Yeah, Aslan, exactly. Franks also fantastic there. So Huns, Ethiopians, Japanese, Celts, Incas, and Britons. And then we have Persians, Aztecs, Khmer, Mayans, Vikings, and Slavs for ACCM. You know, I have to say, if I had to pick a draft here, I personally would probably pick ACCMs. Do you agree or disagree there, Nili?
Let's jump to the scene where we see the civilizations with the maps, and then we can theory craft a bit better there. By the way, I love how the guys in the background are moving as well, with their axes and their spears. Okay, let's take a look.
Up on that.
And I really like Huns for Cross. Ethiopians are extremely strong. Sinkhole will be interesting for DauT there. think Kazakhstan, ACCM, I think both have kind of better civilizations for their home maps, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Well, I was wondering what DauT would do for Sinkhole. That's my question right now. Because I remember Byzantines was picked. That was interesting. It's like the one map where Byzantines might be top tier. I see Vikings on that. Looking at the maps here, maybe Japanese, maybe Celts. I know DauT loves his Celts in Hidden Cup 3. ACCM, you have Mayans. I think civilizations that start off with archers are fantastic. Vikings, those two are going to be crazy good. But then if you want to go for the crazy land boom with knights, you have Persians, you have Khmer, you have Slavs. Yeah, this is, let's put it this way. No player is going to have a shortage of good options throughout the series.
Yeah, absolutely. Like best of fives, we obviously have enough strong civilizations there for sure. And we were told that they will jump into the game any second. So we will try to sync ourselves up. And yeah, I'm excited for the series. Red Bull Wololo, round of 16, day number 1, starting shortly.
Okay, so let's talk Arabia here, because with home maps, you have to think ahead with your civilizations. I look at the civ like Aztecs for ACCM.
Let's jump into the game, Tristan.
Oh, all right, let's jump into the game.
That's what I tried to say. And yeah, like I obviously know the civilizations. I'm assuming we might see some metal civilizations. They could be really good here. What do you think, Tristan?
Well, Nili, you got it. Here we go. Starting off, game number 1, we have DauT in the red. DauT is playing as the Incas. And then in the yellow down the south, we have Mayans. Yeah, I was wondering where the... used here. So ACCM starting it off. Red Bull Wololo, game number 1, day number 1. ACCM building that fast range. No surprise. And the North DauT doing the same exact thing with Incas.
Yeah, so obviously, guys, for some people that might be confused and didn't see our intro, we are starting with 27 villagers. You already have a lot of buildings to be seen here. We are using the beautiful capture edge overlay. Lots of love for that as well. And yeah, action will start very, very shortly. Something that might confuse you. Where's the years, Tristan? Don't see the overlay I want to introduce.
The what on the overlay? Sorry, the years?
The years.
Nili's going to introduce it. Chat just needs to use their imagination.
Okay.
So we'll use our imagination for game 1. It'll be there for game 2.
Okay, sweet stuff. So we will play a 58-minute game after we reach 58 minutes and 16 seconds. Whoever has the highest score wins this game. And yeah, so far, people are grouping up, and we see some mind games already. Double archer range for our Malian player, who will obviously go for archers, and DauT goes for the perfect counter with skirmishes.
Yeah, so this is fascinating to me. At first thought, you might think, well, DauT's going to counter the archers. This is great. But then, if DauT has only skirms, ACCM has the ability to make some eagles against that. I think Mayans, I've seen more frequently in the qualifiers, Mayans have an eco bonus, whereas Incas do not. So I favor Mayans here. DauT starting off with eagles. He's also starting off with skirms. And now ACCM finds out the hard way that there's skirmishers on the map already.
Oh yeah, he didn't see those at all. And one archer down already will lose a lot of HP. And DauT, that is a beautiful engagement for him to begin with. He even instantly went for +1 attack, +1 defense.
Yeah.
ACCM needs to wall the bottom there.
Okay, now what's interesting about Empire Wars is that you do not start with standard scouts. You start with 2 camels. You'll see the players scouting with these throughout the day, throughout the whole tournament actually, because it's like that on every map. And then the other interesting thing is ACCM goes for a counter on DauT's gold. This could be a bit dangerous if the archers stay alive here. But since you start in Feudal Age, you can't think too much about what might be coming your way, Nili. It's not like another game mode. You're like, oh, I'm up against Incas. They might Vill Rush me. You have to react immediately. You don't have all of Dark Age. So I find it interesting how fast-paced this is. Exactly what Red Bull would have wanted for game 1.
Absolutely. And you kind of need to make your full game plan in the loading screen, right? You see, okay, Incas against Mayans. There's still so many civilizations left, so you can't really make up your mind there. And then come up with great strategies. So far, I like both options.
Yeah, I mean, both of them make sense. I think DauT's is a little bit more I guess you could say risky and almost micro-dependent, because these skirmishers can be incredibly vulnerable. But DauT has done really well. He did lose a villager at home, but he's also idled ACCM's economy here. And I'm looking at DauT's resources. DauT has way more food in the bank. He might be looking for a faster castle age. Look at this micro from DauT. Like, how on earth, when your opponent has a barracks right there to create eagles, has he been able to do so much damage early?
Well, he had some eagle production himself, and you said it, like, Skirm's still vulnerable, but DauT did at them, and something I wanted to say, Tristan, why is he not going for the defense upgrade? And then you gave me the answer. He is already flirting with the castle age.
Yeah, so 730 food, DauT will be clicking up. Now, Nili, from here, you have to make a decision. Do you add a second archer range and continue with skirms? Again, they can be vulnerable. Or do you add a second and a third barracks and go into eagles? ACCM, he's going to stone. So, this is not something I expected after committing to 2 archer ranges. He might actually be thinking even further into the archer line, into plumed archers eventually.
And what is that of a beautiful unit? You're so mobile, you have more armor as well. And since he lost so many archers, it's not like you need to go that archer line, right? And to give you the answer of DauT, he is actually adding a second archer range, quite to my surprise.
Yeah, I kind of expected eagles. But he does have a lot of skirmishers. Could always switch into some crossbows as well. Both these civilizations very similar. What bothers me about ACCM is he's already going to be later to Castle Age, and he's committed to 2 ranges. So why now go to stone and for an eventual castle? I feel like it's going to take some time and give DauT an awful lot of momentum.
You know, that reminds me of Hidden Cup, game number 1, ACCM against Viper, when he played skirm defense with Persians against exactly ACCM as well.
Yeah.
And he went for plumed archers as well. And Viper, he went for the big eco approach, skirm defense, and took the big lead.
Wow. So you're saying that Viper copied DauT's Red Bull strategy in Hidden Cup?
Month ago, indeed. That's the way how it works.
Yeah.
And yeah, but you see how great minds think alike, right?
Yeah.
And how little DauT is walling as well. He only starts to get it now, and he might catch that army off guard, kind of in the open field.
Yeah, DauT doesn't really seem to care how vulnerable skirmishers might be. I mean, to be fair, ACCM has not invested into any upgrades on those eagles, so they're really not doing much. ACCM will eventually get a castle up. He will not have enough stone to build a castle when he arrives in Castle Age, which will be in a moment. And DauT has 26 military, he's untouched at home, and there's a ton of wood lines that can be ranged by these skirms.
Oh man, and well, ACCM needs to pull the villagers. Obviously, skirms not with the biggest damage output ever. ACCM even that scared. He has double palisade and even puts another stone wall behind this.
Oh man.
He does not want to take any damage.
I feel like ACCM, if you build a stone wall behind double palisade against skirmishers, you're not feeling too confident. You might be a little bit nervous going into game 1 against DauT, because that is a lot of precaution.
Well, maybe fields in the long game, Mayans might be better. And honestly, if we get to math plumed archers, Incas don't have the craziest option. Yeah, you can go for courier, eagle warriors, but I still like Mayans if we get to like the super late game composition.
Yeah, it's a good point. Now, with that in mind, I think DauT needs to take leads while he can. He's ranged 2 woodlines already. He hasn't killed anything, but it's forcing idle time. All that matters. And then DauT at home will probably be booming. He is a boomer after all, but ACCM with the counterattack. Oh man, I didn't see that coming, Nili.
Oh, and neither did DauT. Did wall to the right-hand side, no army at the left-hand side, and he's only building slingers, which aren't that great against crossbows. He was expecting more eagles from ACCM.
Yeah, you know, the micro could have been better there from ACCM. I thought he would have killed more than that. He just killed 1 villager. And DauT's slingers, which are not a counter to crossbows, will take care of the crossbow, so it's not as bad as it could have been for DauT. Skirmishers in the back of ACCM's base. They're getting cleaned up by these eagles. Will take some time. And then we have the plumed archers coming from the castle in the front, Nili.
But what can they do? Because DauT now, I think, should be fine with the defense. The GC will go up. How are villager counts looking here? 49 to 51? I would call that pretty much even.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much even, but the second TC is just now coming for ACCM, and DauT is just finished his 3rd. So I think DauT will probably have an 8 to 10 villager lead over the next couple minutes. This is why the plumed archer thing, now if you keep the plumes alive, their mobility throughout the game can be dangerous, but I feel like if DauT counters your crossbows, and then you just commit to plumes, which is another archer, this isn't making a whole lot of sense to me. But how beautiful are these slingers, Nili? You so rarely see these things. I'm loving this.
Yeah, that's the truth. But because maybe DauT felt, okay, I have so many skirms, he needs to go on to Eagles.
Yeah.
That's why my slingers are so much better. And if we think about like how Mr. Job, for example, would approach this, I think he would have walled up and just wait till he gets Eagles out.
Yeah, I agree. Well, maybe ACCM is just playing into his comfort zone here. He loves his plumes. Now, what he can use is the mobility. He sees DauT's army. The crossbows might be seen as throwaway units. He'll try and get value, and then that's it for them. And he's sending plumed archers to the right-hand side of DauT's base, so that it is an area where DauT is somewhat vulnerable, but he has some walls up Nili. He's on stone, so he seems pretty well prepared.
Yeah, you called the crossbow throwaway units, but actually sniping those slingers is really, really important because that opens himself up to potential eagle switch later on. Let's take a look. Now Mangle on the hill. DauT, not with the greatest formation, now moves in. That could be big Tristan.
Oh, and it's DauT too. DauT, will he notice this? Oh, man. Is this DauT or Viper? Did you see that split?
We need some webcams here.
Wow, that was
surprising to me.
Nah, I mean, he noticed immediately, and he also noticed that the plumed archers were on the back of the wood line. And so DauT, oh my goodness, the TC with ballistics, look at those kills. Oh man, and now the skirmishers.
Well.
Oh, such a throw from ACCM. And DauT does have a 8-10 villager lead now.
Oh yeah, now builds the Siege Workshop himself, some pressure of ACM, but the woodline kind of protects his gold there, right? The hill kind of on the other side in ACM. If he goes to that left-hand side, reinforcement will be tricky for him. Yeah,
I'm looking all around here. You know, DauT hasn't been able to get any counter damage into ACCM's base in a while, so DauT has been just defending. Here he has to micro again. This is where having the slingers is really important, Nili, to take out those eagles.
Dodging those Mangonel shots as well. He didn't take a single Mangonel shot yet. That's so beautiful by DauT.
Yeah, it lost a little bit of HP, but it's not a huge deal. Slingers are unique to the Incas. They're like having gunpowder or hand cannons in the castle age. It's counter to infantry. I see his Magnal and plumed archers now on the left side for ACCM. Good thing for ACCM. His food and gold count's looking good, and I believe he's building his second castle right now. So Mayans can be really dangerous if they get imp faster in this situation. So
but didn't he have enough map control, Tristan? Sorry for interrupting you, but it's like, don't you think with the Mangonel at the front, the castle could have been more aggressive? I know you want to have it for production, but he should know he's behind in villagers. I think I would have loved to see some more risk there.
Well, I think we've seen it quite a few times from DauT, right? I think a forward castle might be too risky because DauT is defending quite well. What I would have liked is a better late game castle, Nili. The right side, that 4-tile gold next to the cactus. Build the castle on that hill, protects your wood line, protects the gold, whereas this castle, it just protects the same exact area you're already protected with, so... Or protected by it. DauT has an opportunity to get a big attack ground, and he does it! Oh, what a play! The plumed archers, just archers in general, has done diddly. Has done nothing for ACCM. Why see counters to archers and then make more archers? That's still, I just can't get over that.
Maybe it's the mind games. Okay, I'm going for eagles most likely, then he goes for slingers, then I go for archers.
Yeah, maybe.
The move arounds are real. ACM score looks pretty bad, but he's on the way to Imperial Age.
Wow.
And just mass those plumes, and he should win the trap war there. DauT building a castle that I think he can't protect.
Yeah, and DauT, he's also created a lot of skirmishers, which is pretty costly on food, and slingers, whereas plumed archers just cost wood and gold. ACCM is taking extra stone on the right, which means he could have a third castle, and even with a faster imp and trebs, ACCM could still be in a very fine position to take some fights to DauT. DauT has 1,600 gold. He has to buy food. There he goes. Now he's on his way to imp. But that means ACCM is nearly math, a minute and 15 seconds faster.
Yeah, nearly math. And yeah, also G90 prediction. Look where he's building the third castle, exactly at the spot that we wanted to see. And we will see a lot more fighting on top of that, if we take a look, Tristan, if you zoom out a bit, you can see 3 gold spots in that very important area just at the right-hand side of DauT space.
Yeah, that's true. So you have the 4-tile gold from ACCM. That's locked down now. ACCM is throwing away plumed archers before he gets upgrades. Then there's the 4-tile gold for DauT, and then you have these 3-tile golds, which are neutral gold. Again, that's so wasteful with plumed archers.
And that shortly before you get to Bracer. DauT, let's take a look at the Mangano fight in the center.
DauT missed. How did DauT miss both of those shots there?
I have no idea.
I've never seen that before.
Actually, ducked his head there and like tried to squeeze under the stones there.
Like, was that an attacker? I don't. You know, I need to rewatch that later on. But it's almost like I feel like I couldn't even try to miss both of them. But it's not a big deal. DauT, more than anything, just needs to prepare for the plumed archers, not mangonels. And DauT snagging a relic now, Nili. I like to see that.
Yeah, thinking about the long game here for sure. We see ACCM picking one up at the right-hand side as well. Not the most important thing because the game won't go like till 2 hours, but still pretty sweet. You can heal with your monks after that. And ACM's eco wasn't that great, right? He can't get all the upgrades he wants. Yeah, Bracer, chemistry on the way, but still lacking the defense upgrade after that. Elite plumed archers far away.
Yeah, what I like to see from ACCM, don't engage this army in the middle. That's what DauT wants right now. Because DauT wants some time to tech switch and get upgrades. Think instead, use the mobility of the plumes, hit some key areas, make DauT chase you. And wow, another castle for ACCM. But this is it right here, Nili. Hit the gold. DauT has to send army over to this direction. And then if DauT leaves the middle, you push the middle.
Yeah, try to use your mobility. Ooh, castle in the center though. And he needs to run away with the villagers. But ACCM now knows where the army of DauT is. He can do some damage. DauT with the directions at the top though.
Yeah, exactly. Do you run in with the plumes? Oh, it's got to be so tempting, right? I feel like you run right in with the plumes and just take the risk.
If I see the army at the front, I couldn't resist. And look at that, ACCM even thinks, okay, I'm going to the top. DauT has to send his army back, send his villagers to the front, but DauT, he stays put. He tries to quick wall his home base.
Oh, and he is quick walling now. He's going to lose villagers, but this is giving him some time to get skirmishers back here. How important will those quick walls be? Well, DauT hasn't patrolled yet. He hasn't fought yet with the skirms, and actually the quick walls aren't as important as they could be because he doesn't have the army here to deal with the plumes just yet.
Yeah, and we saw it in the trailer. DauT likes his quick walls. And, oh, in the center, a trap snipe there as well. Score is still super close. This is anyone's game.
Yeah, seriously, and just want to point out, ACCM did delete that castle foundation. He has the stone to build one now. Amassing trebs, and ACCM, I love how he's controlling the game a little bit more now. With the plumes on the right, and also I see plumes going over to the left side. So DauT's actually locked down that area with a castle, and that's a wonderful castle. But Nili, have you ever seen so many castles in one part of your screen? This is like castles everywhere, all in the middle.
Oh, maybe DauT can, not DauT, Dave can tell us some stories of his Castle Blood days.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, and those castles of DauT, yeah, they're on a hill, but as I said earlier, how easily can they protect? And look at the positioning of the traps, like beautifully in the oasis there.
Yeah, so you have 2 traps from ACCM going after one of DauT's castles, which is on the hill. Then you have 2 traps from DauT, which is attacking ACCM's castle, which is on the hill. I feel like a few capped rams would be great in this situation for ACCM, and he's getting capped ram now, and maybe if he pushes out with rams, DauT might struggle to take out the siege and keep those trebs firing.
DauT wasting a lot of units there. I would call it wasting because he's fighting against the hill and the castle in the center. And indeed, cap rams are now moving forward. The traps could fall as well. I think ACCM might even hold this castle. DauT needs some either eagles or mass amount of mangonels.
Yeah, now DauT has done a great job focus firing the plumes. You'll see him microing. He's not patrolling. If you patrol with skirmishers here, what happens is your skirmishers are only attacking the rams. But it's not so easy when the castle's there helping ACCM, when plumes have pretty high pierce armor. And you only have one Mangonel as your realistic unit to take out those rams. So how will this go? On the other side, DauT's trying to repair. He's sending in a non-capped ram through the oasis to go after the trebs.
Oh, and now the story has changed. Basically, ACCM not having enough protection there, but he's more aware of it, and I think he should save both of his traps at the left-hand side. Killed 3 of DauT traps already.
Oh, man, DauT. I mean, it's 160 population for both. Incredible game 1 here. But DauT has lost. He's losing momentum in the most important area of this map.
And yeah, that doesn't look like the greatest opening for him here. Now a small hit squad at the right-hand side will get some damage done against the skirm, against the villagers there with a group of skirms. I think ACM should maybe mix in some eagles, even 5 normal feudal age eagles are okay against those.
Yeah,
things.
I think eventually we're going to see that switch for either of them, right? Either DauT's going to go for eagles, or we're going to see eagles. Makes more sense for ACCM because DauT's going mainly skirms. Two trebs from both on the left now. It's just funny how awkward the trebs look because they're both unprotected, both going after a castle, and DauT has the Maganel.
That's a big raid though. Look at those. The plumed archers there at the top. DauT didn't see them at all. It's too focused on the castle in the center. That is going up most likely as well. Indeed, DauT with heavy losses at so many different angles. And ACM, he is back to work at the top again with more beautiful raids.
You know what's fascinating? DauT's really good at expanding in late game. Building castles in key areas and taking extra golds on the sides. Except the extra golds are just in the middle here. Like, I'm looking at the minimap and there's a lot of red from DauT. I see a barracks now on the back of ACCM's base. He's trying to take map control. But the map that matters, the area of the map that matters is in the middle. So that's got to be the focus for both of them.
And let's talk about sneaky barracks and map control and DauT taking control of everything. At the right-hand side, DauT is building a castle, and that is a ballsy one.
That is such a castle. That is such a DauT castle. It's not what we call a DauT castle. A DauT castle is, of course, a castle that does not go up. But Nili, in 4 different areas of the map, we have the plumed archers in the north. We have the plumed archers in the middle with rams and trebs. Now we have a forward castle, skirmishers, and eagle scouts raiding ACCM's economy. What a messy, messy game.
Oh, and that castle can reach some of the gold, some of the food there as well.
Yeah.
Will potentially ungarrison the 2 relics. I think DauT, he really needs to deal with the plumed archers at the top. They are getting so many kills still.
Man, and it's kills on gold too. Like, DauT has lost so many gold miners. I love how ACCM has been using the plumed archers. Still, like, DauT just lost a treb to a capped ram. Now DauT has another treb. Like, these guys are not going to have stone to repair these castles pretty soon. This is hilarious.
Yeah, kind of running out of stone already here. How much stone do we have left for ACM? I think he bought some. It's down to 143. Not a single villager on stone. Needs some more rams, maybe some trap defense here. But DauT, he doesn't have his skirmishes on stand ground.
Oh, man. See, the concern I have with that castle for DauT, it's kind of similar to what you see with some of the failed castles. It either wins you the game, or it throws a little bit. And I'm looking at DauT now, and with that castle, it doesn't secure him many resources. It'll probably just get trebbed down, and there's nothing he can do about it. He still doesn't have Elite Eagle, and the lead plumed archers are still in the back of DauT's base.
And DauT lost so many skirms at the front. Tristan, look at the KD now. 240 to 160. DauT, he can't put out all the fires.
No, he can't take this gold in the back. I thought he was going for an Elite Eagle transition. That never happened. And even plumed archers could take out the skirmishers and the trebuchets on the front, I believe. So ACCM, he seems to be on his way to mopping up this castle in the back of his base. He has to finish this off. Everyone, well, you and I said ACCM will lose this series 3-1 to DauT. Game number 1, take advantage of it, ACCM. Get the win.
Yeah, like, that's most of the time if we have, like, heavy home map structure, right? Like, both players have 2 home maps, 1 neutral map. The guy who wins the neutral map very often wins the full series. You just need to secure just, quote-unquote, the 2 home maps.
Wow, DauT, I don't really know why, but he had a villager attacking ACCM's house on the left. And they attacked each other there for a moment. This funny little moment in the game. Here's a castle for DauT on his gold on the right, but now you don't have momentum anymore. And I think the second ACCM sees that, he might just take that down. DauT is in a world of hurt right now.
Ooh, big ram going out through the center, and that's a lot of plumes to follow this one up as well. The whole time, DauT kind of had double the military count, but now that's the advantage on ACM side. He's basically pop limit against 160.
Siege ram. Capped ram, only 300 food. Siege ram, 1,000 food. That's so expensive. It took ACCM time, but he has Siege ram, and that means that DauT will surely lose that castle, potentially the ranges. Nili, we got all of our questions answered. Remember, we questioned the Plumed Archers. Why are you going Plumed Archers when DauT's going Skirms? Well, this is why. Plumed Archers, with their mobility and their tankiness in the Imperial Age, are simply too hard to stop, even with Skirmishers.
And now the problem, you mentioned it earlier, is you need to micro so heavily with your skirmishes if rams are involved, because Skirm basically needs 270 hits to kill a siege ram there.
Yep.
Therefore, you need to micro down all the plumes, and that's just so much macro needed.
Yeah, DauT really... I don't know if it was when he got raided or what, but to even think about Eagles was a mistake then, I guess, because he doesn't have Elite Eagle yet. And he invested resources into it, and now ACCM was well aware of this castle on the right. Like, this is kind of the direction we see this game going. He'll say, okay, I'll ram that down and trev that down next. It's not like DauT needs his castles to produce any units here, but castles secure the map. He's not winning these wars. He's not able to breathe right now.
The big problem is, yeah, Eagle Switch, nice, but where's DauT really getting the gold at the moment? He has 6 on gold, is getting raided at his main mine. The one at the top, not really saturated as well, because he had so many losses.
Yeah. Now, this would be a great position for ACCM to start thinking about Eagles, because it's only skirmishers for DauT. He probably can't afford his own Eagles. He can't afford many slingers, plus the archer ranges are going down. So ACCM, I saw him research guilds, so he'll probably start selling some wood and food at the market. And with the extra gold he's about to secure, I think an Eagle switch and DauT will have no answer.
Yeah, absolutely. He can go for his own Eagles, but those are so much worse compared to Mayans if we get Eldorado on those as well.
Yeah. See, I don't love the fight ACCM's taking, but because he's hitting key areas, it ends up being pretty good for him.
It's more like buying himself some time to get some more rams, but yeah, some disengaging would have been nice there. Still a lot of raids at the bottom into HCM's eco as well, though.
Yeah, I noticed that DauT, there's a lot of random red on the map. These are Eagle warriors. They should not be sniping things in the Imperial Age. But I guess it's just so random, even a random skirmisher, that ACCM, who's probably full of Game 1 jitters, is very much focused elsewhere. And that was own Elite Skirm.
So basically wants to go for the same army composition. Not my favorite choice, especially because he has 2 relics, could go for a 3rd one. As you said, could use the market as well there. But well...
Nili, let me ask you a question. If DauT was in ACCM's position 5 minutes ago, would DauT have won? Already.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, already. Okay.
Already, like 5 minutes ago.
Well, I think it's easy to hold with skirmishers. It's tricky to win with skirmishers, but easy to hold. I think we would still be in the game.
Fair enough, yeah. So my point is, I think we clearly have to see an Eagle switch. ACCM has a ton of gold. He could sell some stone, he could sell some wood, sell some food. The fact that he's going skirmishers is fascinating to me, but it's not a bad thing either, right? Because DauT doesn't have Eagles. I was just expecting more. There's so many yellow corpses in the middle of the map. I was expecting a little bit more there from ACCM from that position, and I always begin to get worried that a player could potentially throw.
Speaking of throwing, we have 56 plumed archers again taking a fight against massive amount of skirmishers here. And the surprising thing, you're getting raided everywhere, being DauT, and you're still pop limit. His macro is absolutely on point.
Yeah, 131 villagers. And again, ACCM, he runs in with the plumes, past the castle, past skirmishers. I really think he's nervous. I really think he's nervous. He just needed to apply the finishing touches, and now DauT's coming out of nowhere with trebs. Trebs that shouldn't be able to deploy because there's rams out here.
Oh, and the castle down to 900 HP.
Like I said, I was just very surprised that DauT could breathe enough to send trebs forward.
Apparently we have some stream problems, Tristan. Not really sure what's happening.
It's not on my end, so I think they just probably need to refresh and everything's probably good.
Maybe we get 1080.
That solves all the problems. I mean, skirmishers are just matching the skirmishers from DauT now. So you have defensive skirms from ACCM. He actually has 0 on gold. But I keep looking at this 3-tile gold and then the 3 tiles of gold that are left next to, well, where DauT is fleeing right now. So, and DauT does still have the 4 tiles in the back of his base, too. All right.
At the top there, that's so true. And well, ACM taking the ones at the right-hand side. Still mass plumes. Now he mixed in the skirms that we kind of saw earlier. Oh, God, why is he not going for Eagles? It feels like such an easy choice.
Yeah. All right. Well, apparently people can't see the game. So, Ken, use your imaginations. All right? Use your imaginations. Just envision the micro. This beautiful micro from ACCM and DauT. And I'm with you. I think DauT is doing a great job to survive right now with this economy. I don't know if he's taking enough gold. If he can get the gold, you never know.
He did take to Elite Eagle Warriors now. Right-hand side not looking pretty for him. And, well, the worst thing is not only not getting your own gold, but your opponent getting your gold. That hurts double.
Man, I'm telling you, ACCM, such a good position a moment ago, right? And I'm just wondering if, he's not able to push these skirmishers. He has gone for Seadram, which is critical, but DauT has... He has 46 on food, whereas it's 31 on food for ACCM. DauT is 20 on gold, it's 12 on gold for ACCM. DauT is coming back.
But how is the score looking, Tristan? Only 2k score lead, and DauT only has 9 minutes to get the score lead here.
That's a good point.
Otherwise, it will be ACCM's game. And we now have the unique tag here for Incas even.
So something that isn't on our screen because of my inability to read directions. There's a countdown in all these games. What I can tell you guys watching at home is that 58-16 is when the game ends if no one resigns, and whoever has the highest score will win. So, they could play towards the timer even if ACCM starts to lose control. It's very rare we get to that point, but this game has been so competitive. It might actually get there.
Yeah, and that's what event that we might go to distance a bit more often.
Nili signal now.
We are taking Nili signal now. Okay. Then welcome everyone to Nili signal. And we're still pushing through the center. It's still Nili and Tristan. DauT's flag is actually Serbian, but we can still see all the engagements. 8 minutes to go. Both players pop limit.
Elite Eagles, if ACCM is making skirms, Elite Eagles are going to do fantastic in some situations. This is incredible. 190 population, 90 military for ACCM, and 80 military for DauT. DauT has already taken out one of those castles from ACCM, and he's working on the next. There's no siege ram here yet to take out those trebs. What a game, Nili. What a game.
And those are Eagle Warriors with couriers, so skirmishers only doing 1 single damage per shot there, and Elite Plume's not doing too much either. I think it's 3 damage or something like that, so those are really, really beefy.
Oh, the ram. DauT needs to deal with the ram because he wants to take that castle out. Okay, he deals with the ram. He'll also deal with the skirms. I think that castle is going to go down. ACCM doesn't have any villagers on stone.
Yeah, no repair villagers around either. The ram is trying to fly in, but the castle goes down, and all of a sudden ACM doesn't have that much more left, but he still has a massive army.
What's crazy about this is it seems like DauT is getting better and better for him, but he's also behind in the score, right? So we're 6 minutes, less than 6 minutes away from that cutoff point. DauT has all those extra golds on that right side, also taking the gold in the north. DauT is pushing this right now, Nili, and look at the score switch. It's getting so close.
Oh, Tristan, hold my hand, please. So many idle villagers here for ACCM. Don't tell me DauT can do this. He was on the back foot the whole game.
DauT has eagles in ACCM's eco. He has skirmishers from these sneak freaking buildings in the back. ACCM, well, I hate that. There's just red everywhere. It's 150 pop. ACCM, get a university. Just start researching as many technologies as possible and don't take any fights. Like, seriously, that's what I would do. Don't take any fights. Just get techs and hold on.
If you pop around 50 and only 200 score lead, that's not enough to not take any fights. You need to camp on hills. You are getting raided at the top. You're getting raided at the bottom. I think DauT might overtake him.
Oh my goodness, Nili, there's 50. Oh, DauT just did it. DauT just overtook him on the score. Now, granted, he's ahead in the game. There's a countdown here with this amazing capture age overlay. We're getting very close. So now ACCM, well, you can't depend on the score now. He needs to take good fights. But Nili, how does he? When he has 40 idle villagers, he has to clean up the raids. There's just too much to do.
Oh god, and the army is just way too much against him. 95 military at the moment for DauT. He is everywhere.
Yeah. DauT's doing a really smart thing. He has the economy to consistently produce skirmishers. So he's actually diving in with this army of 40 skirmishers to attack ACCM's eco again. If he loses the units, he doesn't care because he has the ranges queued up with more. So really good thinking from DauT. And the more I look at this, I think ACCM, he's lost. I think he's dead. It's 110 pop.
Yeah.
He was in such a good position and he threw it.
Oh god, how did DauT hold this? It's simply, like we mentioned it so often, right? Why did he stick with plumed archers? Why not the eagle switch there? DauT was so open, and DauT simply skirmed defense only, and that's how he survived. What a beautiful hold by the Lord.
Yeah, my goodness, man. Yeah, I mean, this has got to hurt so much. This means so much more to DauT than just the first win. And for ACCM, he already knew he was not favored to get ahead and then fall behind in game one. It's such a mental hill to climb in this whole best of 5.
Oh god.
And I'm thinking back to the golds on the right side. ACCM had so much control, and yet it's DauT who's been taking most of that gold, using that gold. Crazy.
Oh man, 50 seconds left to go. Over 2k score lead for DauT. He is now the one who just camps on the hill. He knows, okay, not take any fights. Look at the bottom, how he's building a line of barracks there.
Yeah. Yeah, funny enough, like that castle was so questionable, but the villagers staying there, it reminds me of the Max. Having a few random villagers in the corner, it worked out. Also, the buildings on the left side, we didn't really have time to talk about all these things in extreme detail. But the rating from the buildings on the left-hand side, that was both a tremendous hold from DauT. I also think a bit of a throw from ACCM in game 1 here, because ACCM was in the driver's seat. My goodness.
My goodness, indeed. Oh boy. Honestly, that's such a good game to start it off here at Red Bull Wololo. Like, I can't believe this. Like, it had everything, right? It had the intense early game. We had the tech switch there. That we had maybe fewer tech switch than we wanted. We saw Slinger as a unit that we rarely see. And DauT, honestly, that was already a lot of fighting spirit, right? You could have made an argument to resign there, but he did keep himself in there and delivered a beautiful comeback.
Yeah. Maybe I'm being too critical, but we are looking at the 16 best players in the world. So I feel, remember, ACCM had 4 castles. He had elite plume. He had 50 plumed archers. That was making only skirmishers. ACCM had 1,000 stone in the bank with guilds. I think you sell the stone, you sell a bit of wood, you go into elite eagle, you clear out all of DauT's army, you win the game. Like, that's what I was expecting to happen. And he went skirmishers.
Oh, yeah.
DauT was the first one, and he was rated so heavily in his golds. He was the first one to get fully upgraded elite eagles. Credit to DauT for the extra macro, because I know that he did add more villagers after the raids, but ACCM has got to be kicking himself for that one because he was in such a good position.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the statistics together here, and yeah. Military. Let's take a look. KD actually slightly better for ACM. He did kill so many villagers. He performed so well. So much map control. Like, it feels like minute 20 till 53 were completely his.
Look at the resources collected. I want to pound my desk in frustration here. 21,000 gold collected. 21,000 gold collected. That's more gold than DauT had.
Yeah.
And he didn't get to eagles. He made skirmishers. Oh.
Tristan, 5k gold equals 100 elite eagle warriors. In case you get it.
Killing you, man. Now, granted, he did make rams, right? I think rams were a good addition at the time.
Yeah.
I don't think even in late game making siege rams is a mistake, but something happened there with the macro. DauT did have a whole lot more food, so at least his food eco was more solid. And maybe, that could have been what was going through ACCM's mind, because the upgrades themselves to get armor, to get El Dorado, to get Elite Eagle is a lot of food, Nili, but normally if you have gold, you're going that direction. But what a game one. ACCM loses to DauT. DauT takes the game one victory. Now we should go back. We should look at the maps that are upcoming. We should look at the civs that are upcoming and prepare ourselves.
Indeed. And also something I want to say, ACCM did a beautiful job of constantly raiding the gold. But DauT didn't build any gold units.
Yeah, that's true. Until later. He's like, kill these 30 villagers, whatever. I'm going to make more. So, oh man, what a game. So DauT goes 1-0 up. That means we move on to ACCM's home map, or one of them. He has Kawasan, and then he has Aztlan. Aztlan has Shorefish in the middle. And then Kawasan has berries and has 2 ponds. A lot that Nili and I will talk about once we actually get into the game.
And the question is, Aztlan probably something prepared with his civilizations there. Something like Slavs could be really good. Man-at-Arm opening might be options. I think something like Scouts on Aztlan not really an option. Kawasan, I think you can go for everything. You can make everything work.
I was thinking that DauT might use Incas on Aztlan because of how strong Incas can be on that map with a Vilrush. I know that we saw it in the qualifiers from other players, but DauT obviously can't do that now because he's picked Incas. Oh man, you're right, Nili. We had a game that went the distance. It was back and forth in the first best of 5 of this tournament. It really doesn't get any better than that.
Oh yeah, it was such a good game. And Incas, I think a solid pick, especially because we didn't have wings, we didn't have like the super crazy maps.
Yeah, well, you know, everyone involved with the show that's going to go on over the next 4 days has been tremendous so far behind the scenes. I've been enjoying hanging out with these guys and preparing. I was also told we're not going to interact with chat too much because we want to focus on the show, but I just want to say welcome everyone. Thank you guys for being here. Hope everyone's doing well. You guys are officially the most dedicated, okay, because you guys were here before the thousands and thousands and thousands that might arrive Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, so pat yourselves on the back. And I almost need a mini distraction here to get myself off of what just happened in game one. I just keep thinking 5,000 gold, no eagles. What? 5,000 more gold, no eagles. Dang.
Okay, guys, the Red Bull people / TechTV guys are working on the 1080p. You don't need to post that anymore, and players are about to start. So we will watch as many games as we can. We want to keep the show running, and I will guarantee you at one point it will be as pretty as you are used to see it.
Oh, guarantees from Nili.
Oh, I should not have said that. Oh, we get the lawsuits.
Oh man. Well, Nili, game number 2 is here. The players, they're ready to go. It's that much needed distraction, I guess. Well, let's get into it.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gents, welcome to game number 2. DauT has gone for Huns, and we have Aztecs from ACCM. First thing I noticed, remember, you start with so many villagers. You start in the feudal age. You start with fast-paced aggression. DauT's actually making militia, Nili. Militia.
Yeah, and well, on this map, with all the potential in the center, with all the berries, the relics as well, lots of aggression is guaranteed, and Man-at-Arms might be the best unit to have that strongest army at the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, it's also something that we're not seeing frequently, but when it comes out, it surprises the opponent and works well. Remember, you only have your horses to start as a scout. So ACCM, he's starting off with an eagle. He's going into an archer range. Will this eagle scout spot the militia so he'll know Man-at-Arms could be coming? DauT said he had some tricks up his sleeve. All right, ACCM reacts to it. Here comes the Man-at-Arms upgrade, and here comes 4 militia that will be Man-at-Arms. Nili, I saw 3. I did not see 4 in the qualifiers.
And yeah, that's surely some aggression. ACCM saw it though. Let's take a look. Can he quick wall in time? He is building the villager at the top is building a house. That won't be fast enough here. I think he should have reacted a bit faster.
Yeah, DauT has his own horse to block any walls. Yeah, you're right. He did wall The gold, and he's just what? He's just leaving the gold. He scouted it. He did everything early that he would have needed to. Well, hey, on the bright side, he is fletching already. 2 fletching archers might actually be enough with some micro to throw those things out of there or push those things away. Now, interesting to note, how is DauT playing this with the pawns, Nili?
He is going double dock at the top, and no one is contesting the bottom yet. Kind of interesting, right? We most of the time seen people dock once in each pawn.
Yeah. There you go, separate pawns. DauT has gone... he's taking advantage of the fact that Huns don't have to build houses here, right? So they save that wood. DauT's just now making an archer range, so he's gone for a huge eco approach. He's getting hit on his wood line by these eagles, which are not all that strong yet. Upgrades are coming in.
Might make it
DauT will somehow save that villager. That was a bit of a mistake from ACCM.
Oh, switched the target twice there. Look at that. All the villagers so low HP. And he sends the low HP villager out again. If ACCM goes back, he could get the kill. But no, DauT sends her to safety of the TC.
I think that might have been a product of... the fact that DauT was able to save those villagers might have been a product of his man-at-arms because ACCM was still worried about cleaning them up. Here come the Eagles back to the wood line. DauT is... It's going to be pretty awkward, actually, because he's just making skirms now. He does have the food income. Maybe we'll see a stable for DauT, and we'll see some scouts mixed in.
Oh, loses an eagle there. A bit of an overcommittal. DauT sends one man-at-arm there for the defense as well. Some shenanigans in the center. Pretty active game here very early on.
Yeah, very active. It's, again, very unique to see man-at-arms added at this stage of feudal age. In the meta, you're seeing players add it early. Well, in normal Age of Empires, you're seeing early feudal. Here we saw early feudal, but mid-feudal is risky because making man-at-arms, there's already archers out at this point. So I really like ACCM's position when it comes to military. Economically, DauT is way ahead because of the fishing ships.
Yeah, but now the dock came in there at the top, and DauT actually did spot it, so he could react and is going for the fire galleys. The economy advantage will stay the same.
Yeah, fascinating. So, the more I look at this, this is exactly what you want to see in a game. One person is ahead in economy, the other person is, I guess you could say, ahead in military, depending on how the fight goes. Can ACCM do damage? This is not the first time he's arrived at DauT's base. Every other time, he hasn't been able to snipe vills.
Looks like DauT is getting a good army composition. And that's kind of typical DauT army nowadays, right? Man-at-arms, skirmishes. He did play that a lot after DE came out, even with Bulgarians to counter all the meso approaches.
Bulgarians, DauT.
He won every single game during NSC, Tristan. Don't laugh.
I know. I'm laughing because he's the only player that picks it, but listen, he's still really successful with it.
No. We had Nicov picking Bulgarians as well and losing in 6 minutes.
Really? Yeah. I just... DauT in rated games is always talking about Bulgarians. Look at the play from DauT. See, he loses a villager, but with the man-at-arms and the skirmishers, he's going to hold against this, and ACCM's micro just doesn't seem to be quite as quick as it's needed to be here. Also could have a lot to do with what's going on water.
Oh god, that's so bad. He loses so much of his army. KD now 10-8 in favor of DauT, still holding the water as you said. Or did he hold? Not really.
Well, if you have 10 fishing ships, you can afford to lose a few. DauT is making fires. Yeah, he'll lose a few fishing ships nearly, but look at the food in the bank for DauT. And this is after creating man-at-arms, which are 60 food a pop, and skirmishers, which is a lot of food. So DauT's fish boom is certainly paying off for him right now.
Well, you see the food on before clicking up to Castle Age though. ACCM already on the way here, and he's adding more barracks. That will be finally mass eagles, something we wanted to see in the last game. Interesting that he gets meso twice.
Yeah, I'm sorry, a bit blind here. I didn't expect ACCM without fish to be up that quickly. A power of Aztec farming, I suppose. DauT, well then, I thought he was in a great position. He really needs to hold against what will be a very difficult army composition to stop.
Yeah, indeed it will be if you only go for skirmishes. DauT. Maybe stables could be a really good option. I think against Eagle, Crossbow, that could be something. Nice move now by ACCM. Sends a lot of his archers away. Eagles should deal with the skirmishes. DauT not with a lot of gold income at the moment.
Yeah, this is what I expected to see once I saw Eagles archers against skirmishers man-at-arms. The man-at-arms are so slow. This is really awkward for DauT. I think it's just awkward in general, Nili. I don't know how much you've played, but in Feudal Age, you very rarely have this much going on water, this much going on land at the same time. And this is what Feudal Wars and the Red Bull Wololo event is really all about.
Oh yeah, absolutely love everything about it. DauT now sends massive amount of villagers on to gold, and he drops double archery ranges. He will go quadruple archery range CA, Tristan. I didn't expect that.
Well, you know, I think it was, what was the map in NAC3? Prairie, right? You see Huns a lot and Aztecs there. And I remember the play against Aztec Eagles was actually all in Cav Archers. It's crazy when you think about it because Eagles are so good against Archers, but Cav Archers are more mobile and Hun Cav Archers are really cheap. So that's what DauT will try and do. He's also still threatening ACCM, despite ACCM being in Castle Age, just with skirmishers and man-at-arms. So they are getting some more value still.
Yeah, well, Men-at-Arms have +1 attack even, so they're really putting in the punch. Eagles at the top trying to get into the gold, but look at that. DauT just has some defensive Men-at-Arms, even builds more Men-at-Arms for the defense. What are we witnessing?
With Huns! Hun Man-at-Arm defense, like, he doesn't even have a stable. He's not even thinking about making a knight. What has happened? Also, look how weak DauT's villagers are on gold. If he doesn't have defense there, that is going to be a disaster for him.
Yeah, so many raids over and over coming in, but DauT did a good job of keeping those alive. Meanwhile, behind this, we have 50 workers against 48, so ecos are quite even. ACM finally thinking about going for the bottom point.
Wow, this is a great series so far, man. Game 1 was amazing. Now I'm looking. ACCM is committed to 2 important things. So he's gone for War Galley, so he can fight for DauT. Against DauT on water in the north and clear out the fish. He's also going to dock the other side, like you said, but also monks and siege coming in the middle with eagles. There's 5 relics in the middle on this map, and Aztecs get 33% more gold. So that could be huge if he gets the relics, and also huge if he gets the hill to push with siege.
Yeah, like some mangonels behind us would be so nice, and then DauT needs to be on his toes all the time. Doesn't have the HP upgrade yet there, but runs away from the eagles. DauT, he will micro those CA all day long.
Now, CA are good in one spot. Eagles can split up, and I love what ACCM is going for. He knows those villagers. Yes, there is a town center there from DauT, but ACCM's arriving to the gold to raid, while also combating in that pond to the north, but DauT reacts immediately.
Oh god, that was a super quick reaction. The Man-at-Arms still here to hold this one off. The only thing lacking for Mr. DauT is ballistics at the moment.
Yeah, no ballistics. Obviously, no bloodlines. He did get husbandry, so he built a stable for that. DauT's lost a few Cav Archers, but more Eagles have gone down for ACCM. I'm just still thinking that this can get out of hand really quickly for DauT if he doesn't take out more Eagle numbers, because ACCM is untouched at home, and also if he patrols his fire ships, he'll clear out DauT on water. He's just too focused now.
Something I want to point out though, ACM not with the greatest eco upgrades there. Only the first wood upgrade, no farm upgrade, and yeah, we spoke about the power of Aztec eco, and you mentioned the farm eco, but if you don't get any upgrades...
It's true.
Not pretty.
Yeah, sometimes the food income comes in so quickly you kind of forget about getting that horse collar upgrade. And then maybe you need to put that food into Eagle upgrades and Eagle production, and you forget about the economy. DauT's whole game plan has been about economy, right? The early fishing ships, good eco upgrades, now going for a 3rd town center. And Bloodlines is on the way. So DauT has, I guess, held. He has slightly more economy, and ACCM, he hasn't been able to go for a big siege push yet. There goes DauT over to ACCM's side.
Let's take a look what he can do. Snakes 1 eagles, next 2 eagles, and it's just so easy to micro those, right? And especially if you get to the moment where you can one-shot those eagles.
Yeah, so these eagles are... They have full armor for Castle Age potential. So yes, Cav Archers are archers, but they're mobile, and you can mask them with Huns. This is a great decision from DauT. This is such a DauT thing to do as well. Adding the eco, and oh man, I love this. The Cav Archers going to the other side, Nili. They can sit right behind the gold, and ACCM, he won't have defense here.
And 1 down, make it only 1 down, and then he gets out of there. That was super quick as well. That could have been way more damaged.
Yeah, that's why you get ballistics, and that's why you get thumb ring, right? And meanwhile, there's that Mangonel from ACCM, which he needs to be careful with. So there's 3 different groups of army right now. But if there's no Eagles in support, I think DauT will just micro this down.
Magnol doesn't get a second shot off. Eagles indeed will be microed down as he predicted here. DauT, he gets to really scary numbers now. 29 CA.
Yeah, 29, and the upgrades are only getting stronger. And its eco is only getting stronger too. You look at DauT's side, and everything's been expanded a lot more on lands. Obviously, he did lose the pond in the north, but ACCM never even docked the south to gain a lead there. DauT will be loving his position, up 1-0, and then in this game, taking a pretty big lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Some CA at the bottom might go down, not even that. And another raid at the front. Can he maybe get in there? The gate was open for a small second. He gets some kills there for sure.
Wow, yeah. Biggest thing for DauT is he doesn't want to lose his massive CA. So you get the Vill kills, but you do need to get out of here because killing 10 villagers and then losing 30 cav archers, ACCM would prefer that. He would prefer that DauT would get those kills and lose a CA. But oh man, DauT is microing well. He kills 2 monks in the middle. He actually has the berries to create choke points for him to take fights against the Eagles. This is beautiful play from DauT.
Do we have some Magnals? Would have been lovely if like 1-2 Magnals were popping there, but not really happening. And indeed, you did say it. Some nice choke points. DauT is microing this really well.
Does DauT have Thumb Ring yet? I don't think he does.
It's a costly upgrade. And
he has the resources for it, which is why I ask.
Okay. Yeah, indeed, low on gold. And would be a really good timing for that. I don't see it at the moment.
He just clicked it. Yeah, it's in the queue behind a cav archer. So... that range next to the starting TC.
Yeah, I see it. Okay, pretty sweet. Yeah, that's such a good upgrade as well for our CA here. And DauT, he stays so active, goes for another counterattack.
Yeah, I saw the pigs and I was like, whoa, it's a two cav archer counterattack. Yeah, hey, this is a great idea. Again, there is risk with this, right? What will ACCM do? Because ACCM was hoping to pressure the golds. He has 3 monks and he has Maganel. Both players need to make very important decisions right now, Nili.
Oh, and the risk you talked about, and he will lose every single villager at the gold there. That's so massive here. And all of a sudden, DauT isn't looking too sharp. Yeah, he still has the villager lead quite nicely there. He needs to do a lot of damage at home, but double TC defense here by ACCM.
Yeah, it's just so fascinating. ACCM also lost 4 or 5 villagers on that gold at the exact same time. So it was a base trade. And now if ACCM, he's probably so torn. He knows that his eco is not that great. He knows he needs to fix that, but also he knows he needs to attack DauT. So ACCM sending the Eagles back, and DauT's thinking, okay, I don't see much. Let's come out with the CA, and let's deal with the Maganel, and let's start taking the hill again. So this is actually a really frustrating situation for both, but I think DauT will come out on top because of this.
Yeah, DauT, I think, won't even be that frustrated, right? He knows he's doing massive amount of damage. At the other side is still so active. We talked about mobility. Now some conversions in the center. Actually, ACCM gets 2 there. DauT needs to regroup, but he is happy with the rate that he's doing in the back.
But what if DauT loses the Eagles? If he loses, or sorry, not the Eagles, loses the cav archers, it could be bad. And he doesn't have this whole map scouted, and he's going to sit himself right next to the wood line, which is good in many ways, but it's also quite bad if you're not in the proper choke. DauT just lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cav archers. That's dangerous.
Oh man, indeed. And I think ACCM, if he was like super sharp on point, he could have maybe gone for some quick walls there, tried to get them grouped in. Actually, Big Magno shot against his own Eagles here by ACCM.
Yeah, these cav archers are trying to meet up with the cav archers on the front, I believe, so they have a big ball again. DauT is losing cav archers as he runs, though. And I have to give ACCM props for constantly producing Eagles. DauT is on the way to the Imperial Age, though.
Oh, okay, that's pretty massive. And once you get Bracer, you will deal with those Castle Age Eagles so easily. The thing is, only 72 workers behind this on ACCM's side. Yeah, he gets more and more CA, but he needs to think about Imp as well.
And also, Nili, going into this, what civ would you prefer? Granted, we don't see this map too frequently, but it would be Aztec. So DauT kind of just needed to weather the storm in many ways.
I think with 2 pawns, I actually prefer Hans.
Fair enough. But composition-wise, like, you look what happens when DauT can't take the fights the way he wants to. Elite Eagle and Pikeman and Skirmisher, those are options Aztecs have, but DauT has been able to get a lead. That's where you just have to agree with me, even if you disagree, Nili. Come on.
Okay, agree to disagree.
Yeah, agree to disagree. Yeah, but yeah, it's got to the point now. DauT has weathered the storm. There's some risk, but the castle means that he can still mine that gold. Obviously, it's going to be Cav Archer and maybe Light Cav if he can afford it. What does ACCM do to stall this game out a little bit?
We have 30 farmers there for DauT. Well, he can just control the center, right? Some mangonels, some monks, and then it's tough to fight against that. Stop the raid in the back, and yeah, he's thinking about imping, just needs 300 more food.
Oh, that quick wall from DauT was so important. That one villager on 12 HP built a palisade wall. Like, what ACCM can do is raid, so DauT has to stay within his base instead of countering when he's in the Imperial Age, and that's what he's going for. Also, maybe a castle in the middle could be a great idea for ACCM. He does not have the stone for that yet. Remember, 5 relics in that monastery, though.
Yeah, that's so sweet, and that's even more. With that, 33% more. And look at that AI army moving forward now. Some eagles, some CA, some monks, a mangonel as well.
Oh man, DauT probably shouldn't try and micro there. He loses the Cav Archer. Loses 2 Cav Archers to conversions, but now Bracer's on the way. And when the Cav Archers have the numbers, as we've been saying, Nili, they can be very strong. Now, of course, with upgrades, it's even stronger. I'm wondering if we'll see... It's going to be continuous Eagles for ACCM, but I wonder if he'll be able to afford Elite Skirm too. Because
you need a lot
that
of
would
eco.
be pretty sick. Yeah,
I know. Untitled Skirms for AdSex could be really sweet, but look at that: 17 on wood, 26 on farms. I don't think he will get that switch done in time.
And not to mention he doesn't have Bowsaw, and not to mention he doesn't have Horsecollar. DauT, your Cav Archers! Oh, DauT, what are you doing? No!
Oh, that hurts so much.
Oh man, I can't see. There's so many units died. I can't actually count how many went down there. But I want to say 8 to 10.
And that was just seconds before chemistry and heavy CA finishes. Not that often that we see people have the eco for heavy CA and getting all the upgrades here. DauT's eco behind this is really sharp.
Yeah, it was probably what won in the game in game 1, keeping that eco up even after the raids. We saw the early 3cc from DauT, and he has used that to get to imp faster, and using that to chew up eagles in the north. ACCM really just can't be anywhere near these Cav Archers until Elite Eagle comes in, and he's wasting numbers. Like, he has not set the correct rally points on his barracks in the middle, so he lost quite a few eagles. There's still eagles sitting there, Nili. There's so many things he has to do right now, and DauT's taking the fights right before all these crucial upgrades come in.
There's so much going on. Some fight at the very top, some raids at the left, so both players are dealing good damage here for sure. But yeah, indeed, as you said, we need to wait for Elite Eagle Warriors and the +4 defense, otherwise this CA was just shred.
Yeah, I really enjoy situations like this. Elite Eagles against Cav Archers with full upgrades and similar numbers. Eagles are going to be better in most cases. So DauT had to take a lead before that, and now ACCM has to bring it back. And look at the castle in the south, or not really the south. It's the side of DauT's base.
Ooh.
Castle there on that gold, and ACCM is sending Eagles to raid DauT's economy.
Oh, look, DauT wants to build a castle next to it, Tristan.
No way.
Oh, look at that. And he doesn't have the walls open, so he will walk the long way and will arrive and basically run into castle fire.
That's surprising. You never see situations with DauT that's questionable regarding castles.
Oh boy, let's take
Come on, man. He has no clue. It is kind of random. But okay, DauT, I guess, realized the castle foundation actually was removed because of the mining camp. DauT has 30 villagers here, and ACCM calls the game anyways.
Oh god, yeah. Well, it was still the heavy CA, the numbers, their military went there. We still had the highlight scene at the bottom, but the fight was in the center.
He called the game anyway. So I think that the castle shenanigans distracted from the fact that the Eagle raids were getting mopped up, and it's 100 population for ACCM. He obviously, he'd probably lose that castle soon. 4 or 5 villagers on gold wouldn't matter. The monastery was in the middle. The Cav Archers that DauT had would run all throughout ACCM's base. Man, that was eventful, and there were moments for ACCM, but again, you're looking at DauT's macro, and you're looking at DauT's game sense, and even strategy here, and it's better.
Oh yeah, like I loved the Man-at-Arm additions there, late feudal age to stop the Eagle Rage. That was so well done. And then he had the food longer at the top, forced ACCM into fire ships, but he never really used the pond, right? Why did he not build like 3 fishing ships? Would have helped him out so much.
I think ACCM was reacting to DauT, whereas DauT was kind of setting the pace of the game. ACCM, there was a few things he tried to do. Remember in early Castle, he got War Galley and cleared up the fish, like you said, didn't add the fishing ships, but also he had a villager which built this house next to the pond in the south, and he never docked. Like, DauT's not on that pond. Why not dock and try and take a lead? That's what this map is all about. He just couldn't keep up with the pressure.
Yeah, it was also due to the map presence of DauT, right? CA sniped that villager and so much map awareness of DauT. That's the problem also. If you build a dock there and he just camps 1 CA behind the dock, eventually all your fishing ships will die as well. But now I'm interested to see the statistics of this one.
All right. There's going to be a whole lot more food and wood for DauT, I imagine. Every time I make that guess, I get it wrong. But yeah, more food for DauT. More wood for DauT, more stone for DauT. He just didn't have the gold. This makes sense considering ACCM had 5 relics. So that was 3.5k gold, which was the difference, right? Yeah, it was pretty much the difference. That Aztec relics, the Aztec relic gold was important, but he needed to have food so he could get to the Imperial Age faster. He needed to have food for the upgrades and for the production. DauT's up 2-0. We thought maybe 3-1 today. ACCM, he's had opportunities. He had an opportunity specifically in game 1, and he threw that away. How is DauT feeling going into game 3?
Well, he has to feel really good, right? Comeback in game 1, super smooth game 2. What are the maps? What are the civilizations left? It has to be the last home map of ACCM.
Yeah, has to be.
Excellent.
So there's no surprises there, and we can speculate a bit on what will happen. Okay.
That's the cue for the overlay guy. Change
so, sorry, just reading my notes here. So, I know many people in the Twitch chat, and I actually don't know the reasoning for why, but we're going to restart the stream is what I'm told. So we're restarting the stream.
1080p hype?
Yeah, I'm thinking that might be the reasoning behind it. So I'm supposed to say that YouTube will stay online if you're watching on YouTube right now, but if you're watching on Twitch, the stream will restart, and we will be offline for a maximum of 5 seconds. So it shouldn't be too long. All right, Pog Champs, whatever you like. We'll be back with game number 3 in just a bit.
And I think we're already back at it.
Yeah, well, I wasn't sure. That was way faster than I expected.
Well, it says maximum of 5 seconds, Tristan. What do you expect?
Yeah, I know. But yeah, okay, wow. I can hardly believe it. We're back already. Refresh, everybody.
Let me see.
Yeah,
1080 power! Welcome to 2020, guys. Choo-choo!
Nice. Yeah, maybe people at Twitch were thinking, well, this is a 20-year-old game. You don't need 1080p. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's amazing. Well, I'm glad they fixed that. I know that was an issue. And now, Nili, we're back on track here. Game number 3 is coming up. If we could look at the... Oh, no, we can't see it. Sorry, I've lost track. But we see the civilizations, ACCM and DauT. Civilizations they've used, civilizations they cannot use, they're grayed out. And then Aztlan will be the map where there's shorefish in the middle.
Indeed. So technically Indians, the strongest civilization. Frank's incredibly strong because you have so many berries around, but those two are banned. As I said earlier, I don't expect scout opening. This one has to be either man-at-arms or double archery range.
So there's a couple things that I'm thinking about. Japanese are great here because mills are so cheap, and also because they have amazing man-at-arms. Ethiopians start with more resources, and you can fast track your way into archers, which counter the potential incoming man-at-arms. And then Celts have the faster infantry, so DauT has options for this map.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to think about, like, okay, he still has Sinkhole and Cross behind this. What do we want to use? Probably Japanese for Cross. Then what do we want for Sinkhole? I wouldn't be super surprised if we the Ethiopians here, because they're so good at that, how I call it, like, crucial 3-minute mark.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, well, DauT, as I said, he has options. He's obviously prepared, going Huns. And it is time, guys. Game number 3. Can ACCM get a victory here? Can he start to turn things around, or will DauT get the result that many of us expect here today? Here we are. Game number 3. Very fast start, Nili. DauT is Ethiopians. He's starting off with the range. He's also starting off with militia, so he's thinking about man-at-arms. And then we have Khmer for ACCM, and the game is paused.
Tactical pause. Thinking about, okay, what are my next strategy choices? Do I build an archer range with 3 villagers? Did I pull every villager away from gold? No, I left 2 there. Some more men-at-arms to come. And for everyone who doesn't know the map, we can show you around a bit. So, DauT's map here, as you can see, pretty open. And we have limited gold, but we can shop to the outside. Gold and stone in every corner. But as you can see, if we put the Fog of War in, it is visible to your opponent as well if he chops through the woodline. But most importantly, at the start, is fight for the shorefish.
Okay, so Nili, when Khmer were buffed many months ago, what was the big buff to Khmer that made all the difference for them? What's the buff that took them from being a crappy civ to a great civ?
That we don't need to drop off the food anymore with our farmers.
Okay. What's the focus on this map?
Berries, shorefish in the center.
Like, farming in the mid-game can be great, but if you don't make it to the mid-game, why are we picking Khmer here, ACCM? I'm scratching my brain again at the strategy choice. DauT clearly has thought this out. Fast man-at-arms. He's already on the shorefish. Why Khmer here?
Eating so much damage. Man-at-arms not the greatest pathing either. Militia for now. And the damage output should be massive now. Let's take a look. That's not a great start for ACM. Only 1 archer range, only skirms so far.
Only skirms. I don't think he expected the man-at-arms. This is a player who had to qualify, remember? So it is a strategy he might have seen. People are pointing out that you can hide inside the houses as Khmer. That's true, but then you're not collecting the shorefish. DauT is collecting the shorefish freely. And Nili, he's coming forward. He wants to end the game quickly. A tower will go up. That's the only tower he can build, by the way, because there's no stone to collect unless he chops to the corners.
Okay, and now counter tower by ACM. He puts a lot of villagers as well. 3 man-at-arms around there. ACM has a stable behind us, so is switching on to scouts as well, but we will have a lot of fight for this tower. ACM's tower will go up earlier.
Yeah. Now, at the very least, I think both towers go up, and at least the tower presence from DauT takes ACCM off of the shorefish temporarily. This is about to get really messy.
Oh, really messy indeed. ACM pulls the boys, his scout around there as well. Now the super tricky thing here, if you want to actually repair this tower, you need to build a market and repair. And buy stone and then repair. But as we can see, DauT will lose his tower. This is actually a beautiful reaction by ACM, and he will clear this up.
Yeah, all right. So DauT loses the tower. The scouts are really weak for ACCM. DauT will need some follow-up. DauT has just 1 archer. He actually could use the villagers to fight that off there. Now, it's not like any other map. Again, in the corners is where the extra stone and gold is. That's always visible, too, so you know if your enemy makes it there. So we won't see a follow-up tower unless someone builds a market at some point and buys more stone. And I question Khmer. What I'm seeing on the map is actually pretty good for ACCM. It was a nice hold. Didn't make use of any bonus, but he is farming a bit at home. So both players will do that, but the Khmer farm's starting to kick in.
7 farms for him. DauT on the other side is building number 4, so the transition is coming there. But is that the eco bonus you need? Because, like as we said earlier, shorefish just so extremely fast for epic civilization.
It's much faster. I like the army composition more for ACCM. If he can get enough skirms out, I really like scout and skirm against archer and skirmisher. We'll see if DauT considers adding his own scouts. It might not be a bad idea in the near future.
I agree with you on close to every other map. Like on Arabia, absolutely. This one, though, the fight is all going through the center. If I was a lazy cameraman, I wouldn't move my camera even once. And then Archer Skirm is just more important in this one-dimensional through the center fights.
Well, I mean, wood is still an important resource, too. So ACCM is actually heading to DauT's base.
Uh-oh.
What's really bad for DauT is that his villagers have not walled this up yet, so he could lose a villager. What is kind of good for DauT is that at least the skirmishers and archers from ACCM are separated from this.
Oh, are they though? They're running just through there. Not really sure how that happened. And DauT loses 2 villagers, might even lose 3 here. Beautiful raid here by Miss ACCM.
And now the follow-up in the middle from ACCM, and DauT doesn't have a lot of army there to protect it. So that was a great move. Yes, the focus is in the middle, Nili, but if you bring DauT away from the middle and then hit it, it could work in your favor. And not the cleanest micro from either player. It's super messy. They're fighting with vills and skirmishers and archers and scouts, but at least DauT is out of the middle with that main group.
Oh, you can't fight perfectly on both ends for sure. All the archers have +1/+1. And now we get the Khmer player going for the defense upgrade there as well. He didn't do the farm upgrade, though. The player that we expected to go for massive farming. Soon 14 farms, and he doesn't have Horse Color.
Well, I mean, at least he has scale barding in now. The scouts are still pretty weak. Man, that bothers me so much. Like, not getting Horse Color on farms. He is 23 on food. It's so good for him. Obviously, it's a combination of shorefish and farms. And DauT is currently off of the middle. I think, like, I don't know if DauT has the food income for it now, but I think his own scouts would have been very helpful. And now ACCM is just going for the same old approach as before. Okay, DauT, you're probably protecting the middle. I'm going to your base. Good luck.
Oh, and DauT should see that. No reaction, though. DauT, he's still camping. What is he doing? Where is he watching at the moment? Yeah, he goes for some counterattack, but his wood line needs to be pulled.
Yeah, this is just like deja vu. Because DauT needs to fight this. He needs to chop wood. And to do so, he needs to come to the back of his base. Bloodlines, I mean, ACCM has a lot of weak scouts, so Bloodlines won't have as great of an effect. But we'll see if there's more units coming in, just like before, nearly. Just like before. Skirmishers and scouts walking right past the ranges.
Oh, but he's going back. Just passing.
He's going back, just passing, and the fight's actually... the fights have been good in many ways for ACCM, but you can tell just how messy this is, because there's also been instances where I'm thinking, why didn't you do this or that?
Well, it's obviously easy for us to say, right? We can only, we can watch one fight and can judge that. They have to control 3 angles and micro their economy behind this. And ACM, he is taking another good clear up here in his favor. KD, way better for DauT, though, 30-25.
And DauT also, I don't know how this is even possible, probably because he's not producing scouts, has the food to click up to Castle Age. He is in his way to Castle Age. This game has had many swings, Nili. The scouts are a huge investment, and that investment has paid off in some ways. I think what's important for ACCM now is that he got Horse Color, by the way, but I think he needs to click up to Castle Age, and he needs to make this army count before DauT's able to upgrade in the next stage, because you get free pikemen as Ethiopians, and then also you have the faster firing archers working for you all game, crossbow and bodkin arrow, and suddenly scouts and skirms, or knight and skirm, not near as realistic.
Okay, give me a prediction. What is ACM going for? Is it double archer range, double stable, or... Okay, he already has that. Is it, like... Could we see elephants together with skirms here?
I think you could do it... You could do elephants early. Like maybe 2 or 3 elephants, and then go knights, yeah. I think elephants would make sense. I mean, this micro from ACCM is what you normally expect from scout and skirm. You run the scouts back and forth. The skirmishers you have counter the archers and the spears of DauT. And so DauT is... I think he needs to abandon the middle for now until he gets his upgrades. Really not a good situation for DauT. And there it is. There's a stable. I think a scout or 2 could have helped. Maybe a knight or 2 in Castle Age.
Yeah, we had some archers mixed in there by ACM as well to not get that easily counted. And we have now some more scouts added. Do you think ACM might jump the second he sees DauT getting to Castle Age? He has a strong army now.
He has to. I mean, you're either getting villager kills or you're getting archer kills. Both of them are good. So he does jump in. This is before he sees Castle Age. DauT has so many weak villagers. He also only has 10 archers to upgrade.
Oh,
That's not a lot.
Yeah, well, here at the end of the fight, though, look at that. ACCM is doing a beautiful job of exactly sniping down the archers here. For everyone who doesn't know, Ethiopian archers fire faster, so that is the scary unit here. And yeah, what a beautiful move. DauT's first upgrade is actually the defense upgrade for his knight. Interesting choice.
Yeah. I just love it how I start off the game. I'm like, why Khmer? Now ACCM has a lead with Khmer. But he also had a lead in game 1. In my opinion, that was a throw from him. I think he should have won game 1. Can he take advantage now? A 67 population, more eco, and also what you could say is probably a better composition if he can get to Elite Skirm and Knight.
Yeah, Elite Skirm just so nice here. It's also, if you have like that amount of villagers on Shorefish, now a bit fewer, it's just so much better for you to go for a food unit. Like wood gold is normally what we want to go for, but if you have the fastest food in the game, go for food units.
Yeah, all right. Well, DauT's Knights do not translate that well later into the game. They're only being made because of the skirmishers. It's really all about the crossbows. DauT has boomed his way out of trouble one too many times in the series. And he has no TC. Actually, it's fascinating, right? Because they both built a tower, right? So they're not going to go towards a TC. DauT needs to fight this back.
Well, this is so open, right? I think doing a second TC is kind of a risky move. Now again, more skirmishers trying to go for the snipes against the crossmen, doing a good job. But I think ACCM will get the full clear up against him here as well.
Do the Knights have +2 yet? They're about to. Yeah, I think ACCM might as well... I expected a little bit more from that, honestly. Maybe it would have been better to keep the skirms alive, but Nili, as you said, he has double the food income, so just make more. Chain barding armor on the Knights now.
ACCM, after knowing that he got that many raids in, maybe not taking fights would have been the better approach. He is 10 villages ahead. He now has half the military count. He wants to stall now. Every second he's not fighting, every second he's not attacking is actually good for him. And now, oh god, that will be lots of dead with villagers on both sides.
Yeah, for both of them, right? Now, who's it going to be worse for? ACCM, he'll run to his tower. DauT, he doesn't have a tower anymore. And he has villagers on that one tile of gold. I think those villagers need to bail. The Knights will clear out the crossbows. There are skirmishers mixed in, and DauT's out of there. Man, what a messy game. DauT does have more gold to the right side, Nili. And Ballistics is on the way for the crossbows, but will he have that many crossbows remaining? He's really been struggling to get the numbers up. Only 10 right now, and I can't say that 10 is a crucial number, a critical number of crossbows. I think it's got to be 20 plus, and uh-oh. Danger. Knights, skirms, they'll clean this up.
Oh, it looks so good for ACCM. Also, but good for ACCM. We mentioned it earlier. If you want to get extra gold and stone, you need to chop your way through. And ACCM, the first one to go for an exposed woodline to, get the access.
Yeah. All right. Well, ACCM, he should be very happy with his position. He's killing more villagers now. I'm actually hyped for the dude, right? Because I feel bad because of how game 1 went. He should have won that game. All right, he's getting Bowsaw. That's a tech that DauT doesn't have yet, so Eco will be even stronger.
I'm actually most hyped for us, because if ACCM wins this one, DauT the next one, we indeed predicted 3-1, and oh boy, do we look smart then.
That's true, yeah. That's actually what I was thinking, Nili. I just didn't want to be honest with you. So.
I'm here to be honest.
Well, just kidding. Just kidding. And what does DauT even do here, Nili? You could go camels as Ethiopians. Camels, of course, don't get bloodlines. You would need to invest into cab upgrades, which you don't have. Your ranges are on the front. You can't even use your ranged units. It just feels very over.
54 pop to 86. It doesn't only feel over. It is over. DauT has to tape this one out. With the stronger civilization, was it a misplay by DauT here, or didn't we see something that made Khmer so strong?
Well, I actually have to break it down. It depends, right? It kind of depends, because the composition he went for was good. I think that he probably shouldn't have made skirms early. I don't know if there was a gold issue for him, but he made men-at-arms, and then as a follow-up, instead of having immediate archers, he went for 4 skirmishers with fletching, I remember.
But ACCM went skirm only, right?
Yeah. ACCM, I think, went skirm to defend against archers. DauT made skirmishers maybe because he didn't want to toss away archers, but I really expected DauT, starting with more resources and having faster firing archers, to do more once the tower was up. But that is not the first time I have seen someone go for the aggressive tower on this map and then fail and not have their own tower defensively after the fact. But economically, ACCM invested into farms really early, so maybe the Khmer bonus did end up helping. And I judged Khmer, but you can't argue with results.
That's actually true. And what do you think about DauT maybe underpulling villagers here? He only took 4 villagers for the forward, and ACM had like 11 here to instantly get that tower up, and then still have villagers in the tower and rush DauT's tower down. And DauT, he was too far out of position there, and therefore lost that crucial position.
Well, if you pull, let's say 8 villagers forward, you build the tower with 5, garrison with 5, send 3 or 4 into fight somewhere. It's still going to be easier for ACCM to send more because he's closer to his mills where there's villagers. But also, if ACCM is making scouts behind that and DauT's making skirms, I think we have a similar result. It was just skirm follow-up didn't translate well into the mid game for DauT at all. There's no reason to have skirmishers in this game, really. So, yeah, anyway, sometimes you don't want to make only archers because skirms, it gets complicated. But DauT loses. ACCM gets the win, and we'll move to the statistics now. 99 units killed for ACCM. The largest armies were actually pretty similar, but scouts have a lot more HP. So having 26 army in DauT's shoes versus 25 army from ACCM shoes means that DauT's going to be behind. And then economically, granted that DauT was offshore fish for a while, but holy cow, that's a big difference.
Oh, God. I would not have expected that. Double the food close to. Yeah, we have more gold for DauT, but that is massive.
Yeah. All right. Is Khmer the one civ to counter shorefish picks? Khmer counter to Indians confirmed Kappa?
I don't know. Right. I think it could be really good on El Dorado as well, which is small now. I'm not sure. Like, I'm excited to hear, if we get into the interview later with Zach, what he will ask the winning player and their thoughts. Let's take a look at the remaining home maps. DauT still has 2 choices here. Sinkhole and Cross are his 2 options.
Okay. So I hope he does Sinkhole, because Sinkhole is a map we haven't seen. It's a map that we've seen only in this tournament, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe in a few show matches here or there in normal AoE, but Sinkhole, DauT chooses Cross though, Nili. The game has already started. He doesn't want to show us his strategies if he makes it into the next round. Damn.
Okay, game has already started. Okay. Sorry, yeah. I was just trying to adjust some behind the scenes. And DauT.
Oh my god. I joined their game.
Oh, God, okay. I was surprised as well because we didn't get the go here, Tristan. Oh, God.
I'm so sorry. I accidentally joined the game. DauT told me DauT said I suck. Oh, whoops.
Oh, God. And I got really nervous here. I'm trying to, like, change the scroll speed and do this and that. And you're like, nearly jump into it. And I'm like, oh, God, sorry, Tristan. Oh.
That's all right. It's day one, okay? It's day one. We lower the expectations.
Every single day?
Lower the expectations every single day until the final day, and then boom, everyone
even worse. Okay, that direction. Okay. Okay, so what map did you spy on us?
Well, I saw it's Cross.
Okay.
So I didn't see the civs because I wanted to get out of there before too much by the Lord. So, so it's Cross, and with that in mind, that I think there's one civilization in particular, which is the civ that DauT will probably choose. It's probably Japanese. Japanese and Huns were his 2 best picks for Cross. ACCM has Persians. That's probably, Persians and Japanese are 2 really common picks on this map, at least in the ranked queue right now. If Cross or 4 Lakes is involved in the ranked ladder, for those that's been paying attention. Will we see a Persian town center drop, Nili?
I will say no, because I'm already in the game. Tristan, you will join as well, and can tell you that a Persian TC drop will be very tricky.
Yeah, I mean, if he does it, Props to him, but it probably shouldn't work. Oh, might have something to do with the civilization as well. He's gone for the Vikings. What? Vikings on this map. Well, Nili, tell me about Vikings and what you think about Vikings in general, because you mentioned it when we co-casted the other day.
So, Vikings, for everyone who doesn't know, they get wheelbarrow for free in Feudal Age, handcart for free in Castle Age. And we did ban Chinese because everyone was complaining, oh no, they're starting with 3 extra villagers, that's so imbalanced, how can you ever counter that civilization? But having wheelbarrow for free is close to as strong as having 3 villagers for free.
Oh my god, look what ACCM is doing. ACCM is starting with scouts, which is not the norm with Vikings. DauT has opened up with the range to make skirms. Ooh. And so 2 scouts arrived. DauT doesn't even have a spearman yet. This might really surprise DauT.
Oh yeah, indeed. It's obviously easy to build some spearmen because you have the barracks. He's now fighting this one off. Can he save the villager? 20 HP gets away there. Some HP lost on those scouts.
Yeah, on some level that bothers me because you want to surprise DauT, and maybe fighting with 3 scouts or 4 scouts would have been better to snipe villagers. But then you could argue that DauT could maybe use his starting horses and scout what ACCM is doing. It is going to be Archer and Skirm follow-up for ACCM, and both players are really, really warmed up at this point, I'm sure. Will DauT lose this Vill? He should. Come on, kill the Vill.
Should lose 1, but loses 1 scout, some HP. And I think you have to move in with 2 scouts, because the moment your opponent gets like to 3-4 archers, he actually gets to reasonable defense. And yeah, as you said, also the surprise factor. Let's take a look at the pawns, Tristan.
Well, hold on. I don't want to look at pawns because the scouts are back on the berries.
Ooh.
And DauT could lose another villager. So yes, he might have fishing ships. But if he loses this Vill... Oh, so close. Yeah, anyways, on the pawns, Nili. Pond in the south, now secured by DauT. Maybe a pond in the west. And then just 1 pawn per player as far as I can see.
Yeah, for now, no one really going to the top. Only horses for now. And Scout's still very active. Might pick another villager, but no, DauT quick walls. Hello.
Yeah, nice quick wall from DauT. It has the spearman there, which is a Japanese spearman, so it does attack faster. And DauT, for the first time, is heading over to ACCM's base. ACCM has skirmishers and an archer prepared in his range. ACCM already has fletching as well, so he should be able to defend, but it's also very possible he could lose a villager or 2 because he's distracted.
Oh, yeah. And one other big factor, Vikings villagers walk faster if you compare to other civilizations because you get wheelbarrow. You didn't really use that, though, but, well, that also gives you some chance to save them a bit better.
Yeah, also ACCM, while he lost a villager there, did snipe a villager. So, I'm a bit confused. I guess DauT has so many more fishing ships, so economically he's not that far behind, but not having wheelbarrow still is a big difference. And ACCM has 700 food and 500 gold, which for me tells me, well, not only is he going to clean up DauT's army here, not only is he going to potentially deny the dock, but he'll be in Castle Age faster than DauT.
Yeah, and he is already ahead by... Oh no, he's 4 workers behind, actually. That's quite surprising. The fishing ships for DauT, well, they're really working, apparently.
Yeah, they're working, all right, but what will they do to stop Castle Age army from getting to his base? ACCM has clicked up. He's gone 2 range. Now, this is more Viking speed, and he'll probably go for Elite Skirmisher and Crossbow. And DauT hasn't clicked up yet. This could be really dangerous for the Lord, and we could actually be wrong, Nili, which would be so hype. Heading towards a game 5 if ACCM can make the most of this.
Oh god, and so many people are already saying, yeah, Viper against DauT in the quarterfinals, but yeah, not if it's up to ACCM here. He dives in. Let's take a look. Probably doesn't want to take a fight against the hill.
Yeah, I don't think you can fight. I do think you should consider the armor upgrade. DauT has more potential to use the stable in the mid game because Japanese get bloodlines, and also he's going to have that food in. Oh my god! The dock from ACCM! He could go longboats on the fish!
Oh god. But DauT should see it, right? Let's take a look. Is he going for some fire galleys here? For now, he just... Oh, he cancelled his fishing ships, goes for fire galleys. Was lacking some gold because he just clicked up to Castle Age as well. And yeah, 1 dock here. How many longboats do you need to go for, though?
Like, well, the thing is, DauT doesn't know how heavily ACCM will invest there. So there's 2 docks from ACCM, but DauT also needs to think about, do I use a stable at home to make knights? DauT also is later to Castle Age, and they're making the exact same composition. So if ACCM's getting Bodcanero for his ranged units, that's also going to affect the longboats. DauT is on the back foot. He doesn't have any bonuses working for him right now, except the fishing ships. I think DauT could be in big trouble. I could be way off base here, but now that Bodcanero is going to be coming in, I don't think he can stay on that hill.
And ACM even sends the villager forward. That she is up to no good. That's going to be an aggressive siege workshop.
Yeah, right on the hill. DauT's in big trouble. DauT is in big trouble.
Snacks some scouts. Good start. DauT wants to keep the hill there, but that would be a horrible fight. We don't get elite skirmisher upgrade yet, though.
Oh, interesting. This is actually the best fight that DauT could probably take. Fighting before the elite skirm upgrade comes in, before crossbow. Oh, crossbow's in now. DauT will. He has to try and micro. Meanwhile, in the docks, Nili, we have a demo, and then longboats on the right dock.
But demo isn't that good against the fishing ships. Now we have the fight through the center, and look at that. All the archers are micro down. Now a knight arrives as well. ACM, he could finish this one here.
Yeah, what does DauT have in the range? It's only skirmishers, and there will be siege on the front. Oh, and DauT needs to leave his woodline. Good thing Japanese lumber camps are cheaper. Oh, this is amazing play from ACCM. DauT has so much of his eco over here, too.
Where's the protection there? Knight for now. Well, no bloodlines, obviously, with the Vikings. No defense upgrade either there. But a double stable production for ACCM would instantly kill DauT here.
Yeah, and also it's important to note that a lot of micro properly, the crossbows will eventually go down, but get as good value as possible.
Okay, we have the wrong overlay.
Do we?
And yeah.
Gotcha.
I'm pretty sure what's happening.
You know what? They might have maybe tried to go to my point of view for a second, and I still had it up on statistics, so I actually don't know what's happening.
No.
Okay,
it was on their end. They switched some scenes.
It's all right, man.
And
It's all right.
we're back on my screen. Welcome, guys. And we're back on my screen. Welcome, guys. And so you missed some of the action. We had some villager losses here, but DauT did clear it up in the end. Did get some skirmisher defense here. The knights didn't have enough defense upgrades, but we have more aggression through the center. ACM, he was cleared up at the bottom point, and DauT, he stabilized, is even ahead by close to 20 population.
I'm trying to see. So DauT having that left pond is a pretty big deal here. I'm trying to think about where this game will go. Like, DauT doesn't have a stable, so he has all this food. I'm thinking instead of using food to make knights, DauT might go for the very risky approach and try and go for a faster Imperial here. But he's losing his ranges. Yes, you have the fish, Nili, but what on earth are you doing with that?
I think mainly going for skirms, right? He shouldn't be adding any...
Oh, God, man. Lost his own MbL and lost skirmishers.
And now it's more knights. Only one defense upgrade on those, though, for now. And I think he shouldn't really add too many more farms. And now we have the stable switch for Mr. DauT. Double stable.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to lose his ranges to the ram. So... naturally, he needs to go for something else. The KD is not going to be impressive if it continues like this. But again, we have another situation where I think the score is lying a little bit. DauT is behind, ACCM is ahead, and I think ACCM needs to take advantage of this, Nili.
Well, the score is also counting fishing ships, right? And there's still massive amount there. Oh, nice double kill there with the mangonel. But still the crossmen are alive and they are kicking, scaring away lots of villagers. ACM is diving in deep. Mangonel is coming over though, and now triple stable by DauT.
Yeah, and I think ACCM, you mentioned it at the start of Castle Age, if he were to come in here with knights and crossbows, would be in a fine position to take out DauT's woodline. There's been many instances in this series where there's 1 or 2 villager kills potentially on the cards for ACCM, and then he doesn't take advantage of it. So he's got to dive in here. Of course, he has worse knights, but he also has crossbows with those knights. And also there's +2 for ACCM. So +2 defense, huge upgrade. DauT's about to complete his. DauT's not even leaving, man. He's just hoping that he'll win this fight.
Oh, and he is losing this fight. I'm not really sure what he's doing there. More knights are coming in. Or the crossmen, they could have dove in deeper, maybe suicided themselves and take like 6-7 villagers with them. ACM, I think if both players go full knight the whole game, DauT with bloodlines will get the advantage eventually.
Yeah, but if it's knights and crossbows, and there's the Mangonel and all this pressure, DauT's going to take some losses before he can catch up. He's losing villagers. There we go. Now DauT can maybe take out these crossbows and take out the Mangonel, but the losses, Nili, the losses. Thank God he has fishing ships, because he does not have as many lumberjacks now.
Oh, Gotti. And I'm not even sure how do we see 44 villagers against 74. ACM has 30 villager lead at the moment. That's massive.
Yeah, and he has 3 town centers producing villagers. DauT has 2 TCs, but the fishing gets slightly more inefficient as the game goes on. He's against 3 town center eco, which is Viking eco, of course. Again, it bothers me that ACCM doesn't have Horse Collar, because that is a basic low elo legend upgrade to get in feudal age. But man, what a game here, though. If DauT didn't have fish, it'd be game over. Only with the power of Japanese fish is he alive.
Yeah, and you mentioned it, right? He needs to go for all the fish traps now. Fish is running out at his starting point. ACM, he holds the hill. He wants to keep up the aggression. Is he maybe thinking about imping, or does he want to finish this in Castle Age?
No, I think you have to go all in Castle Age, especially since you have 3 TCs pumping and DauT only has 1 or 2, and you know you killed the villagers. Good engagement on the hill for ACCM. That's as good as it will get. DauT's Mangonel wants to get in there. It's hard for me to know what the players will have remaining after this, but ACCM take care of the Mangonel.
He doesn't want to take the shot and dodges that one as well. He just focuses down all the knights, and that's what I said, right? DauT, he simply has more HP on his knights.
Yeah. Yep. Bloodlines makes a big difference. Now, DauT does have some weak ones here, but with the not the skirmisher, sorry, the scorpion behind, he will clean up the crossbows, Nili. I can't believe that DauT has held on here. He's now 20 eco behind, it's worth pointing out. ACCM needs to regroup. He needs to fall back. Oh my god, the town center! Yo, the town center from ACCM, I thought it was a castle, dude.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, he needs to get that one up. If all those villagers would die, the game would probably be lost for him. ACM, that's so misleading that he's behind in score, but he's still, villager-wise, like 52 to 95. He's 40 pure villagers ahead, and wheelbarrow and hand card.
But no horse collar, and he's still adding farms. His farms are going to expire so quickly, whereas DauT's fishing ships, you invest into them once, and then they work for you all games. There's a big difference in where the food economy is coming from, that's for sure. And is DauT going for a 3rd TC now? He is, so he's expanded to the left a bit. I think the hills in the middle, we've already seen how important they are. They're going to dictate this game. There's gold and stone in between the players, and there's hills on either side.
Yeah, and that's why you said Castle Age All-In just seems so important and such a good idea, because there are so many areas to fight for. DauT is going for some counter raids here, but ACM, with a quick reaction, only loses 2 villagers.
Well, he's going for his own counterattack. Just passing.
Running under the TC.
Okay, DauT didn't react immediately, so he went for the farmers. Just go to the wood. And go to the gold, ACCM. Oh, this could be huge.
Oh, no, but he runs past. Oh, that could have been like 4 or 5 dead villagers. Woodline, those villagers can go over now. That could have been way better for ACCM. And those knights are going into the wrong direction.
How many times have we seen an opportunity for ACCM to get 5 or 6 vill kills, and he misses out on it? And DauT also taking the opportunity now to go for his own counter. Does he break through the palisade wall and pay attention? DauT instantly reacts. And now there's eco of ACCM that's exposed.
Yeah, we also have to mention that the line of sight obviously is super bad for knights, but DauT, he gets the job done. He is in the main gold of ACM and no reaction there. DauT is pulling himself back into this game.
Exactly. He hits the correct spot. He instantly attacks. He also timed forging well, so he will kill units. Look in the south of DauT's base. ACCM has knights. They're not attacking. They're not attacking. Like, there's instances here where he could be killing villagers. Now he is. Great value from DauT's attacks.
That hurts so much, Tristan.
Actually, there's only so much room inside that town center, right? So ACCM will end up getting just as many kills as DauT did. This is so messy.
And more raids at the top. Now the tech switch here. We see triple barracks by Mr. DauT. He will switch into pikemen. And, well, we have a very beautiful castle in the center of the map for ACCM, who still has a very solid economy, though.
Yeah, so you make a pike switch against Vikings, and then Vikings say, ha, meet my berserks. Yeah, that could be tough. And I continue to look at this land eco for ACCM. If he does now have horsepower, thank God, it just looks better. Looks so much better. And DauT has 16 military. A lot of this new military is going to be defensive. He can't take his forward stone and his forward gold because of the castle. It's the Vietnamese player who's bringing it to the legend, and he has a very good position to take it to game 5.
Oh yeah, and DauT, yeah, he goes for knights, and that was nice for a phase in the game, but Japanese knights is probably not the unit you want to see in the super late game.
Yeah, I think the villager eco has kicked in at this point. ACCM, now that he has one castle and can soon build a second, could probably think about the Imperial Age. And DauT is not in that position. DauT just has to react and try and stay alive. There is the Imperial Age technology for ACCM. Here come the Knights. Knights that DauT really can't even defend from right now. Oh. My word.
Oh god, what a beautiful, beautiful move here, and villagers are going to die there as well. Pikemen aren't in, and as you mentioned, 100 food, 300 gold at the moment for DauT in the bank. Oh, yo. Not really sure what his winning condition is here.
I think if DauT wants to win the series, he better do it in game 5. That's what it seems like, unless ACCM completely throws this one away. This has been a really close series. Game 1 went the distance. These other games have been back and forth, and also different strategy too. Naturally, they have to play with different civilizations, but I was not expecting to see Vikings on cross, because it's not a civ that doesn't. It's a civ that doesn't get fires. And I'm just speechless at the moment, man. I really thought that when DauT was up 2 games, that he would never throw from that position. He would never allow ACCM to come back.
I'm impressed by ACCM as well. Now moves in with the crossman. A bit of an early move out, if you ask me. Really doesn't want to lose any units there before he gets to Arbalest and Bracer. Might take the fight with the Knights to suicide them. And look at that, ACCM even builds another castle at that hill.
Yeah, and meanwhile, DauT's getting scale mail armor. He only has 400 food. 40 on food, but it is fishing ships on fish traps. And ACCM, please just hit the Vills, right? These Knights, we're not going to upgrade them the next stage. Just hit the Vills. Fight there.
Yeah, could actually get some kills, and now he is diving in. Is actually getting a nice trap there. Villagers can't really get out, and that will indeed be some... What? They can't get out, and they're just moonwalking through.
I looked away. I guess I missed it. I'm sure the stream saw it. DauT, he's going to be so upset to see that ACCM is in the Imperial Age. And ACCM is not thinking Berserk, by the way. He made those crossbows, and he wants to continue to make them, and he'll go Arbalest, which is just as good a move, just as good logic against Pikemen and Knights from Japanese. Japanese Knights do get Bloodlines, so they're better than Viking Knights in Castle Age, but Japanese do not get the final armor upgrade, so DauT would probably make a switch into ranged units and infantry himself.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I think mass skirmishes, kind of what kept him in the game number 1,
boy.
could be his option. Let's take a look. Where is he imping? With what is he using? Okay, the one at the top, so won't lose that against the trapfire.
Yeah, he won't lose that against the Trebs, but he'll lose his stone miners. And he has no answer to Arbalest. He's making skirms, but he cannot fight them right now. And it is ACCM who has the Imperial Age and a 175 population. DauT is just at 140.
25% towards the Imperial Age now. 1k score behind. He obviously doesn't want to go into game number 5. The pressure would be so on in our very first series even. And, well, ACCM, he has to feel very comfortable. Sees army that he will easily counter now. Yeah,
I think since DauT's going for skirmishers, it's really up to ACCM to finish this game off now. If he gets the food economy to make Berserks in this game against Skirm and Pikemen, he wins. It's so similar to game number 1, where we have like gold archer unit against skirmishers, and DauT's just trying to survive. So it is going to be about how ACCM plans post Arbalest.
And again, ACM decides to go for siege first.
Yep. I'm getting a bit of deja vu, man. And it's not a bad play, right? It's a great play to go for siege first because DauT doesn't have any strong options against the siege. He's taking map control. However, it's will he need something else in the future? That's what I'm thinking. I almost feel like he won't, but I also felt that before.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense, right? Why take the risk? You already know, okay, DauT is incredibly good at holding. A beautiful move at the bottom that we didn't mention yet is that he's tower rushing that pond and is killing those fishing ships. That's just so good.
DauT had, what, 40 on food a moment ago? Now it's 27, and I think it's just purely the fishing ships that are getting trapped. Hundreds of wood invested into that pond. And ACCM said, who needs ponds when you have land economy with Vikings? I don't need that like you do.
Yeah, but he might be overbooming. You could make an argument for that. 147 villagers. I think that is too much of your Vikings.
I think that's late game tournament, not distress, but stress. Not distress, but stress. Like, look, 20 idols, 156 vills. For a while, he was still creating them. I think that it's just because he's in the zone and he's not able to focus on the tiny little details.
Okay, sending a lot of them to the front. Could be fine with them being so decided. Let's take a look. Skirmishers again, taking the fight against Diables.
Yeah.
We mentioned it before it even happened, but that are some small flashbacks to game number 1. I think ACM's advantage bigger than in game number 1, though.
Yeah, way bigger. DauT has to find a way to not only push 3 castles, but he has to somehow hit ACCM's better economy, and he's going to try now. This is a desperation move with 15 on food. He's going to try and raid with light cav, and I think ACCM has spotted that, and he'll eventually get this castle up on the flank of his eco, and that will really help stop any raids doing damage there.
DauT down to 1 TC as well with 80 villagers here, so that production won't really fly in. Berserk's now coming in, +1, +2 for them. For now, traps are going forward.
Oh, I'm loving this. We have the Berserk switch. This is how the game should be played from this point. ACCM was not expected to win by me. He was not expected to win today by you. And he was down 2 games against DauT, and he had the mental fortitude to bring it back. Nili, DauT might not have resigned yet, but this game is over. He's at 100 pop. Berserks are coming out with upgrades, and it's 194 population for ACCM. There's no way back for DauT.
Yeah, I don't see it either. He's going for some counterattacks, but castles are there to defend. This time, ACM is the guy expanding everywhere. Last game, or like game number 1, it was DauT just putting villagers all over the map and building barracks. This time, it's all yellow.
And left side, look, ACCM had the extra gold, and he had the awareness to send 2 leftover knights to the stone and the wood of DauT. Like, that is top tier Age of Empires. DauT is just hoping that this Treb war can keep that castle up. His population's not going up. Berserk upgrades are only coming in. Elite Berserk is about to complete. Yeah, again, there's just no chance for DauT. The Lord is going to have to do it in Game 5 if he's going to move on.
Ooh, boy, that is so crazy. DauT is trying to somehow hold on to the castle, but traps are going down as well. We will go to Sinkhole. We will go to distance, Tristan.
Wow. So, after DauT went 2-0 up, ACCM responds with 2 wins. Whoever wins the next game moves on to face the winner of Viper and Fire, which we will see later today. What a start to the tournament, Nili. I am so surprised by this. ACCM has just gotten better with time, and I think he ironed out some of those kinks, right? Game 1, made some mistakes. Even in the early game here, could have killed a few more villagers. Finished it off with eco. I'm hyped.
I'm so hyped as well. The beautiful opening there, and Tristan, I think at the end of the day, I will be so dead. Obviously, our schedule with casters will be, I will cast 4 series today, you will cast 4 series tomorrow, Dave will cast 4 series on Saturday. Saturday will be our Dave day, and if we have 4 best of 5s today going that long and that intense, I will be so dead.
Well, the thing is, the qualifiers did give us some practice, right? I think you had a 12 or 13-hour day, maybe more than one. So I did a few 10-hour days myself. So that's good. I will go to the achievements now. I think the people, the players, they all want to see who wins this. More kills for ACCM, but it was always eco, Nili. More food, more wood, more stone, more gold. He just out ecoed DauT, and I even felt like in the mid game, while the score and also the in-game statistics showed that they were pretty even when it comes to eco, I felt like the fishing ships weren't as effective, and I knew that it might drop off. That's what happened, man.
Whew. Let's go into the overview of what civilization we could have next. It is the deciding game, the last home map of Mr. DauT. We will see Sinkhole. I personally am a big fan of Byzantines there, but the options are Britons or Celts for DauT, and on the other side, Persians or Slavs for ACCM. I think at least for ACCM, an easy choice.
Yeah, I think ACCM should go Persians. I think DauT, I'm expecting Celts here, but Britons could be decent as well. There's a pawns in this, and one approach you can take is to go for water immediately. Many times you'll see one player go for land and one person go for water. This could be one where Persians start with extra wood and Celts also chop wood faster, so maybe we see both take the same approach and take water in the middle. Nili, just one more thing I have to bring up here because I'm still mind blown from ACCM's performance, and especially because he's not as popular a name as DauT, I want to point this out. Not only did he boom to 150 villagers, not only did he play that well with his composition and army, but he had 5 relics in the previous game, which is just another thing that he did. He had all 5 relics.
That's so impressive. Like, that's off camera, and the macro was so on point. That's
sick.
Like, is the difference between, like, let's say a top 30, top 50 player and someone who makes it constantly into the top 16 in the world.
That's how ACCM has performed in qualifiers and in rated games over the past year, but sometimes he shows up to events and just isn't able to put results together. I have to keep referencing it, right? Because it was a little over a month ago now. Hidden Cup 3 he qualified for, and then he played, as the AM guys would say, potato in round 1 and made really weird decisions. I kind of felt like the same thing was happening here, but now we're in game 4 and he's climbed back.
Also, game number 1, it's not game number 1, round 1 against Viper. It is very easy to look potato there, right?
That's true. He did. That's true. He did face Viper round 1 still, but you know, we'll cut him some slack on that.
Yeah.
I think we casted that set together, right?
Yeah, we did.
We casted that set together.
Oh, that was so hard for me. I knew it was Viper, and I needed to pretend like, oh, I wonder who it is.
Oh, man.
And yeah, that's the schedule for the day, guys. DauT ACM running at the moment. After that, we will have MbL and Villese. And the 2 final sets of the day where Dave will join us will be Hera and Nicov, and the day will end with the Viper against Fire. ACM.
Day 1 is freaking loaded, man. Like, you got a great day to have an all day of casting. Day 1 is stacked. These sets, my goodness. I mean, day 2 is stacked as well. Like, the whole tournament's stacked. We only have 16 players.
Yeah, that's so sick. And chat is going wild. Like, I didn't 100% know, but I trained with Viper, and that's why. Like, I didn't have any inside info, like who the players are.
I see.
Yeah. I didn't know 100%, but obviously, it felt very, very close to how we practiced.
Yeah, in Hidden Cup, I knew who everyone was. I knew who everyone was. Okay. It was so obvious.
Well, and there we have the full bracket. We will have day 1 at the very top. Tomorrow we will have day 2, where T90 will be your main guy throughout the whole day. 2 series by Dave, 2 series by me. And Saturday, day number 3. And Sunday, day number 4. All best of 5s till the finals. ACM is taking a small bathroom break. And maybe let's take a look at the money as well. What are they fighting for, Overlay Guy? I shouldn't call him Overlay Guy, right?
It's worth clarifying, by the way, that the games are not played in the order of the bracket. So the schedule, I don't think we have a scene for the schedule for tomorrow, but obviously be there. The schedule for today we just saw, and wow, okay, so 20,000 euros put up by Red Bull. Crazy that we're saying that, isn't it? Red Bull sponsoring Age of Empires 2, and then first place is 5,000 euro. Even if you lose in the very first round, you're getting a decent-sized chunk of change.
Indeed, and oh boy, Tristan, am I excited now. Let's jump into game number 5 here. Celts against Persian, everything on the line. Whoever loses this game is out of the tournament. And we will see DauT playing here as the Celts. As Tristan predicted, Persian's kind of the easy choice here. We saw that earlier. And Cinco, for everyone who doesn't know, we are fighting for all the water in the center. And you might get confused because ships can actually sail on this sandy area. Therefore, there is a hill bonus and lots of control. Tricky to wall this map, though.
Persians are an insane civilization. They have double the dock HP. They have double the TC HP. They start with more food. They start with more wood. Their town centers produce faster. They get crossbows that don't cost gold. I mean, I could continue, but I don't have time to about Persians. DauT probably at a slight disadvantage here, but what I love is he's making use of his civilization's bonus, faster infantry, and maybe not something ACCM will scout, a 3 militia moving to the right side nearly.
He indeed didn't scout it, but look at that. He already has the archer range up, is building a skirmisher. Not the perfect answer to it, but once he gets like 2-3 archers out, I think he should deal with this aggression quite nicely.
Well, it's really tough against Celts. I'd be curious to see how this works. Obviously, DauT's taking a bit of a gamble because he doesn't know exactly what the base layout looks like. Can he get past this one palisade wall before it goes up? He cannot. A loop around to the other side of the wood line. At this point, ACCM might have caught a glimpse of those units, but he quick walls already. He's really on point.
Oh, that's so good. DauT had his horse around there, tries to get some information. What's going on?
Okay, Nili, look at the scouting of ACCM. He just missed DauT's dock, and then if you look at the scouting of DauT, he sees that ACCM has a dock. So ACCM is thinking that he's the only one on water right now, and he could lose those fishing ships because of it.
Ooh, okay, that would be really ugly. Doesn't have a single villager on wood at the moment, and that means not a lot of fire galley production potentially. Both players using their docks for now, but DauT the first one out with some army on water.
I'm loving the men-at-arms. Like, yes, in normal games, a few skirmishers, you eventually take the men-at-arms. But DauT is able to focus on water now, so he distracts with the men-at-arms, will just stay alive within ACCM's base, and then maybe clean up on water. And yes, I wouldn't say that the land eco is quite as good for Celts, even though it's close. DauT might take that fish boom.
And that's just so good. Second dock for DauT there as well. DauT for now goes for the defense here with the fire galley. Will win the first fight. And men-at-arms, well, they're doing okay-ish damage.
Yeah, they're amazing. They can kill that archer. They will kill that archer. And why? Because ACCM is still so focused on the middle. It's good he made a fire galley, but DauT has double the numbers there. DauT's man-at-arms, man. They could even kill a villager now. What a play.
Yeah, and that's something we have to mention as well. DauT, one of his strengths is his mindset in those big tournaments, right? There's no one who played more big tournaments, more massive tournaments even, than DauT, and he always kept his cool.
Yeah. Yep. Stuck to the game plan here. He has 16 on food currently, and it's 10 on food for ACCM, despite the fact that ACCM has more in the bank. ACCM has lost his fishing ships. DauT might be in a position to make 2 or 3 more. It's really difficult against Persians, though, because those docks are impossible to take out in feudal age. So he's got to make sure that he at least remains on water, maybe looks towards Castle Age to win water if he goes for that.
You will be a bit surprised. Docks actually go down a bit quicker if you just position yourself behind them. And then you have the hill bonus. Obviously, then your fish is a bit exposed, but it is a bit faster than on basically every other map.
Yeah. Also, another game where ACCM is building a lot of farms and not getting horse color. This is a theme. This is a theme. Now, granted, it's not easy to get a horse collar and bid axe and do everything you need to do, but when you're investing into farms and off of fish, it's not great to see. Worked out for him in more than one game here, so.
Yeah. Also, like, if we think about it like normal RM game, let's say you do a scout rush, you reach feudal age, wood upgrade, farm upgrade. If you do archers, do the horse color upgrade after you click to castle age. They're like specific timings that have proven to be good over years. And here, like, if you do horse color and the wood upgrade, you don't have enough wood for the archer range.
Exactly. Yep. So I think DauT probably benefited from not having to have that range. Just went with barracks units, but surprise, surprise, DauT. Now there's scouts out, and these scouts will push those skirms away. So DauT has fishing ships. He has water control. but he's losing some of that land control. And I'm looking at the resources and the eco balance. Persians are just insane, and 700 food in the bank for ACCM, only 150 for DauT.
Oh, we see the fire galleys now helping out against the scouts, though. A demo did fly in there, and it felt like an underwhelming connection because it was uphill, guys.
Yeah, it's crazy. It just looks so unnatural to see the fire ships up. Like, look, he's taking the hill bonus with the ship. What? That's so weird. All right, there it is. And ACCM on the way to Castle Age. DauT has 300 food nearly.
Oh, really? How is so little? Okay. He invested... Shouldn't he have so much with fishing ships?
He had 4 fishing ships. I mean, I'm kind of confused as well. I thought maybe he'd have like 600 at this stage. He did get wheelbarrow.
Okay.
He built 2 mills on berries. His farms are very T90-esque, but it's fine. It's just... That's a big difference in the uptime.
Didn't go for the deer there. There's also double berries. He's using them, well, reasonably well. It's all, heck, yeah, he went for a lot of food units.
Yeah. Went for a lot of food units. Also went full fletching and armor on the skirmishers.
Yeah.
And I think, well, let me ask you, Nili, what's the play for ACCM? What's the first decision for him when he gets to the next stage here?
I think War Galley upgrade. Try to contest the center. I think on land, both players are walled. If you add something, that won't really help you too much. But you are guaranteed to do damage once you win water. Yeah.
Now imagine if DauT was facing up against any other civilization. He might have tried to take out those docks. But with double the dock HP, it's so risky to attack with fire ships because demos can come out of those docks at any time. I think ACCM is going to take the approach you mentioned. And also, he has so much food. He could land boom. He could add knights. He could do so much with his DauT. I think he's behind.
He certainly is. It feels like he has a bit more map control at the moment. Gets onto reasonable numbers on water, but he is just so much lower. And like Persian economy, they're so good on so many levels, also including that they advance to Castle Age 10% faster.
Yeah, so DauT had the strong opening. I loved the Man-at-Arms. I love the fishing ship edition. He needs to keep them alive, and here come demos, and here come upgraded fire ships. Can DauT hold with his own demos? That was actually a good trade.
Yeah, let's take a look what we can find out here. DauT, he gets good connections. That's perfect.
Oh my god, how did that happen? ACCM, I don't think he expected DauT to have that much on water. Oh my god, that was perfect for the Lord.
That was the game changer. Hallelujah. That was so important. He could have lost everything, but 4 perfect demo connections there. I absolutely didn't see that coming. Neither did ACCM.
Oh, man. I think that's a bit of a... ACCM figures, I'm going to win, so I'm going to patrol in, not going to pay attention, focus on other things. Easy. And DauT says, nope, sorry, buddy.
Oh, God. And now retreats on land. He cannot take a straight up fight, but he again could send some fire galleys over. It's still ACCM active on the water. It's not like DauT completely won the game, but we saw him in a disadvantage, and that's equaled out now.
Yeah, like what we expected was for DauT to lose water, and then for ACCM to have the better land eco, and then DauT would be behind in both areas, but at least he was able to hold for a little while. The fishing ships have already paid off for him, but also he hasn't really struggled on land yet, Nili. So has crossbow. Really difficult to use that against Persians as the game goes on, but also not something you're going to use too frequently as Celts as the game goes on either.
Yeah, probably we might see a switch from both of them. Demo's trying to get some connections down.
Oh my god! Well, yep, there you go. No more crossbows the rest of the game. Just forget about them. It's not going to work.
Oh, and we said that won't work. Let's see. Maybe he tries to lure them. Now the knights in there. The knights could maybe die as well. Oh, what are we witnessing, Tristan?
Oh, man. Well, this is sinkhole for you. However, there's still 4 knights alive, right? DauT lost like 15 units there. Some big old demos. And Nili, I don't remember this many highlights and qualifiers. That's funny.
Well, that's why
we saved it all for the main event.
Yeah, that's why we are here for the main event. Red Bull Wololo, and that was just massive hit after massive hit. DauT is safe at home. He has 3 TCs working for himself. It won't be that easy for him. He will now boom water control a bit. He won't go for any more land army. ACCM's investments, I think, won't pay off though.
Well, ACCM has 69 villagers. DauT has 58, and that includes the 3 fishing ships. So You have Celts who chop wood faster. You have Persians where their TCs work 15% faster, which is just so broken. And what should we be thinking as far as late game compositions? Will the Persian player with that eco go Paladins against Celts, or is that too dangerous? I'm going to be interested to see the position they're going to be in going into the Imperial Age, as far as where their buildings are, where their TCs are, but also compositions.
Yeah, that's so true. We don't see DauT on stone yet, so most likely Halberdier plus Siege could be a good option. Detect to Pikeman is holding the right-hand side, shouldn't be the worst thing here. And yeah, maybe Paladins. I think something like Cavaliers plus Crossbows could be a good option. And DauT, naturally, the choice would be Halberdier plus Siege.
Yeah, and maybe even Woad Raider if the Crossbows become an issue. It's actually quite an even game with post-imp army compositions. That's what's interesting. And even on water in the middle, too. Big demos from both of them. We've seen big demos all game. And actually, DauT gets a small counter. This is pretty hilarious, actually. DauT just killed a villager with 2 crossbows and a spearman counterattack. Or 2 pikemen.
Yeah, that's something that shouldn't really do that much. But, well, he makes it work. And, yeah, it's just trading off demos in the center now. Well, you said even armies, but, well, mobility-wise, right? There should be a big advantage for ACCM. Not really sure why is DauT 300 score ahead?
Well, I think DauT has better scouting. He's scouted a lot more than ACCM. Well, not a lot more, but maybe 10, 20% more.
Okay.
Also, DauT's had the water. DauT also invested into late game eco technologies. He has the second farm upgrade, whereas ACCM just has the first. I mean, we're splitting hairs here. It's pretty close. I think what will be really important here are relics. I noticed that DauT built the monastery already. He has monks on the way to get the relics. He sees them on the left, and he also sees them on the right. He's actually going for the furthest one on the right first. And I think all he'll do with the pikemen is secure that.
Let's take a look. Where is he going? Yeah, indeed, is spreading so much here. Oh god, 4 monks on the way pretty soon. And he builds a forward siege workshop at the right-hand side without really thinking towards imp. Quite surprising to me.
Yeah, I think, do you remember Haywire? That's been removed from the tournament, but in the qualifiers, I remember Haywire being a map where late game map control is important over extra stones and golds. And so the water will probably matter very little in this, except for a few demo highlights. But there is stone and gold and relics on either side. ACCM already castling his left side to secure the stone, for example. So I'm a bit confused as well, Nili, why he's going for a siege push at this point. But a siege push into eventual map control here could be the game plan.
Maybe pressure the woodline a bit more. Left-hand side. He did send some monks. Send some more pikemen out. I think it's not like I want to pressure and end the game there. It's more like, let's get some control rolling. Maybe he also just wants to open with the siege workshop and wants to build a castle pretty soon.
Yeah, well, ACCM is going to be faster to the Imperial Age because he was faster to Castle Age and Land Boom. So DauT, if he attacks here for a few minutes and the army ends up dying, as long as he keeps ACCM away from his base, and so he can take the map control, I don't think he'll be too disappointed. The only thing ACCM's defending with is Scorpions. I bet you ACCM is expecting this guy's going to go to Imp, I'm going to go to Imp, and we're not going to see a lot more till then. This is the difference between DauT and ACCM, and this is why DauT can be such a great player in tournaments still to this day, is because of his late game prowess. He's on his way up. You're right. Maybe he actually wants to go forward here. But look at this push. This could be beautiful. If a Mangonel comes out now, he could hold this gold. He could take that relic.
Could snag some villagers. And the castle will indeed go up. And then he has a nice pressure point. And just think about like ACCM's castle then. Won't aid him at all in this defense.
Yeah. Also, DauT saw that castle was up on the left-hand side. It's also worth pointing out that the only reason ACCM was probably looking to go for the castle, beyond securing his resources, is for the Commanderon upgrade. We will not see war elephants. I mean, I could be wrong, but I highly doubt it.
He is indeed going for Commanderon now, taking for crossbow and botkin, so that will be his option. But DauT, I wouldn't be surprised if he focuses a lot onto the Orange attack instantly.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're going for the crossbows, which only cost wood, fantastic against halberdier. What is it not fantastic against? Siege. Celt late game composition can counter everything the Persians can make. Persians make crossbows and they're making cavalier nowadays. That gets countered. Celts actually counter almost everything. Combine this with the fact that DauT has the forward castle position and the middle. I think he'll be breathing a little bit more than ACCM is. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Okay, there was a monk on the left for ACCM. He misclicked it on the relic. It was sitting right in front of the relic, but it didn't pick it up. And DauT just snagged the relic with his monk. And he's on the way back to his monastery where he already has two.
Oh, sneaky boy. Interesting. Okay, and now they're both rushing to the left-hand side, or what? Does ACM know about that one? He doesn't know about... Oh, he has so little vision in that left-hand side corner. That's surprising.
Yeah. Whereas DauT has outposts everywhere, he's going to try and snag that. While also seeing that crossbows have come in and scorpions for ACCM. But like ACCM, he just built a castle here to go into a treb war against Celts. And DauT's going 2 castles here, which means he'll have twice the amount of trebuchets. DauT's taking all the crucial land positions.
Oh, and a ram even softening up the castle a bit, I believe. Yeah, gets one hit off. No, obviously not super important. And harbored the attack actually before the Onage attack, although he only saw ranged unit. That's a bit surprising to me. DauT needs to use his trap there.
I think his food eco will probably spike up pretty quickly at this stage.
Oh, DauT actually commits against the trap there. Look at that. He dives in. He can take it out, but he will have heavy losses. I think ACM could have walled that in.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what those crossbows really do, though, for ACCM. He can't push DauT on the right. He would have to run all the way around to the left, which isn't the side he needs to focus on. So I think taking out the treb there is great for DauT. Those crossbows are just... all they're doing is defending the trebs. And if it doesn't happen, toss away a few units.
Oh, chemistry will finish pretty soon. Then we have bombard cannons. Bombard cannons could be so good in those scenarios.
That's true.
Stalemate situations. You can snipe the traps from long distance. That's something ACM needs now. How many siege workshops does he have? Only 1.
Nili, DauT, he doesn't like the Onager approach because Onager is not going to finish the game fast enough. He's going for Elite Woad Raider. I believe Elite Woad Raider with these upgrades can take out the crossbows. Yes, the crossbows don't cost gold, but with 2 castle production of Woad Raiders right next to all of this, ACCM could lose the game right here.
Oh yeah, I think so as well. Like, look at what he's getting on the map here. Some hand cannoneers now as well. They won't be great. Castle is going down. DauT, he only needs to group up. Maybe get like 2-3 rams in front of it, and then he should be set to go.
Yeah, hand cannons in mass are great against infantry, but all that ACCM is doing is fighting with really slow units. And DauT has faster infantry, and he can pick whatever side he wants to fight on. He also can reinforce. So he takes out the castle, and he's in on ACCM's economy. This is... oh, no, not the bombard cannon.
Oh, and that's the most costly unit in the game. That would be so ugly for him. Traps even helping out against the crossbow. Now he's indeed focusing down the bombard cannon. This looks beautiful for DauT.
And the relic... oh, actually, there's a monk inside that monastery. There's not even a relic there. Yeah, DauT knows he's going to win this game, Nili. He's building a castle on the left side. As ACCM is distracted on the right, he wants to push the left. That is if ACCM doesn't already think about giving it up. This is unreal play from DauT. He made everybody sweat. I'm sure he was sweating too after he was up 2-0. And it came back to 2-2. I just don't... there's nothing that ACCM did in the Imperial Age which even resembled a push. It's just delaying and holding.
Yeah, and he had so much better eco, right? I feel like I need to go back and watch the full replay to understand how ACM's transition wasn't so much better, because that's what we said, right? The eco of Persians should be stronger at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I look back to mid-Castle Age, and some of the small things that DauT was doing was so much better. Getting the relics, building outposts. ACCM just didn't think beyond early imp. DauT was thinking about the late game, and the trebs are still here. No counter to that, except for the bombard cannons and hand cannons. So I think DauT, he does need to think about Onager. I guess he'll just take the fight. Yeah, whatever. He takes out the bombard cannon, and he has enough woads to fight that even.
Yeah, take out the bombard cannons and then the rams. don't have any counters anymore. So that's the reason Easy even sends monks forward to get all the conversions here. Gets 3 hand cannons. That's massive for him as well.
So he gets the hand cannons with Kilt monks. The Woad Raiders are destroying the hand cannons and the crossbows, and DauT is at 180 pop. Also, he has Trebs on the left. He has Rams on the left. This is perfect late game execution from DauT. And DauT wins. What a series to start it off, Nili. 33 minutes, 33-second game.
Oh, God.
I'm both excited for DauT because DauT, well, we expected him to win. He probably has the potential to go further in the event. He's also a great guy and a legend of the game. But I'm also half torn on the ACCM situation. Game 1, he had a huge lead through it. Could have beat DauT in this best of 5. Here, he had a lead. Didn't make the most of it. I feel bad for the guy. Also, getting 2 games off DauT might be something that he'll be very proud of.
Yeah, certainly. But, like, you are proud in, like, a week. The next days will be, oh, God. I need to sit at home, watch this tournament now. I could have been in there. The dream would have been alive. And, yeah. Oh, God. We only finished 1 out of 15 series of this tournament.
Yeah. Well, let's go to the achievements. I think at a certain point there, everything just started to click with DauT's economy. Maybe ACCM had the resources, but he didn't have the options. The main thing he went for was ranged units, and the most important unit was the bomber cannon and hand cannon, which was behind the chemistry upgrade, which takes so much time.
I think I would have loved to see a 4th TC by ACCM. Persians just really work well if you have a super strong economy. And I see 145 villager high, but I don't really see that in the earned resources. Yeah,
I think what's more important than the 4th TC is what you normally do add the 4th TC, and that's take map control. So you add the 4th TC, you'll have a later Imperial Age, but you normally clean up the flanks. ACCM didn't do any of that. I think you only had 2 knights running around in mid-Castle Age. DauT, remember, killed a villager with 2 crossbows and 2 pikes. So maybe producing even 5 to 10 more knights, taking the map, taking the relics away from DauT, and not allowing DauT to get the forward position would have done it. Just these small things, right? What a beautiful performance,
I think adding the knights won't be an option because DauT was Ward and had monks, but why didn't he send a villager forward and build a siege workshop? That's just so nice, and you corner your opponent so much better.
I mean, granted, DauT could make pikes against the knights too, but I think when you're talking getting forward position like that, the only way DauT does that is if you don't make military. So ACCM could have made something and just patrolled them on the flanks to beef it up, you know? Because the 2 castles in one position there for DauT, if that didn't work, he then loses that whole side. So it was kind of risky in that sense. Well, DauT moves on. DauT will face the winner of the Viper and Fire, which will be later on today. And now we're going to send it over to ZeroEmpires, our host for this event. He'll talk us through some of these things here. Actually, do we send it over to Zero yet? Sorry, first set of the day.
Yeah, you need to wait for our the confirmation from Robo. He says DauT is ready for the interview. Zach probably preparing some of the questions. Now he gives his go. So take it away, ZeroEmpires.
What a great set of games. We should be getting DauT in here right now for an interview. There he is. DauT, can you hear me?
Hello, Mr. Zach.
There he is. Well done, man. Close series for you.
He played thick, man. He played amazing.
Absolutely. DauT, before we get into this interview, you're known for a few different titles. Lord
I
DauT,
got to the interview.
Princess DauT. What do you prefer to be called these days?
I prefer Princess, to be fair.
Okay,
It suits me better, yeah. My feminine side.
Princess DauT from here on. Okay, so in that series, obviously extremely close. Did you expect ACCM to be so tough?
He's improving a lot, and he had some strong plans ready for me. Like, for example, I picked Cross's home map, and took him like 10 minutes to pick his next home map, so I guess Cross was his home map as well. He had really good plans and really played well. He keeps improving.
Yeah, definitely. He took out Vivi 4-3 in the qualification to get here, so we thought he'd do quite well against you. But how prepared were you? Obviously, you were casting some of the qualification, but you've not actually played yet. So what was your experience playing Empire Wars competitively in this tournament for the first time here?
It was hella fun. It was really fun. It was action all over the place. You don't have time to wall, especially if one player open militia, then it's a total mess.
Yeah,
Other player
definitely.
needs to defend that, and you need to micro that, make economy, and like I feel the starting 4 ships are the key to win the game. Like food income is so tough for the game, and if you cannot find those early ships, you're in trouble.
Yeah, I noticed you were going very heavy into skirmishes on a lot of those earlier games as well. Especially in that first game, it felt like you were really trying to conserve gold. Is that something that you were really cautious of in that one?
No, it was because I was watching ACCM qualifier. He opened and played archers every single game, and he surprised me here a few games. First game, expected to go minus in archers. Counter did not work as planned. In the end, it was somehow a win, but yeah, he changed his plan.
Yeah, so obviously you've done the prep, you've watched ACCM, and I guess that makes a lot of sense. Actually, in that first game, it got so close to coming down to a score victory. Did you notice the time on that?
Oh yeah, I was like, okay, I have the win game now, but he's still solid. Don't do it to me.
Yeah, I think that was pretty nervous for all of us. But actually, he kind of fell apart in the last 5 minutes, and I think you would have won that game even without the score at that point.
Yeah, it was over once he started losing castle and the gold income, and he stuck with plum archers. I knew I already won, but the score was much higher for him, so it was a dangerous 100 years.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, with you getting the first 2 wins, I think a lot of people predicted you to win that series. And I think Nili and T90 even came in with a 3-1 prediction for you. So a lot of support for you. But it did get quite close. You made it through in the end. Next round, you'll play against the winner of Viper or Fire. How are you feeling about that?
Or fire, yes, I like that one. I actually, last game is the one of my plans to go kills there. I feel it's super strong. I'm sad I had to reveal it now before Viper or Fire maybe. But overall, I have some maps as well prepared and ready. So should be fine. Should be close series in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Well, sadly, we don't have much time. Hopefully, we'll be hearing from you again soon later in the tournament. But good luck for your next set.
Thank you, Zach, and good luck with casting.
Thanks, man. And yeah, good luck again. Right, so we're going to be throwing it back to the Empire Wars overview video right now, just to give you guys the rundown of what Empire Wars is all about, in case you're wondering why we're starting with so many villages in the feudal age.
The Red Bull Wololo is played using an altered version of Empire Wars, a new game mode introduced with Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Players start in the feudal age, with a 27 villager economy already working and the corresponding drop-off points. The standard scout is replaced by 2 horses, which are unable to attack. A barracks and blacksmith are provided to help accelerate the player's choice of strategy and encourage variety. Loom has already been researched to compensate for this, as it's an extremely aggressive game mode. Each game is set to a 700-year time limit, roughly 1 hour of in-game time. If the time limit is reached, the player with the highest current score wins the match. Due to the quick start nature of the game, the pressure is on from minute 1, and will be a landslide of entertainment.
All right, so there we go. DauT takes his win against ACCM, and he'll go through, like we say, to face the winner of Fire or Viper in the next round. Now, just to address a couple of things, thank you everybody for tuning in. Hopefully you're enjoying the show so far. And I wanted to answer a couple of questions which were coming up in the chat. First of all, a lot of questions about the patch. Obviously, DE got an update last night, I believe. We're actually using the old patch, so we're not using the current balance. We're using the patch that was live before yesterday, just to clear that one up. And also, apologies for the 720p at the start of the stream. We've got that all sorted out now, so we get all the 1080p glory. It is 2020, I think, as Nili was saying, so it's about time. But yes, coming up, let's take a look at the schedule for today. We've got MbL versus Villese coming up next. That's going to be cast by Nili and T90 again. And Dave will be joining for the second half of the stream today to cast Hera, Nicov, and Viper Fire. Now, before we get into our next set, I want to see a quick show of hands in the chat for MbL and Villese. Give me a 1 in the chat if you're backing MbL for this one. Give me a 2 if you're backing Villese. I'm curious to know what you guys think about this next set. Who is going to take it? I'm seeing a lot of 1s, man. Okay. Well, we've got a player profile coming up next. We'll throw it to that. Looks like a player profile for MbL right now.
Watch this. Dum-da-dum-da-dum, just stealing a boar. Stealing a boar. Oh, hey, what's up, Viper? Hey, that's my boar. Wait a second. What is MbL doing? Is he trying to block Viper's scout, who's laming his own boar, while he is stealing Viper's boar? I've never seen anything like this. Can he do it? This would be play of the month, play of the year. No way! No way! What a beast! What a beast! MbL is a freaking god at this game. Might dive in, knowing Miguel doesn't have defense. Let's
and
see.
Maybe MbL can get up, like, you know, that one palisade wall that he needs to block that hole
Yeah.
and keep camels out.
House walls.
2 houses.
Oh, trap him! Oh my god!
No! Oh, Miguel.
Instant GG.
He's gonna trap the field.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's so good.
So good.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he doesn't
he's
even
got it.
notice it, man.
Yeah, like. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a 4 fills.
Oh my god, man. For real.
Oh, he's even. Yeah.
I mean, wow. I'm not the type of guy who says, oh my god, what a nice MbL shot, oh my god, but this is... Wow.
This is awesome. Yeah.
He really needs to pull out the cockroach stops now. Like, he needs to hold 1 or 2 Mangonel shots maybe, but guys, I'm really worried about him. Only 2 town centers. Nicov has done so well this game. Crazy economy. Look at this boomer go. Oh, big shot from Nicov. He misses. He attacked grounds. MbL splits, takes care of it. MbL pops out. He fires on the monks first, which is the good move. He dodges. Oh my god, this micro from MbL is sick. And now the knights come out as well and clear out all the monks. That was incredible from MbL. Unreal. Dude, he was against 3 Mangonels, 3 monks, knights, and camels, and somehow came out on top. That was quality. That's better micro than I have seen in weeks. All right, guys, that was pretty sick. I was not aware there were so many clips there. MbL's micro is good, his macro is good. We didn't have many clips there for Villese, Nili, but he is a player who can definitely take it to MbL today.
Yeah, I didn't know MbL had that many highlights in his career either.
Oh my god, shots fired, okay.
Yeah, and still I have to say he's the favorite for this series. And yeah, I'm really curious to see what they have prepared for us here, what maps they picked.
Yeah, so let's go to the home maps now. Let's see what maps they prepared. MbL, there's no question marks over his ability to play, even though this is a different game mode. It's more so, is he going to draft properly? That is probably the weakest part of his game. Game 1 is always Arabia, and you see MbL has started off with the home map pick of Cross, which is a very common map. Aztlan is what Villese went for. Villese does not want to play on Sinkhole. He globally banned that. We have El Dorado globally banned from MbL. I think we'll see a lot of that. And then Wings was MbL's final pick, and then back over to Villese. Kawasan. So the potential to see Wings, which we did not see in the previous series, but every other map we did see in the DauT versus ACCM set.
Yeah, quite surprising that we see them so similar. Villese apparently thinking the same there. MbL, he goes for Wings. I think that's a good map for him, something very wild, something really aggressive. I also think that something like Land Madness would have been good for him.
Yeah.
I think the big problem is he played so much with Hera, who might be the best player in the world on Land Madness, that I think he lost some of his confidence there.
His confidence. That's That's an interesting theory. All right, well, let's see what civilizations they've gone for. And keep in mind that they cannot use a civilization more than once. They have to be playing with different civilizations. And what you see on your screens is that the very first pick for MbL was Persians. The very first pick for Villese was Indians. Those civs were globally banned. So no Indians, no Persians. And then Huns, Magyars, Japanese, Lithuanians, Ethiopians, and Celts for Villese. And then Vikings, Franks, Byzantines, Saracens, Aztecs, and Khmer for MbL.
Differences to the draft before is that we now have Magyars, we don't have Incas, and we have the ban on Persians instead of Franks, meaning MbL will actually have Franks potentially for Aslan, where they're really strong, or even Kazakhstan.
Yeah, or Khmer. ACCM made that work. You never know. All right, cool. So some similarities and some differences from the previous set. Nili, predictions here. I think we talked about it before today, but many people weren't here, and they were only listening in 720p. So what's your prediction?
I will go for 3-2 for MbL, but expecting a very close series here.
All right, I think it's time.
Oh, wait, did we get the go? I didn't read it, and did we get the go?
Yep, we got the go.
Okay. Then search for MbL. And also, I'm really excited to see potentially Lithuanians, because you only pick Lithuanians if you have a plan with it.
True.
Okay, guys, then let's jump into the action. Villese against MbL, best of 5 again. Loser will be out, sadly, in Red Bull Wololo. The winner will advance and will potentially face Hera and Nicov's winner.
Yeah, so I think Hera and Nicov are probably watching. I'm so excited to see them play later on. Villese is in yellow. Villese is in the east of the map. Villese is playing. Starting off with an archer range and making archers. And then we have MbL playing as the Vikings. Such a sick civilization. So dominant, starting with wheelbarrow. And he too is starting off with archers.
Indeed here, and that's kind of a surprise, right? Magyars, they have free forging, as you can see at the top here, and their scouts are cheaper, so kind of implying, okay, this player will go for something with cavalry, but archer opening, is that a mind game?
I don't know if it's a mind game as much as it's something I've seen from Villese, and I think Max did it as well. They almost want their opponent to start off with skirmishers. I mean, I guess this would be mind game, right? But it's been a consistent mind game at that. Also, you start with the barracks, so you can make the archer range. Archers benefit so much from this game mode because you have the resources for fletching. Both are getting that now. I think for MbL and Villese, these are strong civilizations that they would want to get wins with. Not civilizations that you'd consider the weaker civilizations from your draft.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. But as we said earlier, we need to figure out how good the civilizations are. And Villese needs to figure out how he will defend this sneaky 3-archer to spearman raid that it's coming into his gold any second.
Yeah, I like how MbL has brought the spearman in with his archer. Cancels out any potential scouts. MbL's a huge waller himself, so he'll know that if I can keep walls open and home, that's an advantage whether or not I kill something. And he's piling on the pressure on Villese. I wonder how Villese is going to perform here. I feel like, just like some other players in this tournament, he's really upped his game over the last year, whereas MbL has been a household name in tournaments for a few years now.
I think Villese is an absolute beast for now 2-3 years. Just remember, he was in Woobly #1 as well. I think the big change is that we opened the stage a bit more for like the B-tier top world-class players, right? Most of the time we aim tournaments for like top 4, top 8.
Yeah.
And now that we open it to top 16, we see the Villese strengths in full action.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of players just with qualifiers being in the game now, being able to get into these events. That's a good point. Well, MbL didn't end up doing all that much except losing units. Economically, it's still amazing for him, but now there will be a big pushback from Villese, having 2 scouts with the extra attack of Magyars, and also archers and skirmishers behind.
Yeah, but what MbL did behind this is he didn't invest much more, right? He sits on 1 archer range, he walls himself up, he builds a stable, but isn't producing out of it. He is looking into Castle Edge. Look at that. 600 food, 100 gold.
Do you see these two archers? This is such an MbL thing. Two archers just whoop right into your wood line. You're down a villager. Yes, you have the military to kill me. I'm going to invest into as little as possible and play defensive, which he should be doing here. That was beautiful.
That's such a sweet move, and you feel like, okay, I finally cleared it up. Let's move out. Let's counter attack, and then you run into walls at the front, and suddenly 2 sneaky archers are doing that much damage. That's ugly.
Yeah, yeah. Well, MbL, he has a stable. He also kind of hid that, and we'll go into 2 range archers when he's in Castle H. He's clicked up Nili. Villese still pretty far away, only 413 food and 200 gold. He might be able to break through, but MbL should play as defensively as possible until he can get those Castle Age upgrades.
Wheelbarrow now on the way here for Villese, tries to catch up with that. MbL goes for some more walls, and yeah, he just needs to buy time. Better eco on his side.
He might even go for a counter here. Is there any reason not to send archers to Villese's base when you're halfway to Castle Age?
I think because it's just too little. I would have said if the 2 archers right before would not have happened.
Like, he knows the wood line's being taken with 2 lumber camps on the side, and he has full house wall behind this. I guess if there's any concern that he can't deal with this feudal age pressure, then obviously he needs to stay. But it would not surprise me to see if he defends with a knight or 2 and sends the archers forward. And yeah, he's at least thinking about it right now. He's flirting with the idea.
Walls to the left-hand side, protects his food eco there. And now he groups up and, well, indeed, moves out with 9. And that could be pretty ugly. Villese at home, camping with some of the archers, but that will not be enough if MbL gets the upgrades.
Well, it's actually excellent awareness from Villese, too, because he doesn't see MbL's army attacking him. He sees constant walls from MbL. So what that tells him is, all right, well, if his army isn't here, it's obvious he's up to Castle Age and he's on his way to my base. So he has the army waiting on the hill, and also what I really like, Neil, the skirmisher and the archer that's waiting behind the wood line, just in case MbL were to go over there.
Oh, yeah, that's so clever. He knows, okay, the attack came there earlier. My opponent knows that my wood line is there.
Oh! MbL! You're in Castle Age! MbL was not expecting Villese to expect it, and there goes that early Castle Age window from MbL. Still has some opportunity, but he has less numbers. He will not be happy with himself.
Oh, Tristan, look at the KD now. 11-3. MbL, yeah, he did take some villager kills, but army count now is really not in his favor. Has half the army and gets completely cleared up.
Oh my god, that was, again, so sick from Villese to expect it, though. It's not what he saw, it's what he didn't see, and he knew where to prepare. His base is now locked down with walls. MbL lost everything. And now what will MbL do? Well, what MbL likes to do, boom. And that's what Vikings should be doing here as well. But the concern is that in terms of peak power in Castle, Magyars are better than Vikings. They have those free upgrades that will come in on the melee units. You have Elite Skirm, Crossbow, Knights as options, whereas Vikings, their Knights are much weaker. It's all about economy for them.
Absolutely, and that's what you see from MbL now. Drops 2 TCs, is trying to sit back, and, well, 1 stable, not really producing at the moment. It's all sitting back onto the crossbows. MbL, he needs to somehow make a defense happen. I would love to see Villese drop his Siege Workshop.
Yeah, I think right on the hill next to the stone, you see the ranges there. MbL is just committed to playing defensive from here on out. I like how Villese has used his starting camel to run in there and see if MbL's hiding anything. There's not much you can do from MbL's position. You try and make knights now. You have crappy knights, so it's all about eco and defending. Seen this once or twice from MbL's rated games, man.
Look how cornered MbL is now. He built the Siege Workshop outside of the map, and yeah just will run out of farming space eventually as well.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Not ideal. Now, if he would have done more in early Castle Age with those crossbows, he could have had some room to breathe. Villese's defense was solid, and Villese adding eco behind as well. It's just that it will be significantly worse because MbL has the 10 villager lead and he has free hand card. Vikings are just disgusting.
Constantly 7 idle villagers here, and, well, then you don't have the greatest advantage. Yeah, it's still the advantage. Yeah. And, well, we have 2 TCs only by Villese. Where I heard a Siege Workshop. Oh, he takes the other approach. And that will be a massive pressure on the wood line.
Okay, so he's keeping an eye on the right side. We'll now keep an eye on the left. I was wondering if MbL is going to use approach and consider going for a counter, leaving himself even further exposed at home. It's risky, but imagine if he were to, I was thinking maybe delete a house and send the crossbows to the south. He doesn't know the siege is there, but get over to the main gold of Villese and snipe villagers. Maybe then the eco difference would be great enough where he could hold. Only Vikings can hold from this position, though. It's really, in Empire Wars, maybe Vikings, maybe Chinese. It's a wonder he has any chance here, but he does.
Yeah, and obviously the MbL power, right? He's so used to playing this situation, walling himself very small and mass amount of pressure. Normally we see him to go for like camel, skirmisher, tower, and somehow survive and come out ahead with a better economy.
Yep. But Villese, he'll be well aware of that. He's played MbL tons of times. He also knows about the stone and the gold and the wood line here. MbL, I think he really needs stone. He also needs a quick wall to keep the knight out, and the knight comes over. This is perfect pressure from Villese.
Oh god, and this macro behind this is super sick as well. Just so limited on the resource. What's going on?
I was just laughing because MbL, I believe, sent a villager to quick wall that, and the Maganel blocked that one tile gap. So it couldn't be quick walled, and now the knights are in, and this is with +2 attack, right? So as MbL tries to find an area to take eco, the knights could be in there. Villese is all over him.
26 idle villagers now. Let's take a look. Knights are diving in at the other side as well. Can they get a snipe against the Mangonel? They will surely commit. No, they won't.
Oh, man. And I just noticed something huge, Nili. Look at the eco upgrades, or should I say lack of eco upgrades for Villese. He's tossed away knights to town centers. He does not have double bid axe, the first wood upgrade. Also, that means he doesn't have the Castle Age wood upgrade. He doesn't have the second farm upgrade. And MbL has handcart for free and both of those upgrades. And quite a large amount of crossbows.
16 villager lead, 4 upgrade lead here as well. It all comes down to the military. Villese, he needs to do the damage now, but he's attacking at the perfect angle.
Yeah, I like this. And if he continues to maybe threaten MbL on the other side, MbL will never know where to be. I think this is such an MbL game. He's actually waiting for Imp. He's about to click up to Imp.
Lord.
Power of Vikings, but power of MbL. And holding with defensive Maganels. It's disgusting. Like, I would not suggest any new player playing like MbL is playing here because it's so risky, but he can get away with it.
This is honestly even for top players. That's just so hard. And let's Tristan, this is so scary to move in there.
Yeah, I guess with no chain barding armor on those knights, the crossbows and TCs have done enough against the Magyar knights. Now chain barding armor's in, but there's not much here from Villese. And do you think Villese knows he doesn't have bid axe? Or do you think he's forgotten at this point? Because it's pretty far into the game.
Yeah, he has forgotten. It's something that if it's out of your mind, you don't think about it. Like, at some point, maybe you want to do the imp upgrade and see like, oh god, didn't even do the first one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's always frustrating to see that because it makes such a big difference. And MbL's getting thumb ring. He's on his way to imp. He will be able to afford bracer at least. His woodline's gonna get hit though. This will hurt.
And oh god, that's what did he just not lose a single villager?
Oh,
there was 20 crossbows behind his woodline. Yeah, nothing happened.
It's all right, man. See, it's all under control. MbL's got it. Look at this TC. He's building a TC out here. Okay, here he'll lose some villagers. This will make you happy, Nili.
Okay.
I love how Villese camped the skirmisher there, though. That was great game sense.
Oh god, that was so sick. And like Villese even set it up. He sent one crossbow, saw it, and knew, okay, if I attack now, I won't get villager kills. Waited for the full army, went back with 20 crossbows, and still didn't get a single kill.
Yeah, faster villagers, man, because of the eco upgrades. Oh man, well, once Bracer comes in, that's pretty much all MbL can. Maybe Arbalest. Castle Age army cannot fight this. I think Villese, as he's going back to the woodline now, Nili, and finally getting those kills. I really wonder how this game goes from here, because it's not easy for MbL, but it's also not easy for Villese to defend from these units.
Oh, MbL is doing such a good job here with the Mangonel defense. Left-hand side woodline now completely idled. MbL only 16 villagers on wood at the moment. Now he claims the top area though. That TC is so nice for him.
Arbalest with Bracer destroy every single option that Villese has, except maybe mass Castellate skirmishers. Oh my god, he's clicked up to Imp. Let's see if he gets bid X. Oh no, actually, when he arrives in Imp, we'll probably check, right?
Yeah. Okay, MbL now moves through the map. 30 crossbows moving forward. Gets Arbalest upgrade. Has Bracer, +1 defense.
Oh, and beautiful cleanup on the left. So the wood line there is secured, and the stone.
Oh, so good.
So one thing I want to bring up here is another moment where MbL has a power spike of the next stage. And in Castle Age, it was a very different situation, but he didn't make it work for him. So far, he's making it work in Imp.
Yeah, and that's what he played the whole time, right?
Yeah. It's unbelievably MbL.
God. And now he claims this area at the front, gets to some stone. Skirm numbers, yeah, they are rising, but can't really fight before Bracer either. He needs so much time. There will be mass amount of idle villages as well, builds defensive tower, and MbL. Now he's the one who can really do whatever he wants.
Yeah, as far as population goes, things are pretty even. I think it's important for MbL now that he finally starts to expand and starts to breed, because he was not doing that earlier. Gained the Imperial Age from it, but now he's got to move out. I see he notices the Siege Workshop on the left. Of course, those wood lions and golds and stones are important. Villese is certainly going to have an army of skirmishers, and they will be upgraded. Still no double bid axe, but he's held. Again, he's held.
Oh, and he's getting the stone upgrade now, and the gold upgrade. Oh, this hurts so much.
Magyars get 2-man Sol. Do they even get the Imperial Age wood upgrade? Will he check?
But most people don't know about that and just randomly check it.
Check
eventually.
anyways, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I asked you. I don't freaking know. I just always look.
I know that Celts don't have it. And Vikings do.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
I think Magyars do get it. Oh, nice uphill shot from MbL. And he's taking the fights before the upgrades come in for these skirmishers. They're still tanky. I'm seeing a lot more red expansion on that mini-map, though.
Oh, God. And he just lost, what was that, like 15 skirmishers before Bracer and Chemistry? That was just so good. MbL missing some Arbalest, and now the Knights are diving in before they get the defense upgrades. MbL is taking so good fights before the upgrades are ticking in.
He's making it look really easy now. A lot of these skirmishers are weak. Also, I see him getting scale mail armor. I wonder if he's thinking Berserk, or if he's thinking Champion. Might want some Viking infantry mixed in here to take out the skirmishers with a little more ease.
For now, he's just going mass Arbalest. Has 44 on the field against 15 skirmishers. He can take fights here.
Yeah, you're fighting up a hill, which is not something you normally want, but he knows he can. Also, I love this small group of arbs on the left on the stone and the gold still. Just keeping an eye, making sure Villese won't expand too much. Villese was doing the same with 2 cav archers earlier on this gold on that right side, but there's a castle on the hill, and Villese really needs to turn around. His worst economy. What are the options for Magyars from this position?
Well, double bid X would be a start.
He's getting heavy plow, yeah.
Oh, God. Maybe our overlay is broken or something? I'm not really sure. I don't think so. And yeah, well, the options are heavy CA, actually. It's a really good thing. Very big investment on the gold, though, so not really likely. I think he will mainly go for Hussar Skirm for now.
Yeah, I think Hussar would be good for mobility as well. MbL hasn't had a lot of mobility. I question whether he's going to have the economy for it, but getting some raids in on the left and the right of MbL's economy could be a way to slow the game down. MbL has his castle, and he is creating berserks. He is from Norway himself, right? So he's very familiar with how to play this civilization. He's had some real-life experience, obviously.
And has +4 defense, so they are reasonably good. +1 attack, and... Well, Magyar Hussars wouldn't be the greatest option against that. Could technically be a good option in general, but for now, he continues with the CA approach. More archer ranges to come.
Maybe it's that he can't afford... In order for Villese to go for Hussar, he has to tech into upgrades for Cav as well. And he feels like since he already has the ranged upgrades, it's better to mix in more range. I mean, Magyar Cav archers are really exciting to see, and one of the hardest groups of units to fight. once they're upgraded. You get recurve bow with +1 range, +1 attack, plus all the other cav archer upgrades.
Yeah.
They're like Huns on steroids, right? Cav archers and horses, but there's no discount on anything.
Yeah, well, they have the better hussars, they have the better CAs, so yeah, it's trickier to get them, but then they're technically better.
Yep. Chieftain's on the way now, so MbL might be expecting a bit of a cav switch, like you mentioned, Nili. I think that's the Chieftains would give the Berserks extra attack against cav. Not too much happening right now, except I think the eco is kicking in, and MbL is probably ramping up for a big push.
Okay, if we have a small, like, 30 seconds breather, maybe you go into Discord and lower your voice activation, because you're cutting in and out from time to time. Just like 5%.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't had issues before, so I think we'll do that between games.
Okay.
Are we on your point of view, or is it
Yes.
coming from my end at this point?
It's my point of view.
Yeah. I'll back up from the mic and we'll see if there's a... Maybe I'm getting too close, I don't know.
No, I think you're getting too far away. Heavy
Well,
CA...
I can get whatever you want. Let me know. We'll make it happen.
Well, not really sure. Maybe we fix that in between series or something as well. Heavy CA, now the direction that Villese wants to tag into, and indeed, as we predicted, Nicov bow. So that's going to be really good, but MbL could maybe intercept some.
Yeah. Nice attempt. I do like how Villese is castles, so we can still out this game. Very difficult to face against Vikings, but if you take it to the late game, you have a chance. So he's held on. It makes me want to cry that he doesn't have that field range wood upgrade. Oh man, but this is a decent fight. I see a lot of red positioning for MbL on the left side, though. It's actually more towards the center. If that castle goes up, we might even see siege to back it up for MbL.
Sick, and now the upgrade that we once called Marauders, allowing your Magier Hussars to be produced without any gold investment. That's really sweet. Villese is getting to his perfect army composition.
Okay, so I just want to point out, I don't think this is a mistake. Villese has 68 on wood, according to our overlay.
Yeah.
And he probably keeps sending more to wood because he doesn't have wood in the bank. But he's not bringing in wood because he doesn't have his wood upgrade. Oh, no. Oh, it's so sad, man.
And
Oh, well, I love that castle from MbL. It's a great idea for Villese to castle his left-hand side. But it's denied temporarily, and MbL will see that that's going to be the plan of action for Villese.
yeah, and castles are so important because you want to have something in front of your heavy CA, and I think Magier Hussars could be the perfect option there. No gold investment and still so incredibly strong.
I actually, the more I think about this, because we considered Villese to be pretty far behind when arriving to the Imperial Age. I feel like the Cav Archer switch was probably better than going for Cavalier or Hussar because MbL was prepped for that, and the Elite Berserks have not really mattered when it comes to army versus army fights. Berserks will go into raid though. Uh-oh. He might lose Lumberjacks, Nili.
Well, maybe misclicks the lumber camp on the way. That could be really helpful for him.
Oh yeah, build new lumber. MbL's helping Villese. If Villese builds lumber, it. Dang.
Elite Magier
Hussar. This the last time I saw this was in a community game. I can't tell you the last time I've seen Magier Hussar, Elite Magier Hussar, and fully upgraded Cav Archers in a competitive game. This is sweet.
Yeah, has to be months for me as well. DM World Cup maybe, but that's some time ago. And while we are dropping more farms, Villese, he's setting himself up quite nicely. I think if he didn't lose that castle and held on for a bit longer, he would be in a really good spot.
It's a problem. He had to go after those Berserks. And the Magier Hussars do have a bonus against Siege, but you need castles to produce them. And MbL just will not stop pressuring. I like the Siege workshops in the north too, so he's thinking of hitting from the other angle. If only Villese had Bidax and slightly better eco to get more units out. The game ends. MbL, after that incredibly defensive Castle Age, pulls out the victory.
Oh, man. And yeah, it kind of felt like slowly but surely Villese was getting to his army composition that he really wanted to, right? Elite Magier Hussar, heavy CA with all the upgrades, and then he wins basically every fight against a Vikings player, if you micro properly. And yeah, just it felt like a minute, 2 minutes before Villese was unstoppable. MbL got so much control and took so many fights to win the game.
Without Bidax,
He made it to Imp and held on. Imagine if he got double Bidax and got Bowsaw. I can't help but feel like, well, MbL might still have had the lead and obviously still would have gotten to the Imperial Agent into that position. With a simple eco upgrade, even just the first one, maybe Villese would have had the resources for Hussar. Maybe he would have gotten to a few things sooner. You hate to see it, man, but MbL gets the victory in game number 1 with one of his best civilizations. Let's take a quick look at the achievements before we think about game number 2. 151 kills. I mean, the KD was relatively... The wood collected was even.
Yeah, just think about it. That could have been like 2k more.
Yeah. Yeah, like if you have more wood... Well, it's actually not even that, right? He had 70 on wood, so he could have had 20 or 30 doing other things.
Yeah.
And then the other resources would have been higher. Yeah, feels bad. Okay, well, Nili, talk to the people. I genuinely am not sure what to do. We'll try and look into possible fixes because I'm getting mixed signals from people on whether or not my mic's having issues, but
yeah.
I'll try and sort that out.
I think it
wasn't an issue for the first series, right?
It was, but it got somehow worse. Maybe just like go a bit further to the left when it comes to voice activation, and we should be fine. Meanwhile, we can take a look at the upcoming maps and civilizations. We will jump into one of the home maps of Mr. Villese at the right-hand side, and he has, if I remember correctly, Aslan and Kavasan left for himself. Japanese good options there, Han's good option. I'm still interested to see what he has in store for us with Lithuanians as well.
All right. So I'm being told that everything, like, I don't think any of this is on my end, so I think we're okay. Anyways, so you just talked about the civilizations. Aslan is probably the next home map pick for Villese. You have... Do you think we'll see Japanese? All 3 of those could be quite good.
Let's think about the other maps as well. We have Wings and Cross. Japanese are probably safe for Cross then. Think like Hans for Kavasan, Ethiopians for Wings, and probably Lithuanians for Aslan. Doesn't that sound crazy?
There's 5 relics, and I would love to see it. Like, I don't know if it's the best pick, but there's 5 relics in the middle, and Lithuanians benefit from getting relics, so... Also, he picks Japanese. Japanese would be a great counter to Lithuanians there if they go into house, so...
Sorry for interrupting, but the game is live, and we should jump into game number 2, home map of Villese, Aslan indeed.
Alright, let's go.
From what I heard, we are now taking your POV, if I'm correct. And
we're in the game.
Can do the intro.
Yeah, we're in the game. All right, guys. So Villese has gone for Lithuanians on this map. I actually, when we talked about it earlier, I was thinking Lithuanians on Kawasan. If I confused you, I'm sorry. And MbL, the first thing he does, and he's Franks, is he's coming forward to place a tower here. Beautiful stuff. Also, update on the wood upgrade. Yeah, it's come in for Villese first thing, so he's learned his lesson. Nili, I've never seen Lithuanians on this map. They start with more food, and MbL is building his one and only tower right away.
Oh, and I think that tower, yeah, he's even canceling it. How much stone does he have left? 113? That means he can't build another tower, and Villese will have the defensive tower. That's so weird by MbL.
Yeah. So, guys, the stone and the gold, they're stuck in the corner. Oh, hold on. Let's fix this here. Yeah, they're stuck in the corner on this map. You have to chop your way through to it. So, MbL now has 113 stone. Not enough. He is Franks. There are berries around the TC, so he's making use of that. But villagers on shorefish are so important here. You know what's amazing about Lithuanians, and it rarely gets talked about. We talk about the relic bonus. We talk about the starting with extra food, but they also have faster trash units, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we're
as
seeing.
You said, that's a really nice bonus because you can do a so much better job of dictating fights. You can disengage, you can engage, you get 1 or 2 more shots up, and yeah, I really like that.
Yeah. All right. Now, what's not so great is that there's no spearman here right now, so it's going to be complicated for MbL to micro it, but he does have extra HP on his scouts. I think Villese will be very happy with the amount of villagers he has on food, and he'll be very happy that he has so many trash units out. It's like Byzantines.
And he can raid because the counterattack won't really come in. He has the defensive tower there as well. He can start to be annoying.
Yeah.
And that's just mass skirmishes, and MbL doesn't have the answer.
Yeah, and MbL didn't start with that extra food, so he couldn't get the numbers out. This is really well thought out strategy from Villese. Obviously practice, right? It's not like he came in to play the tournament today, not having played this a few times.
Yeah, that's a prepared strategy for sure. It was also like his pick number 3 or 4, so he wanted to make sure that that is one of his civilizations also on his home map. So feels very much prepared. One thing I have to question MbL, he still has 2 villages on a gold in a spot where you want to go for only skirms and scouts.
Ah, that's true. You do start with Vils on that resource, and maybe he forgot to transfer them off. MbL really hasn't been his start, and I hear a stable now for Villese. If Villese adds in scouts, it feels like MbL is just gonna die. Like, I've never seen MbL die to skirmishers this early before. It's normally what he's doing to opponents. Oh my goodness.
He's going for the counter-attack at the top, though. We'll find most likely 2 kills on the gold.
That's good. And maybe just 1 kill here. Villese reacted immediately. Can MbL stay on his shorefish? Can he keep up with the trash? Can he get enough units out? He can't build a defensive tower in his shorefish.
KD now 9-2, forces all the villagers to be pulled though on the wood line. But, oh god, MbL is just so distracted and will take another skirmisher loss.
Yeah, now, what's actually quite good for MbL is, well, I thought he was going to commit to attacking the spear. I thought he'd kill the spear and have 2 scouts remaining, so he might still have some control there. But I just...
Look at the left-hand side, kind of, where MbL is chasing with 1 villager. Okay, now got cleared up. Was very aggro and went after that skirmisher, but meanwhile, the big attack through the center.
Yeah, big attack through the center is the important thing to focus on here. And MbL, he cannot deal with scout numbers. Also, it's worth mentioning that while Franks get the extra HP on their scouts, they don't get bloodlines, right? So they're maxed out at 54 HP in feudal. So if we see Villese get bloodlines, which Lithuanians do get, he'll have more HP than the Frank scouts, while also having the cheap trash.
And, well, we still have 3 villagers on gold for Villese, so he is going for that, or at least will have the option, has enough resources now, but again, another fight in the center.
Wow.
Military count 25-11.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty incredible how quickly these skirmishers move, man. It feels so unnatural. Now, that fight could have been better for Villese. He backs up to his tower and is adding another stable. Scale mail armor's even on the way? Is he going to add spears too? I think we'll go all in trash.
That feels so weird. Isn't that a misclick, honestly? No, he has everything else. He has everything else. That's so weird. Double stable, double archer range production by him, and he still goes for infantry upgrades. Well, he has 5 spearmen.
Yeah, all right, 5 spearmen. I think he wants to end the game right now, Nili. He knows MbL's the cockroach. The longer the game goes, the better he gets, right? We saw exactly that in the first game and this game. MbL had really rough starts.
Uh-oh, and now Bloodlines comes after this. Villese now with 5 production facilities here and goes very deep. Military count is just brutally in his favor.
Yeah.
Villagers need to come over and try to wall this. He needs to buy time, but I don't know how.
MbL has 13 on food. Franks do have free farm upgrades, but if you're relying on farms versus shorefish and farms, it doesn't matter if you're Franks or not. It doesn't matter if you have horsepower or not. Villese is going to have so much more food income. How many Vils does he have? He has 21 Vils in the middle, actually. That's incredible.
Yeah, he didn't go for a single farmer yet.
Oh, wow. Okay, I assumed he had a few back here.
No, he goes full exploit of the fast food in the center, and that's just beautiful for him. His economy will just snowball out of control.
Yeah, MbL has 1 scout inside that stable. You can tell the difference in the food income when you're expecting something, some desperation, some Hail Mary play from MbL, and he has 1 scout inside there. I thought he maybe had 5. Nothing, man.
Oh man, and well, Young Garrisons now wants to take this fight. Let's take a look, but archers will be lost there, and behind this, Villese will click up to Castle Age any second.
This is over. This is over. This series is going to get tied up. Most of those archers died for MbL. He can't defend from the scouts. Villese is on the way to Castle Age, and MbL resigns. That was excellent preparation against... Well, I don't think MbL knew what to do. Like, I don't think the tower was all that well thought out because he didn't have military to support it. It looked really bad because it didn't work, but I don't know if MbL had that much experience on the map. I don't know if he knew what to do against Lithuanians going into it. Villese, where he's going to have victories in the series or any tournament, is his preparation with his teammates like the Max and Rubenstock. I think we saw that preparation pay off here.
Yeah, and well, now it becomes interesting, right? What series is the max tomorrow? I think against Tato, right? So I'm interested to see if we see Aslan there as well.
Yeah, and also since these are live games, Tato could watch this right now. Hi, Tati. And he could prepare against that too, right? That'll be a fun series tomorrow. 2 players who prepare so much. Pretty quick game, guys, which does happen with these settings. There's a quick difference in the economy. It just was not close. There's no other way to say it. And now MbL will get to pick a map that he's a bit more comfortable with. And we'll go back to the main screen and see the maps and see the civilizations.
What do you think triggered him to build the tower? Like, if the tower goes up, obviously that's beautiful for him. But what made him think, okay, I have the advantage, especially over Lithuanians that should have the best opening?
It's funny, I don't think this that frequently before bringing up, before saying something while I'm casting, but this is going to be a very Nili answer. I don't think MbL really thought it through. I think that MbL just thought, Shorefish is good for my opponent, so I'm going to try and build a tower here. I don't think that he really thought he can rush it down easily or I need military with it. I just think he decided to go for it and it didn't work out. So like in hindsight's 2020, it's very easy to say it didn't make sense. But anyways, MbL has wings and he has cross as his next home maps. We could see a similar strategy from MbL on wings maybe. Byzantines are so good with their trash, and on wings, players are pretty close together. So maybe he would go for spears.
I think he should go for cross now. He just had a super wild game that was out of his control.
Yeah.
I think he wants something very standard, very controlled. I think cross is the way better choice.
Yeah, and it's a map he's played so much, right? Yeah, I would not be surprised to see that. Now, what civ he picks there, I'm not too sure on. A Japanese is a really strong pick for Villese and a common one.
Mm-hmm.
Game will be starting shortly, guys. See what MbL has prepared here.
That's tricky. Like our classic choices aren't really there. Persians were banned. Huns and Japanese both on the other side.
It almost feels like MbL picked a really good draft if there were no bans. If he had Persians, then obviously he has a pick here for cross. But none of those picks that he has are great for cross. They're not the top 3 civilizations, whereas Villese has both Huns and Japanese available.
Interesting. Now the question is, do you go for Saracens and play something super fancy? Do you go for Archer opening with Aztecs? Do you try to play Khmer here? Also remember, we still have other maps to be played as well.
Yeah, I think, knowing MbL, I think he goes for Khmer or Byzantines and saves Aztecs for like Kawasan or Wings.
I think Aztecs for Wings. Kawasan, we probably pick Byzantines. So it's, I believe, Khmer now?
Yeah. All right, well, we'll find out. We've hopped into the game, game number 3. Whoa, okay. Byzantines it is. Byzantine hype, ladies and gents. MbL's in the red. Byzantines. Villese has gone for Huns.
Oh, I think that's a counter pick there. He tries to go through the center, lots of trash units, and he just saw how simple spearman skirms can do a lot. And also, if we ever get into the pawn fights, Fire Galley against Fire Galley, also better for Byzantines.
MbL is a fantastic 4 lakes player, or cross is what it's called in tournaments. And the first thing he did with one of his horses was scout that shoreline. So I think MbL is going to do his best to take control of the pawns. One bonus we haven't brought up with Byzantines is that their fires are really strong, and fire ships are the way to go on this type of a map. Villese is starting off with 1 range Nili. He's walling heavily, and we will see docks for both of them. I just wonder, yeah, MbL already. Villager heading towards that right-hand pond.
Look at the horse trying to block there next to the archer range of Villese. Look at how he is forced to build the weird walls there.
Yeah, we didn't really catch it all, but that's funny to me. Right now, I'm keeping an eye on if Villese will spot this villager. Villese is already docking there, and here comes MbL with an archer and a spear, very similar to game 1. And also, he's being annoying in the middle of Villese's eco. Looks like full pond control is the strategy for MbL.
Yeah, he will go for the safe one in his back, and as you mentioned, the sneaky one there. will be so good for him. Wow, it feels like all the pressure. Where did Villese resources go?
Yeah, well, some of this might also be that MbL, he's able to field a little bit more. I'm not sure either, Nili. Now, MbL, he's building a stable over here. What? He's building a stable over here. I thought it was going to be a dock. He just placed a stable.
He sees Skirm only as the defense is keeping it open at that side. And yeah, if he gets to like 3-4 scouts, that's beautiful for him. The problem, if Villese can wall up everything,
oh my god,
those are wasted.
Oh my god, MbL knows that, and he's gonna fight with the Vill just to keep this open. Are you kidding me? Are you? This is so silly. It's gonna work too. Surprise! The scout's in here. So, stable for Villese, and he might eventually be able to get the walls up, but MbL's being super annoying.
Yeah, but the walls indeed should go up here. One scout is annoying, but you need the surprise factor with like 2, 3, maybe even 4 scouts coming in. The problem is the top is still not walled.
Yeah, you know, just in general, don't you think it's better for MbL to use that villager to dock instead of going for scouts? There it is, but...
Initially, he wanted to dock, and then he saw, okay, full Skirm defense, let's try to counter.
True. I guess no one ever plans, let's go fast feudal, archer, spearman, forward stable. That's not really a thing. He might also assume that that's fully walled, because he hasn't clicked beyond with his scouts. He could get through there. And Villese knows that's opened up, and I'm really surprised that he hasn't gone for a full wall yet.
It's a bit surprising to me as well, like, even? MbL is running around a bit more, has 3 scouts out.
And now he's going to send a Vill to the north now, Nili. So he's sending another Vill up there. He wants to get 3 pawn controls, but Villese is faster to the pawns. That's what's weird to me. MbL's taking the initiative, but he's being quite slow about placing the docks.
Yeah, but that's okay, right? If your opponent builds like 2 fishing ships and then you win the 1v1 fire galley war, it's fine to be late with Byzantine.
I guess it depends, right? If Villese goes for fires and stops the docks or gets the lead with the production. I do like the scouts and skirms a lot, and how... Look at the difference in resources. Are you confused at all? How does MbL have enough to go castlade and Villese only has 100 food?
I'm confused the whole time. It's like Villese opening. He did pull so many villagers to wood. His fish boom didn't really get rolling. This feels so tough. Maybe he walled too much.
I mean, MbL hasn't really walled at all, and MbL's on the way up. I understand there being a difference, but this big of a difference is something. We said MbL is experienced, but how on earth does he have the resources for this? It's like he's Vikings again.
Yeah, well, he has 4 extra fishing ships. He is, well, probably surely raiding Villese fishing ships to death as well. There's just so much going on for him.
I guess Villese, if you think about it, he's had 1 fishing ship on the right pond, 1 in the north, and the 1 in the north and the 1 in the right pond could go down right now. So it's not even... Like, the difference was there initially when MbL has fish boomed in the back pond, but it's also like long term. MbL needs a quick wall. But yeah, long term, what Villese will have will be less.
Double stable now dropped by MbL as well. If he just adds 2 knights, he can clear this one up so easily as well. Villese ahead in score, but I think that will switch pretty soon.
Yep. Villese has 23 on food, so I think he invested a bit more into farms. That would make sense. Yeah, seems to have a pretty solid farm eco. It's an approach you can take. It's not all about the fish on this map. Always depends. A scale barding for MbL. Forgot about that villager. We'll send her back home, and we'll probably be a few knights and camels to open up, and then full water control.
Ooh. Tough spot, Villese. Well, what can he really do with his army now? He even thinks, okay, going back is the best option.
Yeah.
I think there's no really good option, right? You kind of want to do damage, but you know you will get cleared up any second as well. I think he needs to build a defensive tower, heavily wall, and somehow drag it out long.
Yeah, maybe defensive tower on the gold, wall, and then go full cab archers in the next stage. Because you're not going to have a lot of food income. MbL is going to clear out those ponds. The previous game was a bit lackluster from MbL, and this game was a bit lackluster from Villese, so power of home maps, I suppose.
Yeah. It felt like Villese's plan was, okay, I need to be completely walled.
Yeah.
and then my better eco will carry me. But he never got to that better eco phase, right?
Yeah.
It's 3 pawns against none now.
Yep, it's true. MbL could break through this palisade wall as well. We need to see, normally I'd say some house walls behind. Don't be confused, Huns do start with houses in Empire Wars, but it's got to be stone walls or palisade walls, and quickly.
He's going for the palisade option, but they won't be in time, will they? Okay, MbL is not directly diving in. Villager advantage now, or 10 worker advantage at the moment in MbL. He just needs to continue producing army.
Yep, continue producing army. You could consider going heavier into ranged units now because a lot of your melee units aren't getting through. I see him getting Bodcanero, so that's the choice, and Byzantine skirmishers makes a lot of sense.
Uh-oh, let's catch the counter-attack with the 6 scouts at the woodline of MbL, though absolutely unspotted.
Yeah, unspotted. Also, they have forging and also bloodline. So if Villese is able to hold it home with walls and slice and dice these villagers, it could be good. 1 villager down, 2, 3. Oh, man, that's some good damage.
Yeah, and he didn't really take any damage at the front. That's just so good for him. Let's take a look now. Reaches Castle Age. What is he prioritizing?
What does he have? Funny enough, he has resources for knights against camels. He doesn't really have the res to go for much. He's going pikemen. Things are so bad for him. He's repairing a lumber camp at the moment. What was that? Sorry?
Right-hand side is broken in as well. 2 camels, but it doesn't look like MbL really realized either.
Yeah. I'm also paying attention to the water where MbL's adding fishing ships. So a lot of food income for him. His 2 camels are actually grouping up with these camels as he wants to push in. Do you think MbL should have just ranged that gold, or was this the correct play to break in?
I'm a bit surprised that he didn't try to pressure the gold either, honestly. He did have full vision of it. Maybe he felt, okay, I have the slight hill advantage there and therefore can break the walls a bit easier.
Yeah, well, that fish boom will lead to a villager lead too. MbL has added a second town center at home, which I won't show you yet, because his fight could end the game. If Villese can't secure his woodlines and his stones and his golds back here, it could be game over. There's 1 pikeman, 2 more arrive. Weird fight for MbL. It'll be close, but
I think it will get cleared up because the pikemen are just so good there.
Yeah.
And less can he wall behind this? Not really. Okay, he will stabilize for now, but just look at the inefficiency on the wood line as well.
Yeah, you look at this eco, and it's not so much... It's not a great position because MbL killed something there. It's because he's extending his lead with more land eco himself. 2 TCs pumping, 3rd TC on the way. Also has a ton of skirmishers inside of the archery range, so he could use skirmishers and camels pretty well against knights and pikemen. It's the fish. MbL could take 4 pawns if he wanted to. He's so good on this map.
Yeah, that's just such sweet early aggression. Just put him into the spot that he had all the map control in the world. And now we might see the big fight here on the hill.
He could take it easily, can't he, Nili? The skirmishers could take care of the pikes. MbL was slow to react, but you will see him micro down those pikemen. There's only 3 pikemen, 2 pikemen, with 2 or 3 knights. Vilese's town center is a great town center, though. It will protect the gold. It'd be very much like MbL to add a siege workshop on the hill right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I wanted to say. Also a great spot to attack pretty soon. Knights are arriving +1/+1 there and having bloodlines. MbL is regrouping, but he has to feel so comfortable if he just takes a look at the score as well.
Yeah, I was wondering how MbL would respond because, and there's the siege workshop, but game 2 was bad for him. There's no other way to say it. It was not good. And I was wondering how he would respond on his home map, if maybe there'd be some shakiness. But this is just typical MbL. Taking control of the map, booming. He'll also see that there's nothing in the south for Villese, so he might even take that pond. Not like it's necessary.
And Villese is building another TC now at the woodline. Not really efficient towards the woodline. It's more to protect his villagers, but just gives another even brighter attack angle here for MbL, who already is setting himself up there.
Also, MbL and Villese have a few villagers on stone. So MbL has enough villagers on stone where in 5-10 minutes he can start thinking about a castle. And he has quite a few hills to choose from. And also, what's this villager doing? He is a villager just building houses. It's great that MbL's thinking ahead with the houses. I just love how he's building the forward houses, though. Villager on the hill, okay.
Get some control, also having Soundwatch helps out, and he sees the amount of villagers on the wood, sees the control of the stone as well.
That's one of the few times you'll see MbL pre-building houses. Normally, it's I get housed and I build 5 houses and then I get housed again in 25 population. But he's actually pre-building houses. He should go with forward buildings more often.
Do you think Incas could be the second best civilization for MbL?
Huns and Incas. Huns and Incas, man. He actually picks Incas a lot. Who knows?
Next raid at the bottom, MbL has 2 camels with low HP, therefore potential defense. No runs, has to run away. Camels maybe going back, aggression through the center still massive.
Yeah, I think MbL probably has the eco to just make reinforcements here. So he will not want to leave the front. Yep, he'll deal with this. This is a very ineffective army for Villese. And the Mangonels are raining down hell on that town center, and it's just time and time again, Nili. We keep talking about how Villese is behind. He tries to do things to come back. MbL is not letting it happen. Even having the monks here in defense. And getting the conversion too. That was some amazing RNG. MbL will be praising the RNG gods.
Yeah, that was pretty sweet. And GG there, no way to hold.
Beautiful, man. So game 1, MbL, it was a bit shaky. He got the win with an amazing boom. Game 2 looked awful for MbL. There's no other way to say it. It looked amazing for Villese. And then MbL just responded on his home map. I love the preparation. I loved Byzantines. I think it worked out and countered Huns, which is very common here.
I think Empire Wars isn't designed to take 4 villagers to go for full wall.
Oh, full wall, okay.
Yeah, like the Villese, like, I'm still, like, the whole question for me was, like, how did Villese fall behind that quickly? Didn't have the docks, didn't have the army, no real map control. It was just simply MbL. He played it completely open.
Yeah.
And super aggressive style.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, it's got to be something, right? Where were his resources? His resources and villager time was put into walling heavily. Unreal. I mean, some players prefer to have those walls. They feel more comfortable, but while walls are OP once they're up sometimes, there's also a huge risk and huge resource investment into getting them. I am with you. I just felt like, where's Villese's army? Where's Villese's eco? What happened? Has to be that. All right, well, to the statistics, we'll see just how many resources MbL was able to collect. It felt inevitable for a while there because he got so far ahead. More food collected, more wood collected, more gold collected, way more gold actually. And he had better fights, would have taken better fights if Villese wasn't running half the time. The score is 2-1 for MbL. What did we say? We said that this would be so close. We both felt like this could go to 5 games, right, Nili?
Yeah. And so far, Arabia going into MbL's favor, kind of what we expected, and both players winning their home map. If we continue that trend, we will indeed go to game number 5.
All right, so let's go back now. We thought maybe Khmer for MbL going into Cross, so he does have Khmer remaining after choosing Byzantines instead. The home map will be Kawasan. This is a map with berries in the middle, and 5 relics, and also 2 pawns to control. So I'm leaning more towards Japanese or Ethiopians for Villese. MbL has Khmer, Aztecs, and Saracens. And what are your thoughts, Nili?
I think Japanese for Kawasan, Ethiopians for Wings. And on the other side, I think Saracens, because he picked them kind of early.
No way.
It's more likely picked than Khmer, and Aztecs for Wings.
You think? So...
It sounds crazy, but why do you pick Saracens as number 5 and Khmer as number 7 if you prefer Khmer over Saracens?
Because it's MbL. It's like, okay, so the one argument I could make is that Max chose Saracens in the qualifier and went for this 1 TC play, so maybe MbL wanted to counter pick it and get it away from Villese, but if MbL, I want you to be right, but if MbL was Tato, I would say he's going Saracens here. But with 5 relics in the middle, and MbL being so good with Aztecs, I would lean more towards Aztecs myself.
Well, that's the beauty, right? That even us, with seeing everything, still can't really predict that, and that's also the beauty of the interviews afterwards, to really hear what players are thinking about. You hopefully did restart your capture age. As requested.
Oh yeah, I can restart that. Thank you.
And yeah, we can to the next game pretty soon. Did not start yet, although we heard the message it's about to start.
Yeah.
And indeed, it did load up now. Kazakhstan will be our next map.
All right, well, reloading things here on my end. We had a Capture Age update. That's how awesome the Capture Age team is. Updating things during the show. Iron out some kinks.
God, I feel so smart.
You're kidding me. You're kidding me. Well, now you're teasing us,
smart.
right? I can't
Just
show
say,
you the game.
who's the smartest? Say it.
You're the smartest.
Okay.
You're the smartest. But it doesn't mean I think it's a great choice. Like, if he actually went Saracens, why? Why Saracens? Okay, MbL, or not MbL, Nili, bear with me. This took a long time to reload for me. And the next game, here we are. All right, what's really funny to me is how when I said what I said, there were a lot of people like T90's right. And I was like, oh, thanks, chat. It's not really that big a deal. But now that I'm wrong, it is definitely a big deal. MbL's gone for Saracens. We're catching up here. He's gone for the market. And he's going to abuse the market. Oh, wrong overlay. My bad, guys. It's all right. It's fine. You guys could still see the market. That's all that matters. I think Red Bull freaked out. They're like, we don't want them to see the wrong overlay, so let's go to the brackets instead. We're good.
Panic! Click all the hotkeys.
Yeah. All right. So here we have Japanese. If Villese sees Saracens, though, does he have to change his whole game plan, Nili, and try and go YOLO all in? Like, what's he expecting?
He doesn't have to. Well, the problem is Saracens. I said it in my Civ overview video, right? They will be the craziest civilization and will provide the most entertaining games because they can build the market so quickly. You sell the 200 stone with your improved prices, and you can go for mass scouts, you can go for mass archers, you can play fast castle.
Yeah.
It is so tricky, and Villese, as you can see, he goes forward to take control in his own hands.
Because MbL sold all of his stone with Saracens, so he could buy food to get a fast castle age. So Villese, he's actually countering this play to deny the gold now because MbL can't build a counter tower. This is interesting. And MbL does have stone within his walls, but the other golds are all outside of his walls.
He is up to the castle age, guys. That's just so crazy. Oh no, he is not, but he's will
close.
Be after this villager.
But but it's so all in. This is why I think it's an interesting pick, but it's not necessarily the best pick because if he doesn't have gold in like 10 minutes time and he doesn't kill Villese has fish Villese has fish on the left. Villese might have fish on the right. I think Villese is going to have a more stable economy. Oh, but the archers! The archers from MbL! He had 6 archers inside the archer range! And now he might just run out for the counterattack. My god, this is crazy.
Oh god, but he needs to run the very long way, otherwise the skirms will intercept him. But it's just now even attacking the archer range. He knows, okay, there's only one threat, and that is mass crossbows coming here. And I think Villese eco should be better.
Yeah.
He's now going for the big walls to be safe.
All right, so Villese will start to wall up because he knows a counter will come in. Now, to the viewers at home, keep an eye on the stone at the top right, because MbL will likely sell that with the Saracen market bonus to get gold. I don't think he's going to be using that stone. It'd be very much like MbL to maybe build a TC on that gold on the right side, but he'll probably mess around with that market for a considerable period of time.
And some people might feel like, oh god, that's really inefficient, but actually it is not. With Saracens, for the first, several hundred stones, it is more efficient to go for the stone and sell it than to actually go for gold directly.
MbL is going for the sneakiest raid possible. He's going all the way to the corner of the map. He's looping the whole way around, and Nili, this is the smart play. Villese expects this. Will he get that? Oh, he's going to use the market to wall. That market might not be completed in time.
Yeah, also Saracens plus attack there, so maybe he can attack that market, but I think there will be maximum of 1 villager dying. Nice map awareness there by Villese. And also, speaking of sneak, MbL made a tech switch. Now goes for knights and builds another archer range.
Yeah, okay, so he's going to make 1 or 2 knights and some archers, and he I believe, has clicked past. So he saw the market, now he sees the Vill. MbL should kill that. He surely needs to break through the walls, right? Why is MbL just passing here? He needs to attack and get in.
I think he hoped for an opening, but, well, his scouting obviously wasn't great, right?
Yeah.
It's the first time that he sees those walls. Didn't properly use his horses. They're an auto-scout.
Huh. Well, you know what he could do, I guess, is just loop in behind. Like, he could hit the gold, or he could loop in behind whatever Villese has in the middle, and if he has knights and crossbows, he'll be good. And this is such a long window for Villese to defend, and against Saracen crossbows, too, which have that extra attack against buildings.
Gets some Stonewall HP up there, but gets another defensive tower. Pretty far off, though. And skirms for the defense, well, not too great if Knights join the party.
Yeah, it's true. See what MbL's micro is like here. He still needs to take out those archers and the spearmen with his crossbows. And MbL, he's gonna drop a castle on him?
No, he can't.
Yeah, well, yes, he can. Don't tell MbL what he can't do. He's a grown man. He's gonna come forward. Drop a castle. Dude, like, Nili, we expected the market, but we expected him to sell the stone, not use the stone.
Way.
Oh.
And he has enough knights.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
What a play.
How can a skull hold a brain this big?
Damn, right on the front. Of course, he has Vodka arrow too, so that will range quite a bit. And will take out Villese's archer range. And now suddenly it's Villese who might not have the gold. MbL does have the gold on the right side. Oh, Villese towered that, though. Something MbL might not have realized yet.
Oh, but it's not really killing the villagers. It's attacking the mining camp as well. MbL might break this area quite easily. Where are the other gold spots of Villese? Not that pretty either.
Yeah, and you have to believe in the auto scout. Look at the auto scout go. Just scouted the stone. Auto scout OP, man. Just scouted the stone. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Almost found the golds. And those villagers are doomed. Wow.
Yeah. 4 easy kills there. Les could drop off the stone there, but he will just have to accept the losses. Oh god.
Wow.
MbL in such a good spot.
Yeah, what a crazy game. It's not really possible to push that castle back. Now, it's worth noting that the castle does not range Villese's villagers on gold. So he can still mine gold temporarily. And also, Japanese have great towers. Villese was already on stone, is going to stone, so could build more defensive towers. Chain barding armor now, too. So he actually has... The food is something we haven't talked about in a while. Villese has the food to get quite a few upgrades because of the fishing ships.
Yeah, worker count is pretty even.
Yeah.
Get the... Well, +1 defense, as you said. The thing is, though, we could see something that we never see. MbL could technically go for Mamelukes.
The Memalukes, let's go. I see Villese is pretty content to just take the deer on the front. Might even take the goose there, take old Harold. And maybe Siege, but honestly, Nili, the more I look at this, I look at the eco upgrades, I look at the populations, it's 50 eco for both and 19 military for both. Very different strategies, but very close game.
Yeah, in numbers, but look at the map control. That's something numbers can't really tell you, right? MbL will soon have 5 relics, we'll have the center control, we'll get some free food as well.
Well, you're right. And I mean, I prefer having a forward castle as well, but there's Japanese towers on 2 areas where MbL is currently getting gold, and there's a forward siege workshop. So, granted, MbL has the military to really deal with that.
Look at MbL as well. Clearing up the tower, low HP crossbows, micro there to not lose them.
Nice.
Monk probably healing behind as well.
Nice. Yeah, I like that. Running those crossbows back and forth, Villese not even doing any damage. And do you want to be going knights against Saracens at all? Mamelukes or no Mamelukes? Probably not.
Well, to clear up mass crossbows, maybe that's an option. Doesn't excite me too much either, but do we want to see skirmish does every single game?
Yeah.
Either.
Alright, well here comes some knights in siege on that right side. MbL will have to deal with that. He does TC his main gold, and also MbL wants to double dock the left pond, realizing how important the fishing ships are. Ooh.
Yeah, instantly spotted by the galley though. Not really sure why MbL just backed out with some villagers there. I think he walled himself out, and well, that won't be easy to defend there.
Villese has just 1 TC eco at home. He's sending the knights around, I believe, to get the dock villagers, so he will get those 2 kills. And he's also sniping villagers. MbL can't approach the tower siege push yet.
Okay, let's take a look. Villagers are dying there, but if you look at Villese starting TC, that really looks so poor.
It does. I guess when you have 12 fishing ships, you can get away with it, though. And
MbL gets the double kill on the Mangonel side.
Oh, that was beautiful. Yeah, and he's slowly working on cleaning up this area, as you said, Nili. I wonder how... If your food eco for a while is just market abuse, I wonder how long it takes to really start getting that farm eco rolling. MbL is trying to do it now, but he hasn't realistically had the food eco to produce out of 3 town centers and make knights like this.
Oh, it is tricky, right? And, well, market prices obviously will get worse. Something I would love to see a bit more is MbL moving in and out from his castle to raid the main goal of Villese.
Yeah, it's I think that's what we expected. And it hasn't happened yet. Maybe it'll happen after he chases down these villagers. That forward push from Villese is really no worry. Looking at Villese's base, he soon could build a castle himself. And he only is on 1 TC, Nili. So yeah, it's getting so much worse for him. If he had invested into a 2nd and 3rd town center to secure his map, maybe add more villagers, I'd feel okay for him. But MbL's doing that. MbL should gain an eco lead, despite not having the fishing ships. Ouch.
Tricky spots.
And MbL just bought Imp.
What? How?
He has 17 on food, including 5 villagers on the front on berries. He just sold with the market and bought Imperial Age.
Oh god. Well, that's the beauty, right? And then you also have 5 relics behind this as well. He can keep all his crossbowmen safe. Now add some more archery ranges. And then it will be Arbalest of Saracens. You don't need to build siege anymore.
No.
Oh, but overchop Tristan at the wood end of MbL.
Oh no, MbL! He has this military forward. He thought he had dealt with this. He thought walls were enough. I mean, this is the risk, right? If you don't kill with the fast imp, Villese should be, assuming he adds town centers, way behind in way ahead in economy.
Honestly, that was like 5 villager losses. He just goes to the top. Villese gets out of there.
He should. Even if Villese stays, he doesn't kill much, and MbL comes back to deal with it anyhow. I'm still struggling to see how Villese can take out the castle.
We are so far away from everything.
I would say Villese's only chance is he needs to go ram push. He's making rams, and then also if he needs defense, he needs to go for a lot of guard towers. But I think you need 6 rams minimum. I think that's a safe number. I don't know if he could do it with just 3.
I don't think that's even a safe number. We have some cavalry out on the field. The Mangonel behind there cannot really be contested. Monks, no matter what you stand up there, also it's uphill.
MbL would just need 1 Mangonel behind the castle to protect that. Could even use some of those villagers to fight. Well, it's worth the attempt. I think it's either this or you die to faster Imperial Age. So he's going to try his absolute best here. Putting Spearmen inside the Rams. He sees MbL's an imp. Maybe he wasn't expecting it this quickly. Can Villese come back? Or is this it for him in the Red Bull Wololo tournament?
He's opening the walls. I think that's actually too early, right?
He wants to build a castle.
MbL... Uh-oh.
Against Saracen crossbows! No! No!
Okay, he wants to go for it. But there will be some dead villagers before the fight even starts, and that will also give MbL a heads up that this attack is coming.
Yeah, oh man. I think it's too little too late. There's a Trebuchet, as if MbL even needed it. The Knights will go down. Yeah, we'll just forget that Trebuchet exists for a little while. And look at these Knights getting shredded by the crossbowmen.
Yeah, on the castle, on the hill there, we have Bracer as well. Monks are helping out with some conversion. Mimelux would be really good now. He adds another trap. I don't like this too much. Goes for some more villager fights. That's not the perfect defense by MbL.
I think
now the Mangonel.
It's not the perfect defense, but I think he realizes that he can deny the castle and the Rams will never take down his. So probably could have been better played, but he says, it's fine. It's fine. I have Bracer. I have a castle. You have a DauT castle. DauT confirmed, 87%, and Saracens worked. Unbelievable, man. Unfreaking believable. You called it.
Yeah. Well, they are pretty crazy in Empire Wars. GG. MbL is going into the round of 8 of Red Bull Wololo.
I didn't cast every single set in the qualifiers, but I think the only player to pick Saracens and do something like this was the Max on Arabia against Stark, if I'm not mistaken, in the very first qualifier weekend. So it's interesting to me that MbL chose Saracens against Villese, who is Max's like buddy, right? And it worked. And the logic looking at the Civ draft was MbL must have prepared something because he picked Saracens before the other civilizations. I wasn't so convinced, but now I'm hoping we see Saracens in some other set today because Villese did everything right. He went for a tower on the gold, and he went for 2 dock fishing ships. I don't know if there's much more he could have done there to counter that strategy. That was just so strong.
I don't have a good advice for him either. He did do the walls. He didn't take any losses against the crossbows. The night switch was impossible for him to stop. His gold obviously was really open. That was ugly for him. But he did so many good moves.
Now, props to MbL, because this strategy would have been good, but it wouldn't have been as good had he not gone for the castle. So that castle spot was massive. Even though he didn't really take advantage of it.
He could go for like 15 more crossbows instead, right?
Yeah, he has to choose. Either you sell that stone or you use it. I'm just a bit shocked at how extremely good Saracens were there. Amazing. Well, MbL moves on. Actually, let's look at the achievements first. Let's not confuse overlay guys here. Look to the achievements first in that game. MbL wins 3-1. Props to Villese, though, man. He keeps showing up in these tournaments. I think he played well. 73 kills, 37 deaths for MbL.
You can press the proper overlay scene.
Oh, yeah, yep. Of course. I'd never make that mistake. And look at the golds. Look at the golds. 9,000 gold collected and 1,700 stone, and he only built 1 castle. So he sold a lot of stone. He had heavy gold income. Man.
That's misleading Age of Empires statistics, though. If you sell stone, that counts as collected gold.
How much gold do you think added to it, though? He sold roughly 1,000. So...
so that's 1,200, plus maybe he sold some wood as well?
Yeah, it could have sold wood or food. But 69,000 food collected? Japanese are dominant on that map because of the fish. And it helped, but it did not help enough. That's just the power of Saracens. 2 completely different styles. All right. Well, that's it for me for today, I believe. Nili, you're going to continue on today and cast the next 2 best of 5s on day 1 with Dave. And we're going to send it over to ZeroEmpires in just a bit. But Nili, we casted 2 sets. I'm excited, of course, for tomorrow and the next couple days. What were your thoughts on MbL's performance? Because I was not sure how prepared he would be, and I felt like he could even lose to Villese today.
As I said, I predicted a very close series, and we knew that MbL was predicting some. As we take a look at the schedule here, MbL winning 3-1. Our next series indeed will be Hera versus Nicov, Viper against Fire to close off the day. And yeah, I was impressed by MbL. He will face the winner of Hera Nicov on Saturday as well.
Yeah, maybe we could look at the brackets here because the order in which the days are played are not in the order of the brackets. Just don't want to confuse anyone. Hera versus Nicov up next. That's going to be great. And then big finale, TheViper against Fire.
Okay, sweet stuff. So tomorrow will be your day, Tristan. Tomorrow you will cast all 4 series. Saturday you will be back with 2 series, and Sunday as well, where we have the grand finals. Thank you so much, my man.
Yep, thanks for the salutes, chat. Thank you guys. Enjoy all these awesome games. I'll see you guys tomorrow, and Nili enjoy.
And not nearly.
All right, sorry, I think I was muted there for a second. It looks like we've got MbL here, ready for an interview. Are you there?
Hello.
Hello. Congratulations to you. 3-1 versus Villese, looking strong.
Thanks.
Good stuff. Just wanted to lead here. I did this with DauT. I want to do this with you. A little bit of a meme from you recently. Auto everything. We saw you using Auto Scout a lot. How good is it?
Well, in that scenario, when you have 2 camos, just auto scouting around is really strong. Actually, I wouldn't recommend it normal setting though.
Yeah, I think in Empire Wars, obviously with the 2 horses, they don't have good vision. So I've seen a lot of players just sort of putting Auto Scout on, and it's just doing the work for them. Do you feel like it's a real nuisance if you lose them, though?
Well, the thing is that it's hard to lose them because they move all the time and they're so fast, so they dodge everything.
Yeah, they can definitely like be in the back of your eco and they're just running through.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can't really stop them. It's annoying.
So 3-1 versus Villese. Were you prepared by watching him playing in the qualifiers? Obviously, you got to watch him a lot potentially.
I didn't watch a single game from him.
Okay, so no preparation. What was your preparation?
The preparation was to play. I played a lot with Hera, some games, and then with DauT. I did one set with draft, and I was thinking like, this is just gonna work, and I just did it. So.
Okay, were you happy with your draft for that series? I think Persians got banned from you, but you had some pretty good civs left.
Yeah, I was very happy. Everything worked fine except for Franks and Aslan, which was a disaster game.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to talk about that game. Obviously, you only dropped one game to Villese there, but Aslan was super fast. Just talk me through your opening, because you threw that tower down really far forward, and we were sort of wondering, is that going up? Like, what's the thought process there?
I mean, I knew that, I was like, okay, I'll drop a tower and wall it, and I forgot to wall it, and he sent all the villagers, and I lost the tower, and then I couldn't put defensive tower because I was missing 12 stone, and it was like everything falling apart, and he had super fast skirmishers with super fast spearmen, so everything was just super fast. The game was super fast, the spearmen was super fast, the skirms were super fast, so I couldn't really do anything.
Super fast everything. Yeah, the Lithuanians seem pretty cool with the really fast skirms, and like that, it was quite overwhelming. But a lot of the other maps in this pool had water on them. Obviously, your strategy on Cross, take all the lakes. That seemed to work out pretty well, but we were surprised when you put a stable down there at the top right. Did you plan that, or was that like a reactive thing?
I saw him having 2 skirmishers and trying to wall it, and it was still some time left because I delayed it, so I was trying to get in with some scouts just to annoy. And also I was thinking, like, my plan, I played that Civ once against Hera, and it was super strong. Then he was Japanese, but I went for skirm opening into scout stables and into camos, which is amazing. And yeah, I was thinking I'll go camos, but it was a bit awkward with that forest stable because it made a mess for me because I had to go back and forth. I had one stable in my base, one stable forward, so I was like disorientated, but it went fine.
Yeah, but then you had all 3 ponds and obviously a huge amount of fish, which actually kind of leads into the last game where you didn't have any ponds, but you had the Saracen market.
Yeah, I was thinking like, okay, if I get that fast castle, I do the damage early, the fish won't help for him. And yeah, it worked out pretty fine. And like taking that hill, 5 relics, abusing that market with Saracen, getting as much gold as possible, it seems very strong.
Yeah, at the end on the stats there, I think you had like 9k gold and I think 6k more than him just by selling. So definitely worked out really well. Actually, you said that you were practicing against Hera, but you're going to play either Hera or Nicov in the next round. How do you feel about that? And, do you think that they're going to have a bit more of an insight into what you might have prepared for them?
Yeah, like Hera knows my style already. I know his style too. We had he clapped me first 2 days, and then I had the 3rd day when we practiced, I actually had more wins than him, but he seems to be pretty strong. His form has dipped a little lately, so it's going to be interesting to see against Nicov.
Oh, interesting. So who would you predict to go through? Do you think it's going to be Hera or Nicov?
I mean, Nicov almost lost to fire, so I'm going to say Hera. No disrespect.
Okay. So assuming you're playing against Hera in the next game, good luck to you. And, well, whoever you're playing against, good luck to you. And we'll probably be hearing again from you soon. And, yeah, thanks a lot, MbL.
Yeah, see you, man. Bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye. All right. So as you guys were saying before, T90's now, and we're going to be joined by Dave for the next 2 sets of the day. Nili and T90 did get their predictions right so far today, though. They did predict that MbL would win, but we did think that the MbL Villese game would be a little closer than it was, and it was quite a strong performance from MbL there. So exciting stuff, and looking forward to seeing what he's going to be capable of in the next round. But for now, we're going to give Nili a very short break, and we'll be throwing it to a short break so that he can grab a bite to eat. If you want to do the same, go get a drink, go refuel. We'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll have our next set right after this.
The Red Bull Wololo is played using an altered version of Empire Wars, a new game mode introduced with Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Players start in the Feudal Age, with a 27 villager economy already working and the corresponding drop-off points. The standard scout is replaced by 2 horses, which are unable to attack. A barracks and blacksmith are provided to help accelerate the player's choice of strategy and encourage variety. Loom has already been researched to compensate for this, as it's an extremely aggressive game mode. Each game is set to a 700-year time limit, roughly 1 hour of in-game time. If the time limit is reached, the player with the highest current score wins the match. Due to the quick start nature of the game, the pressure is on from minute 1, and will be a landslide of entertainment.
He won't lose it, and he'll gain a sheep. Okay, in what world?
Did he? Did he?
No, he didn't.
He's going for it. Don't tell me he's trying to name the goal.
Oh, the TC shot it! Oh my god, that was great, man. That was great.
Numbers. Let's see if they're high enough. Zero, does he want to commit? It's kind of questionable. Oh, nice house there. Beautiful house there. Oh, God, what a Greygasm house. He just eats those Cavaliers before they can really get there. Holy guacamole. 3 down. Bombard Cannon goes down at the right-hand side as well. Or the left-hand side. And now the Cavaliers are diving in. That was only one trap dying. And the Harbidiers are clearing this one. How one single house can change everything. Holy guacamole, was that good.
Oh my god, oh my... Oh, I have to pause for the strap. Oh my god, what I just did to Taro, you have no idea, bro.
14!
You have no idea what I just did to him.
Oh. Glorious, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Paladins just have to fight. And at least here you can hit some of the Mangadai, but look at them stack.
Oh, man. That's just unfair. That's unfair.
That's 49.
That's not right.
That's 50 units on 4 tiles. That is what ranged units can do.
Sometimes you wonder, like, oh, well, who's winning, who's losing, and then you just look at the score.
Wait.
Blue's score is just...
Well, do Mangonels change things here? What? Oh, he ejected it. He went into the castle. That was so smart. He's like, whoop! Not today. Oh, man. That was a huge play from Katyan.
Just a little bit of teleportation.
Yes, got them all. Amazing. Find a way around. That's how you do that. Game's over.
Oh boy. That Mangadai micro there.
There were some
It's just
serious
so
highlights in there, dude. That castle teleport, I remember that during Hidden Cup. That was amazing. Kind of shows you what Hera can do. I'm surprised they didn't have the same game. We had a market wall off on the Paladins, if you remember that.
That was in the clip as well. They cut that down. There was a longer version, and that was included.
What's up, chat? By the way, what's up, guys? First time with a webcam.
That's
People are
Dave.
surprised. I'm just. You actually caught me in the middle. I was enjoying this delicious
And yeah,
Red Bull beverage.
Dave, anything we need to... Dave is muted? What? No, probably not, right?
That's the meme, yeah. That's
okay,
the meme.
it's the meme. Okay. Haha. Anything you want to say about the 2 series we already had that we didn't mention earlier?
The first one was insane.
Yeah.
ACCM played out of his mind. I thought that ACCM's kind of known as like a tower rusher player, and those players kind of got hurt in the qualifying brackets for Red Bull. So I was really surprised by how well he played and how well he performed versus DauT there.
Yeah, like ACM was really, really massive there, and yeah, the more tower rushing guys like Vivi, Lux, I think you're absolutely right. I think ACM is a bit more of the macro player, and he is playing so well nowadays, and that was an enormous series. And after that, we had MbL against Villese. How did you like that one?
That was good. It felt like MbL was a bit caught off guard by some of Vilese's strategies, but he kind of adapted to it as the games went on. The Byzantine pick on Cross was very impressive to me. The way he played that against Huns. It was such a counter to Huns.
Yeah, would have loved if Zach went a bit more into detail and really asked, like, why did you go for that civilization? MbL said, like, yeah, I had a plan and I went for it and it worked out. Haha. I think I would have like tried to go more into detail there.
It's hard to go more into detail with MbL because he'll always come back to something like that. Well, I had a plan and I killed him, so it worked.
Yeah. And then skirmishers move so fast.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. The next two series we will have in store for us is Hera versus Nicov and TheViper versus Fire. Next series first, Hera versus Nicov. What do you think about it?
This is probably my most anticipated series of the round of 16. Nicov, obviously, once again, I think we could say he's getting a bit unfortunate being matched against Hera first here. And he's been unfortunate in other tournaments, but at the same time, like, you got to get the wins to advance, right? So if Nicov could pull this off, and he certainly has the potential to do so, then I think he could go. Well, he could give Viper a run for his money. Is he facing up against Viper after this? Or?
He's facing. But the winner of the series is facing MbL first.
Okay.
And yeah, let's take a look at the map. So we have obviously Arabia starting every series off. Then we have the home maps of Nicov, Kazakhstan, and Atacama, a super open map. And Hera goes for Land Madness, no surprise, and Wings after that.
Well, Hera, as I think you mentioned it before, Hera's probably the best Land Madness player. We've seen him beat Viper a couple times on Land Madness. He's beaten other very, very good players multiple times. And here are the Civ picks.
So let's take a look. So MbL, the maps, the names under there, don't get too confused. Obviously, left-hand side is Hera, right-hand side is Nicov there. So we will get that fixed pretty shortly. Khmer, probably for Land Madness. A beautiful pick there for Hera.
And Mayan's coming in for... Sorry, these names are confusing me. Mayan's coming in for Nicov. Obviously, a very, very solid pick, and he could use that on the first map, Arabia here.
Everything perfect here again, yeah.
Hera's also banned Vikings. Interesting.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I honestly think Vikings are incredibly strong.
The instant wheelbarrow upgrade on Empire Wars is just... If Chinese aren't in the mix, then Vikings might be number 2.
Yeah. Mayans get one extra villager as well, and Nicov will try to use that. We still have Magyars, Franks. Interesting to see what we will see on Land Madness. And I'm extremely excited to see what we will see on Atacama, because I feel like Huns could be a good option. Franks, Magyars could be good options there as well. That's going to be a brutal map.
Anything open kind of encourages Huns and Magyars. Encourages that early scout play. Obviously, the meta is kind of archers, but if you get the scouts in early enough, it could be really devastating to your opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. The very open maps. But if we look a bit further here, Dave, and look into picks 6 and 7, Vietnamese and Koreans for Hera.
Vietnamese seems so weird to me. Like, you don't have to spend the wood on the eco upgrades, so it kind of buffed them up a tier in normal play. But for Empire Wars, like, what are you really getting early from the Vietnamese?
Well, you can simply get both eco upgrades and can build an archery range.
Yeah.
That is pretty massive. And then you can get the archer production with a strong eco behind this. I think Vietnamese are pretty solid, especially on like wallable maps, such as Kazakhstan, I would say, such as maybe even Arabia. Especially if like the meta is very heavy range play. I think Koreans is more questionable to me.
Yeah, Koreans is very strange. It kind of pigeonholes you into towers, doesn't it? And your opponent knows what strat you're going for.
Cheaper as well. And yeah, I think we get to go that the game is up. So, Mr. Dave, we will jump into the third round of 16 game. And indeed, interesting. We will see a lot of archers in this one.
Just hopping into the game. Oh, Vietnamese versus Mayans. Interesting matchup here. Who do you favor?
Well, it feels like Malians might be the better pick. Obviously, it was pick number 1 against pick number 6 here. Hera, an unfortunate woodline at the front as well. Villagers kind of at the other side, but once we chop over that tree, not the worst thing ever. Double archer range dropped here, that's what I told you. And we even have the wood upgrade. I think Malians with eagles still sound very scary to me.
That's kind of the Vietnamese counter. Like, even late game, what do the Vietnamese really do against those upgraded mine eagles? And they obviously don't have that option early in the game, right?
Yeah, but lots of walls by Nicov, and he went for double eco upgrade, did add some farms. He will play it very slow. Look at that. His first archer range at 45%. Hera already has both archer ranges working.
And Hera knows he's going for the full wall. Look, Nicov is already building a defensive tower on his gold. So both players have read each other. Nicov saw the camel from Hera blocking the wall. He knows Hera knows that he's going for full wall, so he's making a defensive tower right away.
But how is he so scared? How did he know that? Interesting.
Look, the camel, man.
Yeah, but it's just like one camel blocking the house there. Is that enough intel on that level to know, okay, this guy's going super aggressive?
I think with these two players, yes. I think
boy.
so. Or you just do it as a precaution, right? It's so important to have that gold. Considering your other gold placements, they're both forward. It's very unfortunate for Nicov to have both those secondaries so far forward like that.
Okay, let's take a look. Archers now +1/+1. Skirmishes still lacking the defense upgrade here for Mr. Nicov. And, well, he isn't using his civilization advantage so much when it comes to military for now. But obviously economy will be pretty solid for Mayans.
You know, if Nicov gets this wall behind these 3 archers, that's going to be very, very nice for him. He can just kind of hunker down and then maybe delete a wall, go out and try and raid Hera's economy. And Hera is very exposed at the moment.
But, well, he sees all the army of Nicov over at the other side, so being open isn't the worst thing for now. It's just very important that he keeps up the pressure, and that's indeed what he's doing. 5 archers at the front.
Yeah, I'm really surprised Nicov, like, he spent all that time getting the one on the right down, and then he didn't finish the one on the left. I guess he wanted to bring his archer army and skirmishers back through that hole at some point. But he's going to get pressured on the wood line now. He just needs time to get his economy safe so that he can sneak a group out and try and hit Hera.
Yeah, but how is
Hera's
he doing
not giving
that?
him that time. Yeah, he's not giving him that time at all. And he's putting the second lumber camp like almost within range of the archers again.
Yeah. Surprisingly enough, KD is still 0-0 after we saw so many units dancing for so long already.
Yeah, there's tons of weak units from Nicov here, and weak units from Hera too, but Hera's just going to camp on that hill by the stone, and if you know Hera, you know that he can be extremely annoying with his micro, so he's going to keep these alive for a little bit longer and see what he can do with them, but Nicov trapping them in.
Oh god, finally getting the kills there, and has to be happy with that clear up. And, well, 3-1 KD now. Hera is moving back. Both players looking into Castle Age. Hera already clicked up 600 food, 200 gold for Mr. Nicov.
Do you remember the match in NAC3 where DauT picked Mayans and Lan picked Vietnamese?
You mean the Red Side Fortress game? Yes.
Yes. Yes, and the entire time... Oh, actually, I'll bring up the point after this fight. We can see Hera taking the hill.
But it's only archers.
Yeah, no skirmishers mixed in there. Pulling that weak one away at 1 HP, though. That's very nice. As I was about to say, though, as both players are going up to the Castle Age, the entire time we were watching that game, I think it was Max sitting on the couch going, why doesn't DauT just make eagles? They kill everything Vietnamese has. Like, why no eagles? Why no eagles? Why no eagles?
Yeah.
And that's a great point. Like, what can Vietnamese do against that, really, if you don't have a supreme military advantage?
Yeah, maybe some elephants, but then mobility isn't really on your side. And, well, how open Hera is. I think eagles would be really deadly. Nicov in his nice defensive base. We'll just go back, we'll get the upgrades, and then maybe mass elite skirmishers to survive. And later on, the eagle switch.
I think Nikov's auto scout camel just ran right through Hera's whole economy, so he's going to know that he's not walled. And he's going to know that raids may pay off once he gets into the Castle Age.
The Camel not completely used. At the moment, it's idle there. Could do something later on. Military value at the moment way higher for Mr. Hera. Goes on to so many more archers and now feels his time has come. Botkin arrow flying in. So far no crossbow man. Now it's coming in and Nicov, he needs to run.
Yeah, I'd like to see him somehow secure a wood line. You can see he's chopping the one in the back, but all of these wood options for him can be ranged by the archers from Hera, so he's got to be careful until he gets some extra TCs up.
Even extra TCs, they need to be on the outside kind of to be super safe, right? Doesn't excite me too much, goes for a lot of upgrades. Look at that tab.
He's going for the second wood upgrade, crossbow, bodkin, elite skirmisher, town watch. What else can he get here?
Already plays for the score here, and well,
Micro is excellent from both though.
Lots of nice dances there, and Hera needs to squeeze through there. Will have some losses, gets ballistics already.
Yeah, Hera with ballistics is a dangerous thing. It's a very, very dangerous thing. You can see only lost, I think, one crossbow going in through that one tile gap. If that had been me, half my army would be dead right now. Like, if that had been any of us plebs, we would have lost like half our army.
Hera behind this, by the way, taking to elite skirmishers without really having any before that. Interesting that he wants to make that tech switch. Now goes in for another woodline raid. Needs to run, though. That's a fight he cannot take.
Nikov's getting ballistics. Skirmishers, elite skirmishers with ballistics, and the crossbows as well. Hera's got to be very careful. And I love the way Nicov split up his army. He's got to be careful, though, because Hera can micro this down, even with ballistics.
Yeah, if you want to, like, catch him off guard, you kind of want to have the skirmishers at the left-hand side. Crossbowman could be microed back, and oh, nice move there by Nicov, dodging some of the shots.
Nicov is playing very, very clean right now. A very nice micro from both players, but Nicov knowing there that Hera can't stop, so he got those picks for free, basically.
And something very rare to be seen here as well. Nicov, he is 3 villagers behind, but he has wheelbarrow and has the advantage there, both with reasonable wood upgrades and farm upgrades.
Hera's got to be careful not to give up this hill. Right under both his archer ranges, right near the wood line. And Hera's coming back with the crossbows now. He realizes the importance of that. Meanwhile, Nicov is still looking for the crossbows from Hera. He should know now that they targeted the skirmishers, and now he's bringing his army back. And he's making... Okay, I like this. He's making a siege workshop to take this hill.
I just wanted to ask you that, and Nicov is doing it. Don't you think that Hera needs to build one as well?
I think Hera needs one on the hill there. Like, that hill's so important. He's making 3rd TC instead. That's a risk.
Now dives in, more HP for Hera, but more skirmisher numbers for Nicov scares Hera away. Even trade there for now. And mass skirmishers moving forward. Mangonel Micro will be so important.
Mangonel Micro is going to be everything in this.
Oh god, the dodges are so good. So good.
I like how both players are utilizing hills too. It's just very well in this game so far.
Pooh. Oh, and look at that. Hera was so hungry to find more kills. Went there with the crossman. Instead, killed 2 ostriches.
Denial, man. What if he TCs those?
I don't approve with that.
You gotta get rid of all the food options, dude.
Oh, Nicov is going for the big counterattack. He thinks he's safe with the mangonel here. Uh-oh. But he has so little vision. How is that possible?
I think I was wrong about the auto scout. I think it was manually controlling that camel, and he's gonna run right into the skirmishers. Can't go that way, my friend.
Yeah, time to move back.
Maybe he still wants to go that way, I guess.
Well, it's still the hill advantage.
He's thinking about flanking with the mangonels.
Uh-oh, could be something.
Hera's never gonna get hit by these.
Probably not, if we saw the highlights.
And Hera has a mangonel too. Ooh, Nikov's gotta be real careful here.
And Nicov does not know about that. Now the first glimpse. Oh, nice ground attack, actually. Scares that mangonel away. No hit, though.
Both players kind of scared to engage fully with their mangonels.
Yeah.
Nicov is just going to AI army his way over here, selecting all units traveling at the speed of smell. But he's going to run into the skirmishers.
Speed of smell? What?
It's slow, man.
The speed of smell.
Yeah, he just wafted his way over there.
Okay. Mangonel Dance now behind this, and, well, still no full connection. The other Mangonel needs to shoot. Oh, God. Trades 1 for 2.
Yeah, that was pretty good for Hera. There's no threat from Nicov now.
Yeah.
Hera can control that hill in the middle. So he's going to try and cut this crossbow army off. Not going to work, but now both players have another Mangonel. Nicov actually castling defensively.
Well, didn't really have the map control to do it aggressively. Controls the gold, has the hill advantage there. Important gold spots here at the bottom and some at the left-hand side.
Yeah, I guess that's the only place he can put that castle. It's unfortunate that the gold is kind of not fully protected by that, but I think he should be okay for now.
Yeah, it's like there's no hill around it to threaten the gold.
Ooh,
and
Mangonel
you have the
from Nicov?
Ooh, dodge.
Hera, a bunch of those are weak. That's all I'm going to say. But Hera's never going to get hit by that. Curse of the Caster, maybe?
No, not this time. Meanwhile, full clear up there. And Hera, now with a nice KD here, surely. Let's take a look. Another Mangonel by Nicov. Are they thinking about Imp? Well, looks somewhat reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, Nicov, he's getting close. Hera, also getting close. Hera has a lot of gold in the bank, surprisingly.
Well, he mainly switched to the skirm production, right? Maybe he had the eco. Oh, that crossbow number actually now pretty weakened. Mangonel needs to run. Probably sends a villager over for the repair. Sends a second Mangonel to aid with the defense. And barracks now dropped at the front. This is the eagle switch.
Yep, and this is 100% the right play. Like, Vietnamese are really going to struggle against this. Hera putting a castle in a great spot near that stone, so that's going to secure the front of his base. But I think Hera, what he needs to do is think about how he's going to wall off the rest of it, because eagle raids are going to be really, really tough to stop. Castle on the left, too, from Hera.
Oh, but yeah, as you mentioned before, like castles, that's something that defends against like static attacks, but eagles that just run under it.
El Dorado
and
eagles? Yeah, just right past the arrow fire. You'll be lucky to kill one. I think the right side is pretty secure for him. He could get some quick walls down, but that left side is just so open if Nicov decides to loop around.
Yeah, and Camel actually scouts that area again, sees no walls, but still doesn't scout the castle. Now sees the castle.
Mangonel from Nicov?
No.
Hera, can you just get hit by one shot, dude? Bro.
No. Oh, okay.
Yes!
One down. Dave.
Got him.
That's what he will give you.
Yeah, he's Canadian too, so he's just looking out for his boy, you know?
Okay, Hera, still a lot of map control, but I think there needs to be a tech switch as well. He can't stay...
Tech switch into what, exactly?
Well, either elephants or maybe champion line, but he can't stay with ranged unit till the end of the game.
Great attack round there from Hera on Nicov. It doesn't really matter that much, but it's annoying to have an enemy Mangonel on the field. And is there pause for you?
Yes.
Okay.
So let's recap. Where are we? 23 population lead for Mr. Hera at the moment. Same amount of villagers, and, well, army count heavily in favor of Mr. Hera, but that doesn't really matter too much since, well, it all comes down to the strengths of those units.
He's going into Rat and Archers. Okay.
Yeah, but Rat and Archers aren't great, right? What's the damage output? 7+4 elite Ratans, I believe?
It's an interesting choice. I would say Eagle's good, Rat and Archer's bad. But Hera is better than me, so... We'll see if he can pull it off. If he gets a big enough ball, anything can happen.
Do you think he maybe just checked the tech tree if his infantry had all the upgrades? I think that's what just happened. I think he just checked the tech tree.
That's a good point.
Because now, after the pause, he did add 5 barracks. I think he just wanted to know, do I get champions? Do I get all defense upgrades?
It's not something you usually look at for Vietnamese. You're usually going archers. You're not going infantry. So I wouldn't blame him for not knowing all the upgrades.
Yeah, well, I would blame him for pausing in an online game.
You're way too judgmental, Nili.
I am. Okay.
Eagles are upgraded now, and this is exactly what I was talking about on the left-hand side. All those farms, Hera's going to have to bring the villagers in. He's got a castle at home now, too, so Nicov can't go too deep in there, but he can still hit that whole back eco.
But villagers evacuated quite nicely in time here. Skirmishers coming over, but they will obviously only tickle those Eagle Warriors. Now some raids at the right-hand side. I think Nicov will make this game hell for Hera.
Yeah, and this goes back to the walling. Like, Hera should have figured out a way to try and secure his base earlier.
Ooh.
Good
Maybe now he
shot.
gives you the Mango shot. No, no. Oh, shoot.
Why'd you shoot the TC?
Some raids
I
at
don't
the
understand.
top. Yeah, I'm a bit sad as well. Eldorado now on the way. And Nicov is getting all the upgrades in the book. How does it look with extra golds? Left-hand side, some of them, Nicov gets all the control. He kind of put himself in the position that he wanted to be all along.
Yeah, exactly. And Hera can't push out because Nikov's in his base everywhere. So at some point, if Hera stabilizes, then Nicov has to kind of be worried about a big middle push. But if Nicov keeps doing the thing that he's doing here, raiding on all sides, Hera's never going to get that opportunity. And he actually finds these villagers coming out from Hera to the left-hand side too.
Oh yeah, that's so fortunate. We'll probably kill like some more armies going around. The problem is, I think he still didn't scout enough to see the left-hand side gold. That obviously could be a great spot to raid as well.
And hopefully he'll go back, for him anyway, he'll go back into the corner of the map there. Hera's hoping he doesn't, and even the longswords just don't have enough numbers. The Eagles have Eldorado upgrade. They're going to win those fights.
Yeah, and like longsword, obviously we need 2 more upgrades on those, and yeah, to really be efficient. When do you think Nicov could think about pushing the center himself?
I think pretty soon here. Does he have any trebs yet? Yeah, he's making a treb right now. He's got plumed archers queued up after that.
Yeah, actually multiple traps in different castles now. Raids through the center again, but so many castles. How many castles do we have? 4 castles here for the defense for Hera.
Is Hera going... Does Hera know he can't win this long term? Is he going for the score lead?
Nah, he won't. Like that's it's not like he has the winning army for this one.
Yeah. He does have the winning score right now though. And he's got a ball of two-handed swordsmen that Nicov can engage with just eagles. So Nikov's going to need to mix something else in there. I think Eagle Plume is good. It's just whether you can get all the upgrades in time, right?
Well, he did go for the Crossman and Castle Age, so he has all the upgrades before that. So now last upgrade for the Eagle is coming in. Then we have, oh god, 100 HP Eagle Warriors +4/+4. And, well, Plumes already have +2/+2.
I think that castle's going to go down. I mean, he could just engage against these repairing villagers and take them all for free. And there goes a big portion of the eco for Hera. But losing his Eagle army in the back. Wow, Nicov, that is not a fight you wanted to take.
Oh man, yeah, maybe to focus on the front here.
And again, engaging.
I think he's just clicking into the back, hoping that they will do the damage, but still running into the 200 swordman. And, well, Castle now falls at the front. Skirmishes and crossbow plus Ratans are being sent in to clean this one up. Nicov could take this fight. Scores getting closer and closer, Dave.
Yeah, but this is the death ball I was talking about from Hera. If he manages to stabilize, right? Nicov needs all of those plumed archer upgrades in time in order to fight off this number of units.
Well, he has what 140 villagers for a Mayan player? That feels a bit like an overboom, but should surely give him the option to tag into elite plumes as well behind this. Now he will change his raiding approach and might even send some plumes into the eco.
Well, I'm looking at 140 villagers, but the amount of resources he has in the bank is not that much. He doesn't have many units queued. Like, he doesn't have upgrades on the way. He's getting guilds now. Maybe this isn't sustainable for Nicov. I like how he switched his approach, though. He's going for the left side now.
Yeah, and 4 traps, they will kill a castle so quickly. Oh, look at that, an upgrade that we see so rarely. Hoardings now on the way for Hera.
That's nice. I really, really like that. He just needs to give himself some time. He's got to be very careful about not taking all the pressure off Nicov and sending it back to clear up that army, but at the same time, he needs to stop this push on the left. So it's like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't from Hera.
Elite Return tag now for Hera. Scores getting so extremely close. We might see the switch any second. And I feel like Nicov could take an engagement at the left-hand side. Champion number, not that scary. Only at 10.
Yeah, and with the Plumed Archers now, with the full attack upgrades. No elite yet, but full range, full attack on those. So they should do pretty well against the champions. I think Nicov can win this. I don't know why he's just leaving his Trebs out there to die.
That feels so weird. Maybe he misgrouped something. Oh god, that's so painful. 3 traps down, soon 4 here, and that was a lot of losses.
He could have kept all 4 of those alive. Hera's not engaging there if you have your plumes close, if you have your eagles close. Hera loses that castle. He can't engage against that army. And you're in a really, really good position where you can push this TC, push the other castle, but instead, everything went wrong there for Nicov.
I'm a bit surprised as well. We now have all the upgrades, like last defense upgrade missing for Nicov. He gets Thumbring. Maybe he misclicked and wanted to engage the champions, but that was surely costly. And Hera, he's just building another castle and is holding again. Hera is doing a good defense here against what we feel a superior army composition.
I like how Nicov isn't engaging against the champions with his eagles, though. He's using them in the correct way, and now you can see how much work the plumes do against champions. Like, they just eat them. So as soon as Hera gets rid of these skirmishers and the Rattan archers, sorry, Nicov, he should be in a really, really good spot again. But once again, the castle should have already gone down.
Oh, look at the other side. Some raids wanted to come in by Nicov, but he had his waypoints at the top there and just lost so much in, well, against the castle fire here.
Nicov not grabbing the relics either. Surprising.
Okay, now champions dying here finally. The skirms could take the engagement now. If only he had those 4 traps alive. And now disengaging again with the plumes. Do you think rams could be an option for Nicov?
I think just Trebs, but obviously that hasn't worked for him before, so we'll see if it can work a second time here. He's got 2 in production.
Okay, now takes the engagement through the center.
Bombard cannon in the middle for Hera, and that's gonna go down. That's costly.
And, well, those eagles actually getting out of there. I would have thought they tried to go for the clear up, a bit surprising to me. And Nicov, he will try to regroup. 3 traps should be enough to get that castle down, though, unless we see Bombard cannon pretty quickly.
Rams. Like you said, he's going for the Rams. Now, Hera actually tech switching into Light Cav right now.
Ooh.
Light Cav, Bombard Cannon, Champion, Rattan Archer,
going for everything.
What a
yes.
comp.
2k food in the bank and is now getting all the upgrades in the book. Now the big engagement here. Champion numbers not that high. I think that's a fight Nicov can easily win.
Yeah, and I think it would actually help Nicov right now if Hera would come along and kill some of his villagers, because he's got 125 as Mayans. I think he could probably get by it at like 110. Get more military out on the field, but
he's still getting some extra gold, so I don't mind that. Also remember, he has guilds, so can transition that into some gold, but he's floating 3k wood with 70 villagers on wood.
67 villagers on wood for Nicov right now.
Yeah, it feels just
75 now. Oh my god.
Oh god, 10 more. Okay, now he goes very aggressively with the traps, loses 1. Eagles are diving in. I think they can take this fight. I think Nicov could clear this up, but he's taking not the best engagement ever.
He's still got the plumes on the left. He's killed the bombard cannon on the right. And now he's losing eagles for free again.
Uh-oh, disengages at the left-hand side, where he was actually close against the Rattan archers. Now more rams are moving in. Plume numbers are looking pretty solid. Both players still pop limit. Another castle will fall. Lots of champions joining the party from the left-hand side, though.
I think those champions aren't going to do too much against the plumed archers, and I think this might be it here for Hera if he can't clear up all the trebs again.
I think he will clear a lot of those traps, don't you think so? Like, that was 50...
Not again, Nicov!
Yeah, but what could he have done? Like, there was 35 champions. There's no way of ever saving all those traps. Oh god, it's so close, Dave. 16 more minutes till the score will decide the winner of this game.
Take a look at Hera's res here. Hera's running pretty low. He still has units queued up, but they're light cav now. And those won't do too well against Plumes and Eagles. Not as well as the champions have done.
Okay, still keeps that hill control. Has only one trap. Do we see more traps in production? No, he goes mainly for rams. This is getting really intense. Score virtually identical. Like, they're just tabbing whoever is taking the score lead here.
179 years left?
I don't see it with my overlay, but yeah. We have, like, the process bar at the bottom here for our capture rate, guys.
Ooh, is Hera gonna take out that Treb from Nicov?
Will
No,
be
I don't
saved.
think so.
It's a bit the calm before the storm here. More light cap trying to get some raids in. We have some nicely positioned defensive castles, and light cap, not the greatest unit to fight under castle fire.
I can't help but feel like this game would already be over if Nicov just saved his Trebs. Like, I know that the second batch of 5, it would have been harder. He probably could have saved like 2 or 3 of those. But the first batch...
Yeah. Then, like, he could have killed like 2-3 more of the castles, then fewer Return Archers, and then the Plumes are just so much better. Numbers could have been higher, and, well, he's still pushing this area. He's absolutely in this game, but he could have been the big lead, yeah.
Villagers for Nicov still at 120, 110 for Hera, so he's got a lot of room for army.
Oh god. And Nicov, he is microing back now. The slightest of score leads here. Maybe continuously snipe the light cap, don't take too many losses, don't take bad fights against the Red Ants. That's the most important thing for now.
Does Nicov have any gold income whatsoever? He's got 1 villager on gold.
Doesn't really look like it. He has 2
He's got
relics.
2 relics.
Hera on the other side, the other 3. Siege engineers now. Heavy blow. Okay, they're starting to tech.
Game's kind of slowed down here a little bit.
Yeah?
Do you start thinking about KD to boost your score? Do you start thinking about, you know, researching all those techs to boost your score? What's the play here? Do you go for the kill or do you go for the long game?
I don't know. Be wise about it. it's like I honestly I don't have a good answer for you on this spot. It's like you at the moment it feels like both players don't want to lose. But I don't really see a player that wants to win.
Do you see how many eagles Nicov just pumped out with the last of his gold?
Yeah, I think he sold like 4k wood. He was floating 7k or something. Only a 25. Where are all his villagers? I see.
Did he delete or did he get raided? Because he dropped by 20 there.
He has 6 idle? But, like, I'm not good at math, but 35? Okay. Now we got 15 more on wood again. All good. 76 farmers for Hera behind this. Now taking the 500 score lead. Nicov, does he maybe...
Nikov's getting ready for one final battle here.
Yeah.
He's just going to wait until Hera is out of position. Swoop in with the Eagles. Once he kills that Rat and Archer mass, then Hera's going to be in big trouble.
I think he should... Why would you engage with 170 pop? Just wait for 200. Wait till you have like 70 Eagles and then make one go with 110 army.
You haven't killed anything from Hera in the last few minutes, so you have to assume that he is at 200.
Yeah. Absolutely right. Now makes a ram go at the left-hand side. Obviously, ram goes are massive because every building just gives you so much score in those situations. We're 500 score apart at the moment.
And 7+2 light cav kind of struggled to kill the rams. 270 HP on those rams.
Oh, Dave, he makes the go, but this Plume DauT is actually
position.
fighting the house there. Okay, now we have the engagement. Eagles are diving in deep. Rams not really attacking at the same time. Not a lot of champions around.
I feel like Rattans are better against Eagles than I remember.
Well, the problem is...
the Rattan Archers, there's just so many of them.
There's so many Plumes fighting houses this whole time. Oh, this is so brutal. That was a horrible fight for Nicov. I think that's not really what he needed. It was kind of
score
even.
Is still so close too.
Oh god, it's so close, Dave.
Okay, the Rattans are getting quite close to the Eagles here. More Eagles coming in from Nicov too. The Plumes are actually attacking units now.
Uh-oh, mixing in some skirmishes as well. There's not a lot of champions left. Plumes can maybe even dive in here. Oh, this looks getting bad for Hera. Now 200 score lead here. Dave, only 7 minutes left.
Yep, and pull those Eagles away, Nicov. There you go. Hera trying to get the champions into the fight, but he can't come near that Plumed Archer ball. And now the Rams can get in front of the Plumed Archers, try and soak up that damage from the Rattan Archers. This is a long fight. This is very prolonged, and both players just tossing units into the same position.
Oh, and Hera, he just had 10 champions arriving, but they were instantly tossed away into the Plumed Archer masses.
Now he's surrounded.
Oh, squeezes through there, needs to get past the stables. He's doing an okay stop. Rattan Archer's trying to cut him off, but Plume's too fast.
No units being queued up from Nicov right now. All the units are being queued up by Hera. There we go. There's some Eagles. Nicov just waiting for the gold. And Hera cutting off this Plumed army. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's so many losses. And that's an army he doesn't get back. I'm a bit surprised how early Hera decided to disengage here. Now Eagles around there again. Not a lot of champions. Lightcav are doing such a good job here.
1k score difference now. I can't help but feel that this is a potential throw from Nicov.
He needed to go for that one beautiful master
trying
engagement.
To raid again on the right.
Yeah, but champions waiting for him. They have the timer. 4 minutes, 30 seconds to go now. Score difference in the red numbers here. Beautiful overlay there by the capture edge, boys. Hoardings now being tagged as well. This is the engagement that Nicov wants to take. I don't think so. He thinks so neither and disengages.
Yeah, I don't think he has to take that. I think he's got to start thinking about score now, but he's 1.5k behind.
10 more Eagles in the queue, 7 finished, waits for 3 more and then probably takes his final engagement against that hill, but more champions arriving. Lightcav doing so much, killing some skirmishers. Those are losses Nicov cannot afford at the moment.
This is so impressive from Hera. The pushback onto the superior, arguably the superior army from Nicov. He's going to take one last fight here, I think.
The hill advantage for our Mariam player, 1.5 score deficit, and he is taking this engagement pretty solid. Oh, a lot of Rattans dying at the front.
Yeah, they're just pathing right through the Eagles. They'll get cleared up. That's the strongest unit in Hera's army. The champions, though, doing work against the Eagles once again.
Uh-oh, the score at 200 points difference now. Rattans are really dying.
So close.
Holy moly, and he get the clear up here. That is still the chance for Nicov. 2.5 minutes to go.
And each kill is giving more and more score to Nicov. Is it going to switch here? Is it going to switch? What kind of pressure is that going to put on Hera?
Oh god, this is so intense. You can see the score difference. 280 points. 2 minutes left to go. Nicov, does he want to raid now? I think he wants to take an engagement. He has the better army. Just go for mass amount of Eagles and make sure that seconds before the game ends that your queues are empty and that you finished all your tags.
I think, yeah, Hera just needs to, don't lose any villagers, send them to the back of your base, just wait it out. There's only 16 years left on the timer.
Uh-oh. That is bad by Nicov. I think he has the superior eco, or inferior eco, and isn't getting the raids in at the moment. Hera's just trying to buy time. 500
Nicov
points
just
difference.
needs kills at this point.
Some quick walls. Loses another villager. Can he kill every single villager? Can he take the fight against the Lightcav? Something Hera doesn't want to allow. 300 points different. Dave, hold my hand!
It's so close, dude. It's so close. If I could hold your hand, I would. Oh my god, the villagers are going down now. Nicov just sitting on that hill. Hera wants to take an engagement, but not up the hill. Not against this army.
Yeah, Nicov hopes for a mistake of Hera. I think he needs to
200?
force the fight.
1 year.
Oh, and no.
313 point difference. 313 points. That's all he needed. That's like 3 kills.
Oh, what a game. What a game. That was so close. What a game.
Well, that's a good way to, start off the series. Both. Oh, Hera's at 198 pop and Nicov only at 154. Can't help but feel like Nicov should have maybe, queued up some skirmishers or something.
No, they don't want to queue up.
No, I mean,
only if
before
they've
the game
finished.
ends.
Yeah, put the resource on the map. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, what a game, man.
Let's do the math. If he puts 6,000 resources on the map, he gets 600 more points. Yeah,
Sure.
he could have won. If he just produced skirmishers for the resources that he has, he would have won the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't talking about skirmishers versus that army, guys. Don't worry about it.
Oh god,
Wow.
that felt good and bad at the same time. What an amazing game. Someone in the chat said, I just ordered 100 Red Bulls on Amazon. Oh, lovely. Oh boy. Okay, now I'm not finished talking about this game. What do you think? What is the mindset of Nicov now? How will he feel?
Go into your home map, execute your strategy, and just play your best. I think that's the mindset you need to have. What his mindset's going to be, I know Nicov in the past has had, I won't say issues, but I know he's very emotionally invested in the game. I can say that. So when things go wrong, they tend to spiral out of control. I know he's worked on that a lot. And hopefully we can see in the next game he pulls out a very, very good performance and gets another win on the board.
Okay, let's take a look at how the score was created, because it was so close and so important. So Nicov got 1.5k more due to our skills, 1.6k less due to the economy. Hera got some more tax, and Hera built 1 more castle, equaling 130 more points as well. Can break that down, as you can see, KD and some more kills for Nicov. That was his lead. The the incredible economy for Hera gave him the lead there, 23k food extra. We had some more tax for Hera, giving him the lead there. And as I said, 1 more castle, giving him 130 more points. Anything I missed, Dave?
I don't think so, no.
Let's take a look at the upcoming maps and civilizations. Oh god, that was a good game.
So what do you think Nikov's going to pick here? Do they have to go in order? Is it Kawasan first? Okay, so he could pick either one.
You can choose. Boy, I don't think that Atacama is a great choice against Hera. I think that was his first pick, though. I think he will go Atacama and Frank's aggression against probably Hans of Hera. That's my prediction.
You don't think there's a world in which Hera picks Huns on Land Madness instead of Khmer, right?
No. I think he thinks Khmer is by far the best civilization for Land Madness.
Okay. So, do you remember the game we casted where we saw a triple stable Land Madness from Hera? With Huns?
Yeah. Like, he provided so many games, and oh god, I feel semi-smart. I predicted the right civilizations, but the wrong map. Let's jump into game number 2. Oh. No, I thought so, guys. I thought so. I predicted the right civilizations. I think they picked the wrong map. Oh, and overlay guy is going crazy as well. Colors are wrong. Ah, okay. happens. So we had blue against red. Everything goes back. Dave, you can talk about the prize pool.
The prize pool is an amazing 20,000 euros. First place gets 5,000. They just changed the scene on me. Here's the schedule for day one. Right now, we're in the middle of Hera versus Nicov. Very, very close game one. And then later on, Nili and I will be casting TheViper against Fire. So anyone who's new here, maybe a Red Bull fan, maybe not an H fan, TheViper is generally is considered by everyone with a pulse to be the #1 player in the world. And Hera is generally considered to be #2 at the moment. So star-studded lineup for the last 2 matches of the day.
Yeah, and Fire, I'm so happy for him that he made it into the main event as well. So I'm excited to see. He will put a lot of hope and a lot of effort into maybe creating an upset.
Didn't he have to, the last qualifier, didn't he have to go through like, it was Licks, wasn't it, that he had to beat?
Yes. After
But
being
it was
down...
like, it wasn't Licks, it was like Super Saiyan Licks. Like it was unbelievable play Licks.
Yeah, and
So,
he was
credit
down
to Fire.
3-1. Like, at first qualifier, I think he was ahead 3-2 against Nicov, then lost. And then he was 3-1 down against Lux, and made the comeback happen. Whew, that was crazy.
Gonna have to pull something out of the hat to beat Viper, that's for sure. Even on unusual settings, I think Viper is just... He's the final boss battle, right? For most tournaments.
Yeah, maybe, probably, yeah. And I get the confirmation that the game is up, but I don't see it. Do you see the game?
No.
Ta-dum. So we'll be looking at the bracket there, getting some overview as well. Tomorrow we will have day #2. Day #3 will be on Saturday. Day #4, semifinals and finals for ourselves. What a beautiful set of games to come there.
This has been a pretty good day so far in terms of game quality.
Yeah.
I love how there were some questions asked about the time limit. Obviously, we need to fit everything into each day, right? Appropriately. So people thought there might be turtling, there might be stalling out of games, but from last game, like that was so hype at the end there. 300 points.
Yeah, so, like we had one map that allowed a bit of turtling. Haywire, but we got that out of the map pool because we wanted to provide like action-packed games like we just saw, and we just got provided on so many other occasions already in the tournament, and well, lots of more stuff to come.
So the winner of this series goes on to face MbL. What do you think about that? AM versus AM.
Well, not really sure how do you prepare for that, right? You get one full day off as well, so you can come up with something. Maybe the loser of the Hera Nicov might be the new practice partner for MbL. If he has it in himself. MbL said he did practice a lot with Dogao, who obviously has to play tomorrow, so tricky to practice with him again.
Dogao's style's kind of similar to Nicov, so that might benefit MbL if Nicov goes through. I don't think he shares many similarities with Hera's style, but then again, MbL's played Hera so many times, right?
That's okay. So maybe we can talk about what's going to happen, because we will play Kavasan with Hunt against Franks. Obviously, a lot of berries in the center, the 5 relics, and the 2 pawns. Home map of Mr. Nicov. I'm a bit surprised that he's picking Franks there. Really wants to make a go for the center. And apparently they didn't launch publicly or something. They're in a game playing, but not a single caster can see it, so we are in contact with them. Huh. Did you get an idea how to squeeze in Koreans yet?
I think he might have timed out. on the captain's mode for the last bit. I think he might have just timed out in random Koreans. Because, like, I'm thinking, like, when I think of all the players to pick Koreans, Hera is not one of them. Like, it's very strange to me.
It's also like Vietnamese. I think Vietnamese is a counter I can see against like so many archer approaches that we have. But Koreans, I could see them on Golden Swamp. But surely not on Land
Koreans
Madness.
on Atacama. Okay.
No. No, why? Why on Atacama? No, you need mobility. But that's what I said earlier, right? And now Hans is gone for Kavasan. Khmer will be picked for Land Madness.
Well, maybe if he wants to go for that, like, securing the wood line in the middle, but then you're so open at your own base, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I've seen Incas on Atacama. I can understand that.
Also, different approach. He was happy with the 6 civilizations he got. And just felt, okay, I won't pick my 7th civilization anyways. Which civilization can I put in there to put most fear into the head of my opponent?
Yeah. Watch this.
Yeah.
He's got Incas and Koreans. Nicov is gonna think, like, am I against Licks right now? Like, what's going on?
Interesting stuff for sure. And yeah, Robo is like typing everything at the moment, like, oh, here, this minute, that minute. All other language casters are going crazy as well. And some people even asking, is there a break or what's happening? How often do you think we will see Mongols in this tournament?
Well, we saw Mongols a lot in the last big tournament, but this one, I don't really see it, because the Mongols' whole thing is that they have power spikes, right? They have a power spike in very early feudal because they can get up there faster than anyone else. They have a power spike in late imperial, but Empire Wars is played in between those two eras, if you will. The Mongols, although they get a lot of decent upgrades for Castle Age unit, they don't really have anything that benefits them above other civs in feudal and Castle Age.
And also the big problem that we don't have the 2 boars there. So that really hurts them. We did see some picks, like from Tim, like fans that really love the Mangudai, and we did see Hera's micro there with the Mangudai. Surely a very strong unit, but yeah, I don't really see it either. What civilization do you think is really strong, but no one really thinks it?
Give me a map.
A map? Okay.
Yeah, what do you...
Let's say on Sinkhole.
On Sinkhole.
Or let's go for Sinkhole first. I have another question after that.
I think Byzantines might be strong on Sinkhole.
Yeah, that's the obvious pick. Okay, different. Like, Cumans, I think, is a very interesting civilization. You can instantly build, or close to instantly build, a second TC as well. Do you think we will see them, and how should they be approached?
Dude, I still have nightmares about November and December Cumans. It never even pops into my mind. I try to stay as far away from that civ as I can. The second TC, I think that's too much of a risk, though, on Empire Wars. Like, we've seen so many of these games be won by, like, a flood of feudal army. To get that second TC up right away, that's resources you're not putting into your army. You're going to have a really, like, defensive map in order to get away with that.
What do you think about Cumans dropping a TC and then tower rushing with Rams?
Sure. Sure.
You're shaking your head and saying yes, Dave. I can see your camera.
I forgot you could see my camera. I hate how I had to have the camera on all morning. So they were just like watching me sit there. I think at one point I was eating popcorn and I threw one up and I tried to catch it in my mouth and I missed by like 5 feet. It was awful, man.
Yeah. Every time when I ask Dave T90 a question and he didn't properly answer, it was probably him watching Dave. And then muting himself.
I like it too because this chair that Tristan bought me as a meme, something's wrong with it because it keeps sinking lower and lower. My head keeps getting lower and lower on the webcam.
You know that you can move your webcam as well?
No.
Okay, but you know what can move? We can move into game number 2 here. Kavasan, second try, this time with the right colors. Hera against Nicov. In the red trunks, Hera here playing with Hans, and on the other side, Mr. Nicov, he is playing Franks. Let's take a look how they approach this one. We have Hera, no military building so far, drops a stable, builds some walls, and Nicov opening with a stable.
Yeah, that's pretty predictable though as Franks. Is he going to go stable skirmisher? Is that going to be the play here?
What, stable skirmisher? Depends on what he sees. At the moment he sends 3 on gold and, well, maybe some fire galley. I think it's mainly to get some map control. Hera building some spearmen, but he won't have any aggression.
No, he's going to go for water control. He's already got his second dock up, or he's getting his second dock up, and Nicov fire galley right away, but with 2 docks here, Hera's going to take control of that pond. The only risk for him is that the scouts are going to take control of the land, which is why he's made so many spearmen right off the bat.
Nicov splits away there. Stable now for Hera. Should be
Might
pretty
be able to
far
pick
behind.
off this dock villager? No, Hera's bringing her back. Okay.
Ah, for the repair. But still, that should be pretty good for Nicov, right? Could go over there. Galley somewhat low, or fire galley. And spearmen to protect there. Nice defense by Hera so far.
2 docks from both players on the same pond. Like, what if they went to the other pond? Which Nicov is doing right now, but just such an investment on water. Both players just kind of threatening on land, but not able to do anything there.
And Nicov with the full control. That's kind of a repeat of the MbL versus Villese on cross game, right? One player going for massive amount of army.
Position. 1 villager going down because the spears were on the opposite side of the gold, and Nikov's not even going to get hit once there.
That's so sweet. And he drives for another villager, tries to micro way there, and gets another one. Ooh, gets out of there with all of them, but some HP losses.
So worth it. And he's coming forward with his 3 fire ships. He does have a villager there, but he didn't repair the weak one. So Hera's going to target that right away. Now Nikov's going to bring it back. Both of these players very, very good with the fire ship battles and keeping a villager to repair, which is super important.
1 demo now queued up for Nicov, something we don't see yet from Hera, and the moment I say it, he is queuing 1 up.
And Nicov is actually going for a fire galley in the other pond as well. So he's got 5 scouts. He's got the same fire galley production as Hera, and he's got a dock on the other pond.
That's so
very
good.
good eco management for Nicov, and he's picked another villager.
Ah, but lost 2 scouts in exchange. That's not too pretty for him, but surely will have some eco advantage with the second pawn there. Trades off some HP. Nice move by Nicov. Another snipe. He is on point.
Nicov is looking so good right now. He's coming forward with the demo.
Oh, that's a lot of low HP fire galleys here. And although Nicov is outnumbered, he can win this one, I believe. Now in demo to return the favor, though.
Demo for demo?
Oh, not even that.
Oh, that was unfortunate. Now Nikov's demo is extremely weak. Same with that fire ship. He's patrolling the other pond, so he's going to see that Hera doesn't have anything there yet. But I don't think Nicov is going to have enough time to get fishing ships out there before Hera thinks about that.
Yeah, it's like
docking that area.
Yeah, going for fishing ships, it's just like really, really risky at the right-hand side pond. And, well, Nicov, close to 300 score ahead. Just don't make any mistakes and ship it home
no
for
mistakes.
51 more minutes.
Yeah, wall off, farms, technologies. You should be good. It does matter, actually, whoever wins water, because water accounts for so much score potential. Like, imagine if you walled yourself off and just started making ships to boost your score.
Oh, then you still die at home because you limit yourself in population, but maybe a very long-term strategy, surely. 7 on gold now for Mr. Hera, who's sitting at 300 food, 600 food for Nicov.
Yeah, and he's getting the market up too. So he's going to be able to click it up pretty soon here. He did pick 3 villagers from Hera. We have to remember that.
It is 42 to 49 workers at the moment. In Villager, it's 42 to 47. So crazy. Do we have... Oh, we have Wheelbarrow for Hera, though. So, yeah. Still, slight advantage for Nicov.
Well, -3 villagers in Wheelbarrow. That's about right. Full walls coming down now from Hera. It's almost complete. Just needs to wall off in front of his gold. And on the right side as well. And then he should have... He's got like an eighth of the map there. Completely safe.
Yeah, looks solid. The thing is, though, maybe mass CA. Just think about it, like ranged units surrounding him, and we are back in game number 1 again. All the crossbow ranging the wood lines. I don't like that Nicov didn't continue to build demos on the right-hand side pond.
Yeah, he kind of gave up that control for free, but then again, Hera did invest a lot over there. Nicov has made fishing ships on the left. So it's going to boost his food eco a little bit. He's trying to quick wall the scouts, but the scouts are into his base.
Gets
Some
one snipe.
revenge
Is he walling off this villager? Looks like it.
He
Okay.
sacrificed his life for the cause, man.
See ya. And like you see your friends, right? Your friends that you went to
Fix the
distance
wall.
with. Oh, opens for the spearman. That's so beautiful. Oh god, that's so good. Oh, what a nice move by Nicov.
You okay over there, Nili?
That's a bit like that's H Craigism for me. I like this game. I like moves like these.
Hera now getting fletching, so he is going to go into Cav Archers. He's got 3 archery ranges, and the play for Nicov is 3 stable knights. 3 stable knights.
Yeah, that only
Very
works
expensive.
if your opponent is open though. And so far I see Hera being completely walled. Villagers reasonably close at all angles. So yeah, Hera, he needs to mess up. I think Nicov needs to follow this up with the Siege Workshop, otherwise he will never break Hera.
Yeah. And especially once that massive Cav Archers gets in. He's going to have a power spike here in early Castle Age. Hera's got to be careful not to let these in. YOLO wall behind every single palisade if you see the knights knocking on the door. But Hera only needs, like, what, 4 or 5 minutes to get that massive Cav Archers up. And then Nicov is going to have a lot of trouble.
Nicov doing a good job of keeping or putting the resources on the map. Drops TC number 2 and 3. Siege Workshop, but not where I wanted to see it. That's too passive for me.
Another TC in the back. Cav Archer's looping around for Hera. He's going to be able to defend here pretty easily.
Yeah, sitting behind
Siege
the walls.
Workshop. You're right, it's just too far back.
Nobles and Monastery in the center. I wouldn't mind to just see Siege Workshop at the front as well. He will get all the relics. That's pretty sweet for him. But, well, Hera can just dictate the game for now.
And Hera has more fishing ships now on the right than Nicov has on the left. So Nicov does have a galley, though, which will prevent, hopefully, the DauT coming down for him.
Did I just hear a demo killed the horse? I think that's just happened, yeah. Okay, CA now moving out. Would love to see the chain barding armor, and indeed it's coming in that very moment. Is Scorpion now being added?
Scorpion, interesting. Okay, cheaper than Mangonel, but less utility, especially when you're trying to poke against those walls. And Hera's actually gone for a dock on the left-hand side too, but the galley from Nicov is going to see that. Whether he notices it is another question.
Yeah, but yeah, indeed, like seeing it doesn't really matter that much. I think I would
he
love
noticed
to.
it.
Okay, and he sends the knights over. Yeah, beautiful reaction, beautiful move there.
Knight out from Hera to deal with the Scorpion. You can just YOLO that in with the hill bonus too. Scorpion goes down right away.
Yeah, sweet move. Don't you think that Nicov maybe building a TC in the center would use his civilization to full potential?
Yeah, you get. Oh man, if you built it there, oh, that would be so good. Frank's forging with a TC with berries all around. Oh man, as Hera YOLO's in here to try and get that monk.
doesn't YOLO that much. Wanted to go for the Hera snipe there, but nice anticipation there by Nicov. And, well, Hera goes back. He goes looking pretty strong for both players at the moment.
So Hera actually got the War Galley upgrade in anticipation of taking that pond on the left back. It's a good play from Nicov to prevent that. So that's, I think that's kind of wasted res from Hera at this point.
Yeah, well, not the worst thing for him. Left-hand side, nice move. Isn't trying to redock that one. What's the composition for Nicov? Can he just stay on Knight plus Scorpion?
It's so weird for him. I think he's got to work towards getting castles up somewhere in the middle position, because his castle age composition is going to continue to decline in value here against this amount of cav archers. And if Hera decides to like mix up the fronts a little bit, maybe go to the right side, maybe go to the left side of Nikov's base, then Nicov is just chasing.
Let's take a look. Monk tries to run some scouts mixed in now, but, well, protecting that Monk quite nicely. Scouts are dying, though. Oh, the CA are very clumped up against the Scorpions.
Good micro so far from Hera, but all it takes is sitting within range of these Scorpions for a little bit of time, and now a lot of those are weak.
Needs to go back. Has a monastery, though, for some healing behind this as well. And we did see in the highlight clips how well he can micro those mobile ranged units.
Hera's dock is now up on the left-hand side, so
now
the fire ships are going to come into play. Well, he had all his cav archers over there, and he actually killed the galley and the fire ship with his cav archers.
Okay, good job there for sure. Meanwhile, 8 villages on stone for Nicov. He's only 200 stone away from building a castle, and that would secure the nice center area of the map for himself.
This looks pretty in Hera's favor at the moment. It's just, how do you transition this in a 1v1 for Nicov into like an Imperial Age army against the cav archers from Hera, especially when you don't have that food production from the ponds?
The question is how important the food still is, but yeah, certainly like 6-7 fishing ships working there. Monks getting very aggressive in the center. Can they be protected? Looks like it, yes. And the Scorpions did such a good job of constantly dealing damage against the CA, but, well, the Monks kind of neglected that damage, and now most of them are pretty much healed up again.
Castle coming forward, maybe, from Nicov here. Castle in the middle.
Oh, 2 CAs dying here potentially. Make it 1. And Scorpions, they keep being annoying. Both players actually taking a look at clicking up to him.
Nicov is super close. Hera as well could probably click up in like a second from now. Just needs to get the university down.
Oh, he still didn't have a university. That feels like a big missing thing there. Scorpions dealing so much damage behind this. But still,
the Scorpions, we were kind of doubting it a little bit from Nicov, but they've been doing work. Speaking of not doing work, though, Hera's just now finding the fishing ships from Nicov. Took him 5 fires to find those.
Oh god, that's such a big investment. 1 would have been enough there.
Well, like I said before, ships count for a lot of score, and you can see it right now. So maybe Hera's playing the long game once again. Maybe he's playing the score game this entire series. Did you ever think about that?
I asked some players like to prepare for the tournament if it makes sense to go for the score victory like that, and they said like they don't care before 100 years. Hera thinks better of it, right? Now checks into Pikemen as well. Shouldn't really work against Scorpion and potential Axemen, but Nicov for now mainly Knight production.
I like Nicov stonewalling on the right-hand side. He knows the Cav Archer threat from raiding. Or if Hera decides to go into Hussar, which he probably will since he already has Light Cav, it could be very, very dangerous. So just secure your base and then force Hera to fight you in one location. Nicov looping with these knights too.
Well,
he doesn't know it's open.
Oh yeah, he just
It's open, man.
He right-clicks the walls there, okay, but a defensive castle blocking this one off. And it looks so weird. How is Hera so far ahead in score? I don't really understand it.
The water, dude. It's fishing ships, fire ships, and demos. It's all water. Water's crazy for score.
Really? 1300 HP, 1300 points. Monk still around. But will Nicov stay Cavaliers exclusively, or should he add something like maybe even skirmishers?
It's so tough, right? Because you're thinking about like, how do Franks fight Huns in post-imp? It feels like Huns have a counter for most of the stuff that Franks have, right?
Yeah, probably. But if you like get to the super sick composition, it's like Paladin X-Men, then you could.
Do you have the gold for that on this map, though?
You have the berries for this.
Nice. Very nice.
Oh, and Nicov actually dives in here. I think that's not the best decision. Thinks better of it, but eats 2-3 conversions and is now going back. Full Harvard attack already for Mr. Hera. Has +2/+2 on those.
Yeah, that's the obvious switch, right? When you see this so many knights from Nicov, and it's just for Nicov, it's like, how do you effectively fight the Halberdiers? You could continue going Scorpions, but then all Hera has to do is mix in some light calves and snipe those, and you're not in a good place. And if you go into Axemen, then suddenly they're weak against the Cav Archers.
But they're in the back line, right? And CA won't get into the front line, so yeah, that's why I ask. Maybe skirms might actually be an option, but not having Bracer really hurts.
Yeah, I feel like you have to... Oh, Nikov's teching into Paladin. Right away, too. As soon as he gets Cavalier, just up to Paladin. And he's going to go for that one big death ball through the middle. He's going to force Hera to engage him. He knows he can't win if he splits up his army. But if they just fight one-on-one, mono-a-mono, below these castles, then maybe he could do it.
I think I would love to see Nicov tech into some bombard cannons as well there. So much better to get the CA out of position, snipe some monks, snipe some traps out of position. And Terra is now diving in with his 4 knights. I think he shouldn't get... He gets the kill there.
With the help of the Trebs. Gets that kill. I like how he unpacked those Trebs out of range of the castles. Just to kill any Trebs from Nicov.
Oh god, that's not the best engagement here for Mr. Nicov, though. He's very clumped up, not all his army's fighting, and that was seconds before Paladin finished.
He should still win, though.
Oh, indeed. The X-Men did such a good job against all the Halberdiers, just wrecked him, and suddenly the score is basically even.
We're talking about, you know, how Halberdiers counter Paladin and blah, 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 blah. Frank Paladins are just beastly. And they're showing it right now. They're just mopping up these Cav Archers. Hera's forced to go back, and Nicov is just pushing like crazy through the middle here. He needs some Trebs to follow this up, though.
Uh-oh. 190 population against 150. That is pretty massive, and he's just snowballing this. Look at that. Raid at the left-hand side. Raid at the top. He still has some Paladins at the left-hand side. Hera desperately tries to get a castle up, but that's not looking good. More raids at the top as well.
Nicov is everywhere right now in the eco, and he has to capitalize on this, because if Hera stabilizes, it's going to be super hard for Nicov to reproduce this number of Paladins, but he could go for the KO right here, and if Hera keeps losing villagers...
It is the KO. Nicov takes the 1-1, and wow, he had so many villagers in the center. Look at that. He also went for 7 mills in the center here. He used that berry bonus to perfection, and that was his home map, his home civilization, and his home win.
Dude, that turned so quick there. Like, I think both of us were thinking, you know, what does Nicov do in 5 minutes here once Hera has all his units upgraded? But Nicov, with the immediate Paladin click, just steamrolled his way right through Hera's base, and wow, what a game changer.
And Nicov behind us only had 4 stables, as I saw, and I think he had, like, the 4th one was super late at it as well, and he had Chivalry very early. That's why the Paladin upgrade flew in so quickly, maybe before Hera anticipated it, and the X-Men, obviously benefiting from the same upgrades as the Paladins, did so much damage against the Halberdiers there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well played, Nicov. Let's go game 2.
Yeah. Oh, that was a pretty good one. And yeah, the pawn control in the end didn't really matter. Or not enough. Hera, we talked about the power and the mobility bonus of the CA, but he could never use it. Nicov with so much beautiful control there. What should I look for in the stats, Dave?
I think kill death is a good indicator here.
Oh, okay. 134 to 72. You kind of indicating that you already clicked through it. Okay.
Your suspicion may be correct.
5k more wood for Hera there as well. Nicov, was on the cheaper side there. And, well, more gold for him. 30-minute game here. Im timing was super close for both of them. And Nicov with a nice center control. Also got the 5 relics and the mass amount of berries there. Beautiful stuff.
I'm surprised he took the berries so late. I did not expect to see that. And then you said, like, he's got 5 mils in the center. He had so many vills there.
It's still 25% plus for the Franks, right? And now I want to see, what does Hera have to offer? I honestly can only see Khmer on Land Madness.
Yeah, I mean, now that he's used Huns, I think Khmer is probably the only option for him.
Yeah, like, I think Khmer is his choice number 1.
Do you think he'll go Koreans, Land Madness?
No! I would give you a really good odds for that. Like, really good odds, Dave.
How much money am I getting if he goes Koreans on Land Madness?
How much are you betting?
$1. No, you know what? You know what? This prize pool is in euros. I'm betting €1.
€1? I would give you 30 euros.
All right.
Okay, let's jump into the game. Bet is off, obviously. Oh, no, it's not. Players are about to start, Robo, right? But that was a lie. Yeah. Obviously no betting here. And yeah, it has to be Land Madness. It has to be Khmer. Everything else would surprise me. And most likely Magyars against this.
Mm-hmm. Do you favor Khmer here against Magyars?
I think it's 50-50, but Hera thinks Khmer's are by far the best.
Okay.
Game is up. We get the official confirmation. And let's take a look. It is Land Madness. And who is the smart boy?
I'm down €1.
No. And indeed. So let's take a look at Land Madness here. Hera will indeed pick Khmer. On the other side, we will have Mr. Nicov playing Magyars. Why do we see those two civilizations? Well, this is a pretty crazy map, Land Madness. We cannot wall on the stone area. Therefore, the villagers are so super exposed. And, well, therefore, mobile units are really good. And we will see lots of scouts added. Magyars having the big advantage, having forging for free, +1 attack, and can build scouts cheaper.
Yeah, and they'll have the advantage for the first 4 or 5 minutes of the game, and then it kind of switches over to Khmer, since Khmer get the farming bonus, which is very nice for getting that unit production out, getting that food in the bank.
Oh yeah, and look at that. You're talking about farming. Both players instantly the horse color, but did delay the double bid X, something we wouldn't see on RM. Like the typical Age of Empires approach. And as we can see, Hera, he doesn't wall. He just builds houses around his wood line to jump into that. 5 villagers can fit into a house, and he's not really that scared about them. And only now adds the stable.
Finding the deer villagers. With Magyar scouts, he might be able to pick one. He's going to block her? Great play.
And gets 1 snipe indeed. I wasn't up to the live game, and now we are there. 1 snipe, and, well, the villagers. Let's take a look. Whoops. Whoopsie. Jumping into the house.
Ah, that is another bonus, I guess, from Khmer. That's one I don't really think about for Land Madness. The woodlines are so exposed, you can't wall them, as Nicov tries to pick another villager. If everything's so exposed, you just build a house on every resource, and you're safe.
Yeah, and you can, like, just randomly also put, like, 4 or 5 farms into no man's land, build 1 house in the center, and they never die. Let's take a look here. Uh-oh, but villagers, if they are blocking, then the house isn't really helping you that much. 1 more down. Good opening for Nicov here.
Yeah, it's like last game. Remember, Nicov picked off 3 villagers there from Hera last game. And as Hera was running around trying to react with the spears, and this looks very familiar. All the pressure coming in from Nicov here. He's actually going to take a fight against the scouts. He does have forging.
Yeah, like Hera is trying to get it as well, is at 60% here. And
Nicov getting bloodlines as well right now.
Oh god, and +1 defense. He's going mad.
These are going to be so strong. Oh my goodness. Hera's going to need so many spears to fight against this.
This looks so good for Nicov. So good for Nicov. He's one villager ahead, one military ahead, but his mobility is just so much better because he wasn't forced into building some spearmen.
Second stable now for Nicov. Hera is sending some scouts forward, but a lot of his attention
He didn't
is gonna
scout
be at
his
the back of
opponent yet.
face.
Look where the scouts are going. He doesn't know. He goes to the bottom. Oh, okay. Now he goes to the top, but Nicov might wall his woodline in time.
He should have known that. Like, he scouted that area fully. Now he's going around. Okay, so he's going to hit the wood line from Nicov.
Is he?
No. He's going to go right past the wood line. He's going to hit the gold.
Is he? Yes, he is. Gets one kill there. Still, scout numbers are pretty solid. So far, Nicov 4-1 KD, 10-10 military. Whew, it's still even. Khmer Eco should really kick in any second, though.
Yeah, the upgrades for Nicov, though, are just crazy. If he manages to take a fight here, can he even just wait for the villagers to garrison and then kill the house?
He could. He absolutely could. It's 750 HP, though. I think he will try to find better angles somewhere and try to, like, idle all the different spots, right? Maybe even something you don't really want to do often, but split up your scouts. Is that an option?
Yeah, I think so, but at this point, does he even need to? Like, he just picked a villager there. He's going to keep wandering around. Every time Hera garrisons villagers in these houses, like you said, it's more idle time where they're not working. And Nikov's going to take this fight here.
Oh, it takes it as long as the spearman didn't arrive, and he queues up some more. Gets the villager at the front, I wanted to say, but oh, look at that beautiful wall by Hera. Mwah.
That's hot. That's really hot. Hera is saving that villager, getting that third stable up.
Yeah, 3 stables by Nicov as well, though, so he's just evening that out. Defense upgrade now, and they're even in their upgrades, but still, Nicov can build his scouts cheaper.
Yeah, I don't think Hera's going to do too much damage here. 3 spearmen, all of those scouts. What a scout battle we have brewing here in the feudal age.
Okay, spearmen now trying to take this fight. They have +1 attack as well. I think that's not the best thing that Hera could ever wish for. I think he will get cleared up here.
Yeah.
Isn't that horrible?
Very strange from Hera fighting up a hill against spearmen.
Well, he thought he debated enough of the scouts out, though.
Yeah, Nicov can just split up his army now. Use half of it to attack that, and then he can go somewhere else with the other half. But Hera coming forward with more scouts again. At some point, this is going to backfire for Hera, though, if he loses his numbers.
Nicov, by the way, did go for the second barracks. Hera is now adding barracks number 2 as well. 3 stable, double barracks from both players. This is crazy.
Yeah, this seems very, very unorthodox, but we are playing Empire Wars, so...
And Land Madness as well.
Yeah.
Ooh, and they're so close now as well. Look at that, the distance, maybe 2 screens away, the 2 TCs, and massive score lead at the moment for Mr. Nicov. That's an engagement that Hera would absolutely lose.
A lot of his scouts are weak, too. A lot of weak scouts for Nicov, too, though.
Yeah, even the weakers. Yeah. 16 against 15 on that field. Not enough reinforcements. Oh god, attacking the horse even. Oh, that was good for Hera. But another attack through the center. That's a lot of spearmen, Dave.
This looks like MbL here. What are we watching? Oh, but Nicov just ran right through Hera's army. Look at that, 4 dead scout bodies. He's gonna pick a villager as a consolation prize.
Oh, and he goes full spearman production, full scouts behind this. Even villager count, both at 49, but more idle time for Hera.
Another villager going down for Hera. Wow, man. How is the villager count even here?
I don't know. We have wheelbarrow for Nicov. Yeah. Oh, that's a deep dive in though.
The trap!
Oh, no! What is he doing?
The trap!
He is completely trapping everything, Dave. This is so beautiful. And the villagers still working on that gate. Spearman behind this. Nicov loses his full advantage.
That was sickening. That gate placement and the house. He waited until the right moment. And now Nicov throwing more scouts through the TC of Hera. Hera doesn't actually notice that. And Nicov is going to get through there, but he's losing his scouts at his own base.
Oh god, there's so much going on. Some raids at the gold, as you said, and the front is now could be.
Comes
really
the wave of spearmen now, though. Back up, Hera.
He can't take the
Somebody
fight.
call an ambulance, but not for me.
Oh, and Hera will have some losses himself as well. Look at that. That's 9 scouts going down. What happened here? 26.
Yeah, it was a spearman.
Well, a spearman, yeah. Yeah. Oh, god. So the raids in the back. Now look at the resources of Hera, though. He can click up. He's just missing a second building? No. Why is he not clicking up? He has the blacksmith. He has enough stables. Is he waiting
I
for
think
the market?
he's just overwhelmed. Yeah, he was waiting for the market to go up. No, he's Khmer. He doesn't need the market.
Yeah, it's like he doesn't need the market twice. He has enough buildings and he has another civilization.
I think he's just overwhelmed by the sheer, like, number of military units that Nicov has produced here and keeps tossing into his economy. Like, Hera's spending so much time just garrisoning villagers and ungarrisoning from houses.
Oh god, the APM has to be out of this world. But we have the castle age timing now, well, close to a minute earlier for Mr. Nicov as well. Goes for full spearman. The thing is, though, the mobility will clearly be on Hera's side.
Oh, he's running into the spearman again. You can't fight that. Just so many from Nicov.
Oh, and the +2 will come in very handy as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Nicov losing a scout there. Whew, time to rethink the options. Where are we taking into? A casual stable number 4 with 2 barracks for Mr. Nicov. On the other side, 3 stable, double barracks for Hera.
4 stables. What do you even... Can you even support that in Castle Age from Nicov?
Well, he has 8 on gold. That's enough for 1.5 stables. So he's going for light cav as well. So that makes a lot of sense. Has 30 farmers for himself. Now takes an engagement before pikemen or light cav kicked in. Not the craziest thing, but got the +2.
Yeah, and he's looping around with the soon-to-be light cav on the left side. Hera only has some scouts there, so he's not going to be able to kill that army.
Uh-oh. Jumps into the house, no worries there. And Lightcav now taking this engagement. Hera tries to buy himself some time. Villager 47 to 55. Nicov with a nice lead there.
Yeah, Hera trying to trap those in again. That's not going to work 2 times in a row. So many scouts from Hera. Wow.
Yeah, we're seeing Lightcav as well. There is 25 scouts on the map. 12 for Nicov or 12 Lightcav. Now husbandry coming in. Lovely upgrade. Husbandry for both players even.
Do you make the Cav Archer switch at some point if you're Nicov? Or do you just commit to the Knights?
I think you don't have the time. And if you remember the qualifier, game number 3, Nicov against Kamigawa, Nicov did try to go for the CA switch and got overwhelmed by Kamigawa's production there. I think Nicov will just stay on mass cavalry.
What is that TC from Nicov?
Well, you can't build on the stony area. And there was a hill there. I like it looks ugly, but I think it's the best he could do.
It is ugly.
But it's the best he could do. But it's ugly.
All right, Knights and Light Cav versus Spearmen and Light Cav. Now the Spearmen from Hera coming forward as well, and more Knights coming out from Hera.
Soon to be pikemen on both sides, though. Both realize how important it is to win this fight, but look at that, 15 to 30 military now. Did Hera's ego finally kick in that far that he can overwhelm? It looks really good for him.
Just seems weird to me that Nicov added a 4th stable. Like, you look at his gold count and his food count. He could do 2, maybe, like 4th stable and 2nd TC. Feels like he got a little bit too excited when he was winning those fights in Feudal Age.
Well, it's not the very biggest investment, right? If you have 50 villagers working, invest 175 more wood, just in case, like, you don't want to build too much in feudal age, but he did keep on production. Oh, Hera is now moving in everywhere, and the raids are brutal.
Yep. Now, what was happening to Hera in the feudal age is happening to Nicov in the castle age here. Nicov can't go forward because there's too much stuff in his base, and he's constantly chasing. And Hera can even take fights against the knights because he has so many light cav. So he just cleared up 3 knights with light cav only in the back. Doesn't look good for Nicov right now. He does have more villagers, but he's just falling behind on the army counts.
He has 7 knights at the moment. Not really having the mobility. Sends some pikemen over for the defense. Still benefiting from the +2, but raids at the front, raids left-hand side, right-hand side. So many fires to put out.
Yeah, losing more villagers at the back now.
Oh god, gold villagers need to be pulled as well. Now Nicov is the one with massive amount of idols here.
Well,
22
Nicov
idols.
is coming into Hera's base now.
Ooh.
Let's see how quickly Hera notices this. This could be very dangerous if he doesn't. Okay, notices right away.
Has a house there, saves 5 villagers. The rest are jumping into the TC. 3 knights being produced to the back, and meanwhile he's still raiding at the front.
Okay, pushing him with the knights. There's a TC on the gold from Hera. If only Nicov had one of those, that would be nice.
Well, it's not that easy, right? In the back, maybe he could have built some... Oh no, but the overchop now. Knights and light cav into Nikov's woodline.
Oh, and that's gonna hurt so bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 villagers, 7. Almost every single villager chopping wood there is gonna go down, and Hera can just get away with the army too.
Oh god. Without a single
and
loss
he's not... Nikov's not doing damage at Hera's base anymore. He ran right into the TC. His knights are weak.
Okay, goes
gonna
back
force these villagers back, but knights now from Hera coming back in defense.
Oh yeah, and enough pikemen there for the defense for Hera. Villager count now, 51 to 48, so it's actually closer than I expected. Nicov was ahead in eco before that big raid in the woodline.
Yeah, he's been ahead in eco since the feudal age because he killed so many villagers, but I feel like the momentum at the moment is all in Hera's favor, and Hera feels like he has a more stable base than Nicov does. More villagers going down for Nicov on the farms. He's just chasing with pikemen. This is why pikemen are great when they can engage against knights, but usually you don't want to make them if your opponent is going knights for this reason.
Yeah.
Because the knights can just run away.
And that's what we said, right? Mobility is just so good on this map because you can't really wall, can run around everywhere. Pikemen, maybe even squires could be a good take.
There's the TC I wanted to see in the first place.
Ah, yeah, I can see that. Okay, pikemen finally getting some defense there. Ooh, it feels like Nicov can finally breathe a bit again.
Yeah, he's taking some villager picks in Hera's base. He's constantly on that gold. I'm surprised Hera hasn't done something about that. This is what, the 5th or 6th time he's had to garrison those villagers.
Yeah, those just build a 1, 2 houses instead of the market there.
Yep. Okay, game's kind of stabilized at this point. It was crazy for a few minutes there.
You might even call it mad.
Yep, some people might call it.
You don't have to, Dave. You don't have to. Some nice clear-ups here at the right-hand side for Hera as well. And now we're adding a monastery. Tries to go for the defense that way. Went back onto the knight production. Hera, slowly but surely, pulling ahead in villagers here. 6 his advantage at the moment.
He's going out to that gold in the middle too. Be very nice for him.
Okay, TC's firing. We don't have fletching there. Could really help out with the defense. Bit surprised that he never went for that. There was so much fighting under TCs, especially without the +2 defense. He could have cleared up those knights so much easier then. Oh, siege workshop now by Hera.
So he wants to push then. He's still got all 3 of his stables producing knights. His bare bones eco stockpiled right now. It's all going into knight production. It's all going into that siege workshop. We'll see if Nicov decides to go for more eco or if he makes something to defend against this. He's only got 2 stables producing. And he's getting the armor upgrade for his pikemen. Okay, so he's going full pike defense.
Well, full pike defense with only 1 barracks, though.
True.
That's not so full pikemen. He lost the barracks at the front. Now goes for some more raids again with his knights around there. Hera gets another TC, and well, we should see some rams now, right? Indeed.
Ooh, the pikemen almost catching up to those knights. They're trying to get into the gold from Nicov. Hera probably doesn't want to commit there, though.
No direct damage dealt. A lot of indirect damage, though, like killing all the houses, need to be rebuilt. But Nicov is 100 out of 155, so not really forced into actions right now. Oh god, and the raid again in the woodline. Oh, and the pikemen are just about to leave. Oh no.
And Hera making rams too. Garrisoning the pikemen in there as he's killing so many villagers on that woodline.
Yeah. Oh, that's so sweet. Gets some kills, but this time he doesn't get out of there, I believe, right? Well, some losses, very low HP. Now the engagement through the center. Nicov doesn't have a lot to offer there.
No, and if he wants to engage against those rams, he's going to have to run into the pikemen. He's going to have to run into the knights from Hera. He's going to lose his army. It's so tough for Nicov to defend here. He's actually lucky he's got 2 TCs in this position. Maybe I was wrong about the first one.
Fights down the ram now. Garrisons the villagers, try to save them. Still Fletching missing. Fletching could do so much there. Now tries to fight down the rams. Is that an option? Can the TC survive? 12 HP and went down.
TC goes down. Hera is ahead by 17 villagers now.
Score actually evened out though. Those ram losses were quite massive, and villagers, they don't really know what to do with their lives there. Yeah, there was a TC here, and well, now building some more barracks.
They're just trying to move on. There's the full pikemen we were talking about, Nelly.
Yeah, but
it's not going to work now that Hera's adding in scorpions too, Khmer scorpions.
And he goes for barracks number 4 himself. Is a solid 20 villagers ahead, and even barracks number 3 won't finish. Military count 22 to 8 at the moment.
I like how Hera never took a break from piling on the military pressure. Nicov felt like he could get away with just going pikeman defense. Got the full upgrades for that, and he got punished pretty hard for it.
Yeah, I think he was forced into it. I think if he didn't go for it, he would have died earlier. And Hera, honestly, he had such a bad opening against Nicov and still won quite convincingly. That is super scary if Hera continues to whoever he faces in the next rounds.
How many vills did he lose before Nicov lost the vill? I think he lost like 3 or 4.
The open KD
was his army?
The open KD was 4-0. That might have included the scouts. So I think like 3 Vil picks, 1 scout pick.
And he came back from that so strong too. Whew. Scary stuff for all the other people in this tournament.
Hera, yeah, that was so well done. So many farms there. How calm he reacted there against all the raids. Didn't underproduce spearmen, didn't underproduce scouts, and he was in the back foot the whole game. Normally that's the games you lose, especially if you're not walled. Okay, let's take a look at the statistics then. And military, kind of even there, slightly better for Hera. Was a lot of villager kills as well there. But yeah, food eco, oh, not even fair. I probably even had the same amount of farms. And just a reminder, guys, we are playing with the old patch. So Khmer farmers are still a bit stronger. The newest patch that came out, I believe, today or this night. Khmer farms got nerfed by 3%, but we are still playing with the full power of the Khmer. Dave nodding his head, and we can jump over to the civilizations and the map draft. Next home map by Mr. Nicov. It should be Adslan now, right?
That's his only home map left, is it not?
Mm-hmm. No, Atacama. Ah, true.
It starts with an A. Whatever.
Didn't I predict, like, what did I say? Franks against Huns on Atacama, right? Well, that didn't happen. Slavs, Inca, Koreans.
It's got to be Incas, right? It's got to be Incas for Hera.
No, it's Incas is for wings.
Okay, it's got to be Koreans then. It can't be Slavs.
Why it can't be Slavs?
I'm joking, man. Come on.
Why? Maybe it could be
All
Koreans.
right, Hera's probably going to go Slavs. And what does Nicov go on at Atacama?
I don't like archer civs too much there.
Well, that's unfortunate because there's 3 archer civs.
I think Ethiopians are so good on wings. It has to be Britons then. Yeah, I will go for Slavs versus Britons. And
Who has the advantage?
I'm not happy with that prediction. I think Slavs. I think Scout's opening is really strong on this map.
Well, Nicov did pick this map as a home map. So, and he
then
did
it has
pick
to be
the
Britons.
civs.
Yeah, then it has to be Britons. Yeah. Like he had Mayans for Arabia, his first pick. His fourth pick, Franks, was for Kabasan, his home map. And his third pick, Britons, has to be for Atacama then.
Do you feel like Malians are kind of nerfed in this format?
I think yes, but a lot of people disagree with me. I think, like, because you already have buildings for 1,500 wood.
You're not saving the wood. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But you're also building a lot of buildings, right? You're dropping some archery ranges, stables, houses. You're developing your base very quickly as well. So I don't like Malians too much, but like I can see them as pick number 14, surely.
Okay, the next game should be getting underway pretty soon here. And I think it's ready to go.
Atacama, and oh boy, Dave, you will be excited. We are jumping into game number 4. Hera is leading 2-1.
Do you remember when we were talking about potential maps and I said maybe Atacama to control the center wood?
Yeah, but you were trolling.
No, I never troll.
You never troll?
No, I want that 30 euros right now.
I gave you for the last map, yeah. Oh, you thought in general?
No, in general, obviously.
Lol. No. Okay, so Britons for Mr. Nicov, kind of what we came to our conclusion there in Terra. His pick number 7 used here. Why is he picking Koreans, Dave?
I think he wants to control this center area. You can see there's little patches of wood all around, but the main patches of wood are in the middle, and it's very, very important to control that area. He knew that Nicov was gonna have to pick an archer civ, and towers are pretty good against archers, so maybe that's the reasoning. I'm struggling, Nili. I'm really struggling to figure out.
Well, military units cost less wood, so maybe just wants to go for a lot of skirmishers and feels like those are cheaper then. Maybe can go for some spearmen as well, the better towers, as you mentioned. He certainly is going for a lot of walls and 1 archery range together with town watch and fletching.
So, skirmishers, towers against Britons?
Well,
there's a chance.
I'm not really sure how good the towers will be, but first skirm is now coming out. 3 archers trying to find some damage. Can they get the villager kill? Seems like Nicov wants to commit. No, he doesn't.
Be looking for that armor upgrade early from Nicov too. If he keeps going for skirmishers against archers.
Uh-oh,
Sorry, from Hera.
Look at that village. Look at that scout, though. Instant stable behind as well. Tries to jump into the skirmishers here and does a lot of damage. That's some nice aggression by Nicov.
Yeah, the skirmishers from Hera just not really even getting access to the archers with the scouts running around. And now the spearman has to stay back because if it gets too close to the archers from Nicov, it's going to get melted.
Oh, and some aggression. That's so many villagers already kind of low here. And obviously a lot of lost mining time. Let's take a look. Oh, didn't get the snipe on the villager, though. Okay, Nicov is going full military. Look at that. No eco upgrades on the other side. Hera is going for both eco upgrades. So that's a big, big commitment here by Nicov.
It feels kind of weird how Hera went so quickly to the middle here.
Yeah, well,
you can see it's caused him nothing but problems. Like, he's been full harassed here. As Nicov takes out the archer, he's probably going to take out that skirmisher soon.
Oh, and the scouts can now commit. Hera tries to go for some quick vaults here. Didn't really work out. And look at that. Nicov even beautifully splitting those off. Gets 2 kills at least. Or does he?
Yeah, he's going to go down. The other woman went down. And, like, just even look at Hera's wood economy at the back. The villagers are so far from the lumber camp. He lost the lumber camp at the front. Like, how is he going to sustain his military production for defense? I think this might be, like, the quickest game.
I think we're still, like, also, like, the archer range position isn't really helping us out too much. And Nicov, if he just produces the left-hand side, he looks pretty damn good there. Scout, even defense upgrade.
Hera doesn't have enough wood for another lumber camp to make his eco more efficient.
Well, where would you build that lumber camp?
That's a good question.
Military count somewhat evened out now. Scouts are diving in. Whew, this is pretty intense.
I like the box formation with the scouts and the archers from Nicov. It's a very interesting look there. I've never seen quite that formation in Age of Empires before.
Oh god. Yeah, neither did I. 6 and 3 scouts surrounding. Pretty weird. Scouts
I
keeping
can't
up
help
the
but feel like Hera just put himself in a rough spot by making that lumber camp there.
Also,
but Nicov not moving.
Yeah. Also, I said Atacama is one of the most aggressive maps and you need to go for a massive army and raid a lot. And Hera just did both eco upgrades before dropping the archery range and then played it that exposed. Well, and Nicov was around to punish. Now some scouts going for some raiding at the very top and there's no protection.
Yeah, Hera, what does he do here? He doesn't even have spearmen back there. He doesn't have wheelbarrow either. Nicov does have wheelbarrow, and Nikov's ahead in villager count.
Spearman comes home for
Villager, is she gonna die? She will.
Okay. Nice snap there. Up to castle age here. Nicov a bit later will snag the camel, will build a defensive tower. Okay. Well, if we get to mass crossbow skirmisher, defensive towers just become so good here. Looping around, trying to hold. I wouldn't mind to see both players going on stone here.
Hera's already up to the castle age. Interesting. I would have thought Nicov would be faster, but I guess he was going for scouts, which is heavier on food.
Yeah.
Economy.
And still no eco.
He could trap this army too.
He doesn't want
Hera's
to.
gonna head back.
Ooh. Okay, finally Nicov is clicking up, but will be a solid minute and 14 seconds behind. Scouts trying to find some more vision. Defensive tower there by Hera as well. He is finally moving on to stone as well with 4 villagers.
I like how Nikov's bringing the camel with his army too.
Yeah, he had his other camel there for quite some time in the very early engagement as well, but then went down.
It's so fast. Like, you can use it to distract against the archers and skirmishers, and they can't hit it.
Uh-oh. You know what can hit is the Spearman against the Scouts, though. Gets 1 kill over there. And I think Nicov should really go onto some stone. Indeed, he's sending 2 villagers. I would love to see a tower behind the woodline of Hera.
Yep. And I think he could get away with that, too. Hera just... Army isn't in position to stop that.
Well, but Hera... Oh, no, Hera returns the favor. And Hera is building the tower there. Will Nicov see that one? Not... Yeah, he sees it. He has Town Watch. That's so good. Such a good upgrade.
If he wants to, he could delete that house there, come out with the archers.
Yeah, he can get every single villager. No, don't tell me he's pulling the villagers. You have all the army, Nicov. Oh, he was too scared that Hera had too much army there. Oh, no. And now...
He's there with the scout, but he can't get anything done. And yeah, he must have thought that Hera's army was in the middle.
Oh.
And he's lucky that Hera didn't catch these villagers going to the right side, that's for sure.
Oh, no, Dave. And the army... But can he? No, he will never see that, right? Or maybe he could on the... He could technically see it.
You know what? Nicov might find this TC from Hera, though. Hera has an outpost there. He notices right away. He's going back, but... That was stone cost. He can't make another one right away.
Oh. Stone gone there. And Nicov, he did fight so well to get the beautiful position in the center. And, well, one small misjudgment and gave up the position. But it wasn't easy to see. Didn't really have the scouting behind there. Now goes for double bid-X and elite skirms.
Yep. Nicov finally getting that wood upgrade. And Hera's got to be careful. To back. He's pulling them away. Good recognition, good awareness from Hera to constantly be checking for Nikov's army and pulling away his villagers before it gets there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's so good. On this map, it's basically impossible to wall yourself, so outposts become really, really important. Overall map vision. I love that both players did Town Watch.
Good micro, too. Both players.
Getting some snipes there. Would love to see Ballistic as well. Now a Mangonel queued up. Hello, Mr. Hera.
So Hera's going for Mangonels. Nicov is going for University. So he's going to get that Ballistic upgrade, but he's got to make sure he doesn't lose his army before that happens.
But how?
Yikes, dude.
Oh, 3 losses already. Runs to the top. He needs to stall another 40 seconds. That will be some major losses still.
Even if he stalls that 40 seconds,
will it?
He's going to have problems fighting against this with the elite skirm from Hera.
Well, you can outrange with Britons. Oh, that actually went way better than I expected. I think Hera did a small mistake there intercepting.
Well, another tower from Hera, so he was probably distracted in the middle. He's also coming forward with a Mangonel. And remember, watchtowers only for Nicov. I'd like to see maybe guard tower tech, since he has the University.
Yeah, it's obviously pretty costly there as well, right? You have 12 farmers at the moment against 9 farmers, so both players not really with the greatest food eco.
TC coming down from Nicov on the right side. That's far enough away that I don't think Hera's going to find that for a while. And meanwhile, Hera, because he had to delete that first TC, because he's making towers, he's stuck on 1 TC economy.
Oh, now next raid is going into that stone again. Crossbows at the center now coming in there as well. I think Nicov would win that fight quite easily.
And the villagers on the stone too. Hera's got to be worried about them.
Meanwhile, Mangonel
in the center. Is it going to live?
It's already getting repaired for quite some time. I think the crossbow and skirmishers should really help and just kill the villagers. Something we aren't really seeing. Okay, finally they're dying. And 1 villager, she will take care of the job.
She's dead, man. She's gonna die.
But she will do her duty. Bab, get the kill. Oh, how did that villager, how did the man die behind this? Meanwhile, some clear up here. Did we have ballistics yet? No, Hera's still missing ballistics.
I don't even think Hera doesn't have a university. Oh, he does. Okay.
I think I heard one, yeah. But obviously very costly upgrade. Villager numbers aren't high here. 53 to 58 at the moment.
Why is Hera sending all of his army to the right corner?
Oh god, that has to be a misclick.
Yeah, it's like he's got his rally points all over there.
Not anymore. That's so weird. That's such a weird misclick indeed, yeah.
Ballistics coming in now from Hera. I can't help but feel like Nicov should have got guard tower because this push is going to be really tough to fight back now.
No major hits, but...
Just breathe, man. Just breathe.
Okay. But that's going to be some massive aggression here still. 2 Mangonels, how do you micro against that? Maybe some Knights could really help out. And... well, crossbow numbers aren't super scary. I think some Mangonels for Nicov as well could have really helped out here.
Yeah, don't get overconfident here, Nicov. You could throw everything away. All the momentum you've built here in this game can be thrown away!
Ooh. He gets the 3 kill there, still has the army to continue microing. Remember that Britons have the better range, and he tries to split around this, but it's obviously so much easier for Hera to take this engagement. Villager now losing as well, and Hera, I think he got to the army that he wanted to and gets to the beautiful push. Now Tower rushes together with Mangonels. This is impossible to fight against if you're Britons.
Yeah, I keep coming back to it, but I feel like he should have got guard tower. This would have been stalled out for so much longer if he did. He might have even won the middle.
Or maybe some Mangonel defense.
Good micro from him, though.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful micro from Nicov.
Yeah, but it's only possible because Hera was sending villagers away to... no, crossbows and skirms away to get some villager kills at the top. Meanwhile, he's raiding at the other side as well. It's just so much map control now for our Canadian.
And Nicov did deny the guard tower from Hera, but Hera can just push in a different direction now.
Okay, another tower being dropped there as well, and it just feels like Hera's getting so much control now. Right-hand side army is picked up, and that's actually the hit squad that we have now at the bottom here. Ooh, Nicov, oh, stable switch for him. +1 defense Knights.
I saw how many skirmishers Hera was producing. I saw all the Mangonels, but still, you're gonna need time to build up those Knight numbers.
Uh-oh, Hera dives even under this tower here, left-hand side. We'll get some kills, and... well, nice dodge there by Nicov for sure.
The micro! The micro! He didn't kill her.
Yeah, I saw him dodge once. I thought he couldn't dodge twice. Maybe I should have locked a bit longer. Now the Knights coming over here, but only with +1 defense. I think the skirms could actually somehow reasonably fight this, but he just goes into safety of the guard tower.
I think if Hera just continues the tower push across here, like every time he sees Nicov with some important res, just plop a tower down on there, keep producing skirmishers, he should be in a decent position, yeah.
The map dominance was just so good there, and...
Koreans.
Wow, pick number 7 taking the W here, and Hera is going into the round of 8. Will face MbL on Saturday.
Very, very strong performance from Hera. I feel for Nicov because I feel like he played so well. But Hera's been on point for the last like 6 months. He's been unbelievable, and he showed it again here today.
Yeah, that was a really strong performance for sure. You said guard tower were probably needed by Nicov. I say maybe Mangonels. It's just like Koreans are pretty crazy with those pushes, right? And look at that. You cannot really engage into that center area. Phew. Massive game, massive victory here for Hera. Nicov did have a great showing though.
Yep, and especially with the, I think the Franks push impressed me the most on, what is that map called? Is that Kawasan or is that?
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah, that was incredible. I thought Hera was gonna hold on and push back, but Nicov just wiped his entire base. But speaking of wiping bases, that's what Hera did this game with the tower push. So well played by him, and good luck in the next round for Hera.
Yeah, Nicov, obviously we feel bad for him. Maybe he could have won against some other opponents facing into the round of 16, but Hera just looked really sharp. Let's take a look at the statistics. Military, in the end, KD 70-47 there. Hera just took very good engagements. It just felt like Nicov had such a good opening there and then gave up his wood line, maybe the defensive tower a bit earlier, but against Koreans it's just close to impossible.
I feel like not knowing where that crossbow army was in early Castle Age really hurt him too. He thought it was in the middle, so he didn't deny that first tower.
Mhm.
And once the first tower goes down for Koreans, you can you can usually expect a second tower, or a third, or a fourth, or a fifth tower.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
really tough to
sorry
stop.
overlay guy. Switching to my desktop there. And yeah, don't you think like more outposts could have been an option?
Yeah, well, Hera built outposts everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I think he built one in front of the archer ranges. He built one in front of that TC he was making on the stone, and that's how he didn't lose any villagers there. I think Hera played it the right way in prioritizing vision on this map because your eco is so spread out.
Yeah. Nicov getting 500 euros, and now we have Hera ready for the interview with ZeroEmpires. Next up is TheViper against Fire.
Very good game from Hera there, and a great showing from Nicov as well. He played fantastically well, looking pretty good throughout. But I think Hera just joined the Discord. Can you hear me, Hera? Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Well done, man.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Good, good. I think Nicov played very well there. You sort of just had the edge on him in some of those games. But just to jump straight into this interview here, we don't have that long before the next series. That first game, man, that first game was insane. 300 points difference at the time limit.
Yeah.
What were you thinking at that point? Because it was going back and forth.
Well, the thing is, like, I knew I'd win the game. Like, take the time limit outside. Like, if there's no time limit, I win for sure because he's using all gold units and I'm using like food units mostly. But since there's a time limit, I was thinking, okay, let's prepare, let's take good trades because KD affects it a lot. And near the end, I was making sure to not have any extra Q. So I didn't make like 10 Hussars in Q because that takes up your food and doesn't give you scores. So I just made sure I had, useless text research and maximized my score pretty much.
Yeah, and you did just edge him out there. I think that was the closest game we've seen so far. It was pretty awesome to watch. But what was your thought process in taking Vietnamese into game one? Did you expect him to take Mayans, or were you thinking that he'd pick something else there?
Well, he had 3 archer civs in his draft, and honestly, I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know how I ended up with Vietnamese. Like, that, it all happened so fast. Mayans, Britons, and Ethiopians were all gone, so I was like, okay, I guess Vietnamese makes sense here. But yeah, the draft was a bit messy. The whole series is a bit messy, honestly.
All right, yeah, I was sort of wondering about the draft. Vietnamese, Koreans, they seem like strange picks on the surface, and we'll talk about the Koreans a bit later on. But again, just to keep focus on that first game for now, because it was such a good game. I mean, Vietnamese pick was kind of interesting because obviously it is a kind of counter to an archer civ, but when you put eagles in there from Nicov, your army composition, so difficult to take fights against eagles and plumes.
Well, the thing is, the Rattan archers actually deal I think 3 damage versus eagles actually. Might be wrong, but they deal okay versus eagles. So as long as you have a meat shield there, you should be fine. And if you think about it, I'm using one of my weaker civs. So like one of the civs I picked last, and he's using his first civ. So even if I lose, it's not the end of the world. That's my thought process.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And then into game number 3 on Land Madness, that was the Khmer versus Magyar game that you won. There were so many scouts. That was probably one of the most fun games I've seen all day, actually. It's super fun to watch. The Khmer then, being able to jump into houses, obviously that's super useful. Is that one of the reasons you picked them for that map?
Yeah, I think because like there's 3 civs that come to mind: Magyar, Slavs, and Khmer, who all have either really good scouts or saving food or have good farmers. So it's a lot of like food eco, which is what you need for that map. But Khmer hopping in houses, I think, has a lot of utility, and it should make you have an easier defense. But I have to say that Nicov played really well to like trap my villagers, so I couldn't utilize the house bonus as well as I wanted to.
Yeah, I think that was the most surprising thing out of that game because Nicov actually started off really well. He did a lot of eco damage to you early on. I think he was up by 4 or 5 villagers after just a few minutes. But you came back really well. You never seemed to let off the pressure from him. What was it that sort of helped you to edge back into that game? Was it the farm bonus or was it something else?
Well, I think it's like you just have to be fast in Land Madness. You have to look at everything at the same time pretty much. So I think that's like one of my best strengths, especially with cavalry play. I just felt like I had better trades in Castle Age, like sniping more bills, saving my knights. I mean, he had some good counterattacks as well, and he dealt okay with the raids. But I don't know. I felt like I was inching closer and closer to a win just by taking a couple better trades here and there.
Yeah, they don't call you the micro machine for nothing, right?
Yeah, there you go. Although I'm not sure anyone calls me that except me from 4 years ago.
I still remember specking you from back then. It was like, who's this micro machine guy? Look at him dodging ballistics.
Yeah, I was a nerd since day one.
Always the micro nerd. Game 4 then, Atacama. You took Koreans for that one. Dave called it. I don't think many people saw it coming. What was the game plan? With just thinking about God towers to control the middle, I guess?
Well, I was playing in practice with Mr. Yo, and he picked Koreans on the map, and he smacked me, and like it was really frustrating to play. I was playing as Ethiopians, and it was really frustrating to play. And I was thinking, like, on that map, it's not about the clean build orders, it's not about like the micro, it's really about the map control. And I feel like it's just so much easier to play Koreans there than any other civ. Although I don't think it's the best civ there. I think there's better options, but versus what he had, a lot of archer civs, I figured scrims, towers, and mangonels should be perfect.
Yeah, nice. I mean, he picked Britons on that one, and I think Nicov at that point, he did have Ethiopians and Malians left. Do you think he was right to go for Britons in that matchup?
I mean, I think Ethiopians and Britons are the same. I think Koreans has a good matchup for both of them. I was a bit worried about the Malians, because then you get into like knight camo play, which can be problematic, but I always figured like skirm monk with towers should be fine versus everything.
Nice. All right, well, final question from me. We have to wrap this up. Versus MbL on Saturday. That's going to be your next matchup. He did say in an interview earlier that you guys have played some practice games together. Did those practice games give you confidence?
I mean, those are just rated games on stream, or like not rated games, but like practice games on stream. And I don't think any of us were using, at least me personally, we're using our best strategies. So I don't think they mean too much. I'm practicing with Leary behind closed doors.
Okay, you're practicing with Leary because he's on the other side of the bracket, so you're not going to face him at least, until much later on. So you're feeling ready for MbL?
Yeah, I would say so.
Awesome.
And it's going to be a good series nonetheless.
Oh, definitely. And the series you just had with Nicov was super entertaining as well. So congratulations to you. Hopefully we'll be speaking to you again soon, and good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thanks so much. Best of luck for you guys as well.
Cheers. All right, there you go then. So Hera, congratulations to him. It just progressed, and he'll face MbL, like I say, on Saturday, where he goes into that would be the quarterfinals, wouldn't it? So let's take a quick look at the bracket right now, and we'll see what the standings are at the moment. We've got one more match coming up today, but as you can see, we've had some really nice scores already. And just looking at this bracket, it just gets me so excited. It's so stacked. Just look at the names right here. DauT, of course, took down ACCM 3-2. We saw MbL taking out Villese 3-1, and now Hera with a victory over Nicov with 3-1 as well. But if we take a quick look over at the schedule, we don't really need to see the schedule because there's only one match left today, and that is, of course, TheViper versus Fire. This has the potential to be huge. Obviously, Viper, like I said earlier, 87% win rate in tournament games. That is just unheard of. It's insane. But Fire, we'll see what he can do. Can he do an upset? The odds are certainly stacked against him. But who knows, right? We will see after this short break. We're going to go into a little player profile for you right now.
Uh-oh, let's take a look here. Oh, he was in this Ecoforia! The Viper is so sick! Out of nowhere, but the militia...
Maybe he's trying to hide the vills?
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Or are they going to be spotted, Dave? Oh, there's a mining camp.
You should delete that mining camp.
That's true.
Nothing to see. Delete the mining camp. House foundation over top. Nothing to see here.
Shh, guys, don't say anything. Don't say anything.
What?
What? So unlucky for Emperor. How did he not see them? He just wasn't thorough enough. Oh no, and now camels are here. There'll be heavy camels, and they could just clear out the cav archers, and the villagers can go right back to work. That is ridiculous.
The mangonels, because Mangonels have 7 range, a town center only has 6 range, my man. So actually garrisoning won't really help. He tries to fight with the villagers, but that's going to be some heavy losses. 3 eagles around. Nice ground attack here at the left-hand side. That will be really rough for him. Nice repair behind this as well. I think the Viper is just throwing this game. Now moves in with the scout here, still full HP, gets 1 kill. Dodges the Mangonel shots quite nicely, and Viper buys himself quite some time. He has 15 villagers ahead, and he might actually get the kill. 1 Mangonel. I think they should suicide each other a bit more. Now tower is being built at the right-hand side. Eagle and 1 Mangonel hit is not doing too much. The Viper did actually fight this one off and comes out ahead with 10 villagers more than MbL. How did he do that? And now double tower defense here. Fletching is on the way as well. I think Mangonels can't really engage from this area. What just happened?
Sanity of what we were looking at. Leary just about to click up to Castle Age. Viper still a little bit further behind.
And Viper clicks Bloodlines? What? That's super bad.
Interesting.
Why is he doing Bloodlines against the guy who's fully walled? Oh, he wants to tree hop. He wants to tree hop between the barracks and the stable. This is...
Oh, boy.
Oh, that's super crazy.
Now, this is a crazy technique. It's so rare we see this one. And it's done. They're in. I think Leary forgot his extra building as well.
Oh, no. He has the archer range and he has the blacksmith. Viper is moving in, and that's why he went for Bloodlines. He will make something happen. That will be some dead villagers. Archers are in there at the left-hand side as well.
Oh, man. Leary tries to power up the tower as quickly as he can. Scouts just jump on top of it straight away. That massive extra 20 HP boost. They just want to go for the kills here. And there we go. There's 1 villager down. 2 villagers down. Should be seeing a third. Any second, a third.
Oh god, and now I think he can just camp under the tower, right? Archers are around there, you cannot really fight those. He can even kill those villagers on the woodline there that walled themselves. That's just crazy how he can snipe over there.
What a play. Leary is on the way up to Castle Age, but I don't know if he's going to have the eco to really support any of it. And the answer is he doesn't believe so either.
Oh man, the Viper, such a beast, and Fire, the very unfortunate draw for him, facing the number one in the world. The number one in the world.
The number world in the one. Damn, man. Need another Red Bull.
Yeah.
Man, I love watching those highlights. Like we've got new overlay guy speaking in our ear throughout that break. But Nili and I were both too busy watching the highlights.
What's happening below me?
Nothing. Why?
It looks a bit weird. It looks a bit weird, but...
Did you get a name change or something?
I got a name change. T90 official. Make sure to follow, like, and subscribe. You will find the craziest games over here. You won't believe what happened. 97.1% won't assume how sexy that caster is.
I thought it was because like my eyes were looking down, and you thought like I was looking at your junk or something.
Well,
that makes sense. That makes way more sense. So we're about to get into this series, Viper versus Fire. I feel kind of bad for Fire because he went through such an odyssey to get into this tournament in the first place, and then immediately getting Viper in the first round. And it seems like it seems like a trend for Fire where he gets into the tournaments, but he rarely makes it into the quarters or the semis to really compete for that top spot.
Yeah. Well, makes sense if the tournaments are like 16 players and you're kind of the verge. Like, not being a top 8 player, but obviously being better than the 20 plus players. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, makes sense, I would say. And let's take a look. Well, what do they have to offer, Dave?
Well, we've got our map picks and map bans here, and it looks like Fire has gone for, let me see if I can say that right. Aslan? Is that the name? Aslan?
We have different, whatever. Aslan? Something like that. We should have come up with a better name, honestly. Well, yeah. Happens.
And
well, this map...
Viper's gone for Acropolis as his first map. Go ahead, Noe.
Yeah, Acropolis is a map we didn't see today. And that's a pretty open one, together with Land Madness, kind of indicating that the Viper thinks he would play better in the very open games.
Well, Fire is one of those players, and I remember talking about this with Tristan. I think Fire is one of those players that loves structure. He likes cleanly executed builds, and Viper is one of those players that can just basically do anything at any point. So it should benefit Viper heavily to have those crazy open maps.
Now I want to see the civilizations. Fire obviously wants to get Vikings for Golden Swan. Let's see if Viper gave it to him or if he banned it or what happened. And we see... Oh, Vikings picked for Viper, and he got that one banned. Khmer ban on the other side, and we will see Indians. Indians the first time allowed, and they will be pretty sick on Aztlan. And Berbers in the mix as well.
So why did Viper ban Khmer and not Indians? Does he feel confident fighting against Indians on that map?
Apparently. That kind of indicates that Viper has a strategy prepared. How to get Indians away from that shorefish.
Well, I guess if you pressure the fish and you don't let them anywhere near that, then suddenly the Indians don't look like such a good pick on that map, right? It's just about pushing them off in that early game. What civ do you think he could pick? Maybe Celts?
I think something with Man-at-Arm opening could be pretty strong. Maybe Aztecs, maybe Slavs. Also, you could make an idea about like Franks, because you're obviously spawning with a lot of shorefish. Not shorefish, berries around your sea. Berbers in there as well. That's a bit surprising to me. Why would you see Berbers? Is that Acropolis?
It might be. Faster stable production, maybe?
No, Berbers don't have faster stables. That's cheaper knights.
Cheaper, yeah, sorry. I always say faster, I mean cheaper. Sorry.
And maybe Camel Archers could do something again, but we don't really see any CA civilizations there. And that before Huns. That's so surprising.
Golden Swamp. What do you think the civs are?
Oh, Vikings.
Fire's going to go for Malians, maybe, on Golden Swamp?
I think Britons
Persians
are considered to be strong. Persians, could they be played? Not Acropolis. Land Mad. They might go for Land Madness Persians. Aztlan are clearly Indians. I will predict Britons against Celts there.
I love the idea of someone new to Age of Empires coming to the stream right now, and it's just, we don't even know what the sure picks are, right? It's so confused. This game, especially with the current balance and the maps in this tournament and the new Empire Wars format, there's not really a defined meta. So any of these civs could be viable for any map, as we saw with the Koreans on Atacama last set.
Well, we will see more of those games for sure, because we can jump into game number 1. The Viper against Fire, our last round of 16 game of the day. Coming up now. And we have the Viper in the red trunks here, playing Aztecs, Fire on the other side playing Malians. We see some villagers instantly pulled away from gold here, and we have the Man-at-Arm opening by Fire. The Viper on the other side, he will build the archery range after researching the wood upgrade.
Well, Malians do get a nice little bonus for their Men-at-Arms early, and it makes them more effective against archers. That +1 Pierce armor is very, very nice in the Feudal Age. So if Fire can get to Viper's base before Viper gets that massive archers, he could be able to do some damage with them.
If we have the open fights, for sure. But if Viper just walls the front, then it won't be that easy. And we obviously know Viper in tournament mode as well. Not really the guy who loses a lot of villagers against Men-at-Arms.
I find it interesting. Viper's going for an eagle right away. So he must... Does he think... He's going for 2 eagles right away. Does he think skirmishers is the play?
Oh, well, he would be prepared against skirmishers. Look at that. Now some palisade walls there. We'll get 2 palisade walls quite easy next to the berries. Even waits for that? What is he doing with that villager? Does he want to trap? Don't tell me that's a trap. Don't tell me that's a trap.
He wants to.
He wants to
do it.
Oh, no.
Oh, he wanted a gate. I think if he puts a gate on that palisade on the other side, yeah, see, he just wasn't quick enough with it.
Maybe the camel blocked that. I think he was waiting for it. Like, the villager was so open
That's
there.
what happened. That's actually what happened. The camel was right there over where he was going to place the gate.
Oh, that could have been so sick.
Never underestimate this guy. Like, he reads the game. It's like 7D chess for him, to be honest.
And also, like, just think about it. You're playing against this guy in one of the most important series, right? Like, there's a lot of money on the line, and then, like, you're getting owned that heavily in basically, like, 2 minutes of this game. Wouldn't be great, but he dodged that for now, and is beautifully walled behind this. At least the right side.
Men-at-Arms are putting on a decent amount of pressure here. It's basically preventing Viper from coming forward. Now, Viper has sent the Eagles, but Fire has a Men-at-Arm ready at the gold to defend against that, and he's actually making more.
Okay.
Continuing the production, that's very interesting.
That's surprising to me as well. Does some reasonable damage against the Eagles, though, and Malians. I think they're a reasonable counter to Meso Sivs here.
I think we've seen a couple times where Malians can just go all in Castle Age against Aztecs, if the Aztec player isn't careful. And Fire actually hitting the wood line on the left too, but he's kind of running into the TC now.
Yeah, didn't Tato beat Viper with Malian all in against
He did.
Viper's Aztecs?
Malian all in, yep.
Yeah.
It's a strong strat if the other player isn't prepared for it.
Viper looking at 600 food, 150 gold already, though. One villager. Oh, well, he didn't really get the memo that there's not really his territory anymore.
So Fire's kind of going in the opposite direction of what I think Viper was predicting here. I think Viper thought it would be Skirms and then maybe Men-at-Arms to counter the Eagles. But Fire's gone Men-at-Arm, and now he's mixing in Skirms, but Viper is on the way to the Castle Age already.
Yeah, that's pretty sexy.
Yikes.
I don't think that Eagles are necessarily the counter to skirmishers. Like, they are, but that's not the main goal. It's also, you get a lot of information, right? Those Eagles have a lot of vision in Feudal Age, and, well, just run around, get some map control, and you don't get caught off guard that easily. That's also a huge benefit from building those.
Skirmishers out now from Fire. Viper has that hill for the moment, but he's not going to be able to keep it against Men-at-Arms and Skirmishers. But, like, what can Fire do here? He's going to be so much later to the Castle Age.
400 food, 300 gold. He has 24 villagers on food, though, so I think he's fine. Like, he cleared up so much Feudal Age army here. I think he won't have any problems.
There's 3 Eagles from Viper still waiting on the left-hand side. Does Viper go full Eagles in Castle Age? He can't, right?
Lost HP. Well, he's dropping 2 barracks, so that's your answer.
How is he going to fare against the eventual longswords? Even the Men-at-Arms will do decently. If Fire walls off his base and doesn't leave any openings for the Eagles to come in and raid, he's going to win the straight-up battles almost every time.
Oh, and the 2 Men-at-Arms are now joining the party from the top as well. Viper walled the side, has 12 villagers on gold, so Eagle production will be pretty solid.
Viper's in the Castle Age now. Fire still hasn't... Okay, Fire clicks up right now. You were right. It's not too bad.
Yeah, it's especially because he killed so much of the Feudal Age army, right? He forces some of the army to the top. One archer needs to defend. Viper is sending some Eagles back, so it's not like Eagles are now knocking at his door. Viper with some easy defense there. Shouldn't lose a single villagers. Villagers not that clever in building the TC. Viper just waiting for the Eagle Warrior upgrade and then probably wants to take the fight, but Men-at-Arms around. Scaring
It's
them
funny in
away.
this matchup, because usually if you have Men-at-Arms at this point in the game, they're fairly useless, you know? Like, you try and get a villager pick with them if you can, but in this matchup, they're going to be so important about countering those Eagles. You can see Fire's already going into the supplies tech, so he's getting ready to make more in the Castle Age.
Yeah, making those Men-at-Arms cheaper in their food cost. And drop 1 stable, goes for the 2nd barracks. Well, that's going to be a lot of longswords. Viper tries to find some damage there at the right-hand side with his Eagles, but won't find any.
I actually like this position here from Fire. If he walls off the left-hand side fully, to be in a really good spot, and he's actually added a stable too.
Yeah, I think he thinks better of it, though. I think he won't really go for too many knights. Maybe later to snipe some mangonels. The problem with Fire, I think he will lose all his Feudal Age army before he can upgrade it.
Yeah, how many trades can he take against the Eagles here? He's going to take a 1, 2 maybe. Viper moving the weak units away. It's so annoying.
Oh,
what a nerd.
Get a knife.
He'll toss the weak ones in the TC. He's such a nerd sometimes.
No,
I swear to God.
Don't toss.
If he does.
No, he builds a monastery. He heals never with the monastery. Yeah, but look at that. 3 low HP ones going back. All the full HP ones going to the front.
Such a nerd. But that's why we watch him, right?
Yeah. Well, who's the bigger nerd? The nerd or the nerd that watches the nerd?
That's a valid point. That is an extremely valid point.
Okay, now 5 men-at-arms. They should probably be enough to defend this one here. Viper is running, clearly doesn't want to take any fights there. Has the 4 villager lead behind this. Nice walls at the left-hand side. Now drops the market, Mr. Fire here.
He's defended quite nicely. I mean, Viper hasn't really had an opportunity to put any pressure on Fire's base.
Is that completely walled? Dave?
I think it is. It should be.
Dave? No. Oh, that hurt so much. It felt like it wasn't completely walled, and that's going to be a dead villager. He even fought back. Dude. That was somewhat brave, but yeah, there won't be a market up. And with 800 gold in the bank, he really wanted that one.
Yeah, and this is what Fire had to prevent at all costs. Like, how many times have we seen a hole just completely change a game?
Well, it's not like super bad this time. Maybe some quick walls here. The gate that won't matter too much. Needs to wall the gold off, I think. Yeah, I think he won't lose a lot.
Very nice response from him. The house walls on the TC, very good. He's getting the market up now. Yeah, good turnaround. Good turnaround from Fire. I was expecting a lot worse than that. Thought he might get into that farming eco. The camels are into the farming eco. What are they doing?
Going wild there. Well, they're hungry.
They're gonna get out too. Eventually.
Are they? One bouncer is there. Tries to kick them out. Eagles now ran around enough to maybe go for the gold again. Uh-oh, that is so nice. That is so nice how he moved away there.
Nice little house there from Fire too. To just delay the Eagles, get extra hits on them. How many villagers did he lose? I think 2?
I counted 1.
It's totally worth. It's totally worth for that army. Yeah. Now he can go forward.
Did cost him a lot of attention though, and behind this Viper did prepare the tech switch. Now goes
Siege Workshop from Fire forward, but like right in the range of those archers.
Oh yeah, that's not going to work.
Does Viper see that? Yeah, he sees it right away.
Yeah, those witches need to run as well. How much do you like the crossbowman against the longswords?
I think with Viper Micro, it should be okay. He's adding a castle to back it up, so he's gonna get. Is he gonna go for Gebettos to complement this composition?
Well, wrong civilization, but Jaguars are indeed the perfect answer.
I was thinking fires.
Oh no! And Jaguars are obviously perfect here against the longswords.
Yeah, Jaguars are really, really good.
But that's a lot of villagers that are pretty exposed here. There's only 1 conversion. That will be a lot of dead villagers, Dave.
I think he can deny this if he attacks the vills themselves. He's got the extra pierce armor on the Malian longswords.
Oh, Viper, that was too ballsy by him. 2 villagers, and they will die as well. Some nice conversions flew in, and Fire, he is in a very nice position. More villagers being sent in. That was a big throw.
95%. Well, all it took was 1 palisade. I think Viper got cocky with the crossbows.
Oh, look at that. He's going for arson now. And he just tries to attack there. Viper, he builds another castle. He won't allow this twice.
Wall this off, please.
Okay.
Okay, the wall is going down. This castle will go up, but I think if Fire's on the far edge of that other castle, he's out of range, isn't he?
I think so, but
kill it?
You can send 5 villagers in, right? And just finish it.
Oh, yeah, true.
Viper just needs to go in and out. It should be fine. How are economies looking behind this? Viper's still 20 villagers ahead,
Maybe he can't send them in if there's a Mangonel sitting there, though.
Yeah,
and
but
Fire's diving in with the longswords to pick off those villagers. It's at 98.
Pressing
99.
Oh, he gets it up!
Oh no!
Oh, that villager's hammer there.
But Fire's in on the wood line!
Oh yeah! Oh, that with Arson, he got in there, and Jaguars, not enough there to defend this. Jaguars, obviously, the meme out of the...
Fire with some excellent play, and Viper with some questionable calls so far this game.
Oh god. Okay, but still, after all this, like, that was kind of the worst scenario for the Viper. He is 4-5 villagers ahead. Even population. And it's still full Jaguars now.
I think 3 TCs for both now. Where's Fire going with these villagers on the right side? Is that a TC or is that some sort of aggressive play? Okay, that's a TC. Good.
Where?
We'll figure it out soon.
Okay. Okay, can build it cheaper. Did he scout in that area? He did. Maybe completely right side might be an option. Okay, just builds it on the ground. All good.
How often do we see Jaguar Warriors in competitive 1v1s?
Well, didn't we get 1,000 subs? No, it was right. We didn't see a single one, right? In Hidden Cup, but Matt said he gifted 1,000 subs.
Yeah.
Oh.
And it was Vikings against Berserks, or no, Aztecs against Berserks too.
Oh yeah. Well, so not often enough apparently. And yeah, it's not even fair. Jaguars are so good against infantry.
Viper harassing the gold too from Fire on the right hand side.
And now the tech switch. So Fire goes on to Crossbowman behind this. And just think about it, how Viper is ahead after this. It was absolutely horrible for him how it went. How far ahead he must have been before that.
How many vills did he lose there? Like 10? 12?
Something like that, yeah. And
then
the
all that
woodline
idle time too. And he's still ahead on Nico. And he's ahead in military now.
Then he built
it's just like... it's like a higher league that he plays in, you know?
Second castle being built by 15 villagers as well. The camel still dancing in the eco. Don't tell me Viper's microing this.
No.
No, okay. I feel too sick. But he's microing those 2 eagles, getting into the woodline there for sure. Pretty annoying there. Handcut now for the Viper as well. He's 1k score ahead. 96 villagers against 90, and those villagers look like they want to build a 3rd castle.
Yeah, and the Jaguars are just doing so much work on the stone. Viper even has 2 crossbows on the woodline from Fire. It's just everything snowballed out of control as soon as that 2nd castle went up for Viper.
Where did it go wrong? Because
I don't even know.
Like, he did so much damage at the start. I think it was like Viper's earlier castle age time, and then he simply dropped the TCs, right? And just kept the eco rolling for himself, and then he was like 20-25 villages ahead.
Maybe if Fire doesn't produce those extra like 6 men-at-arms, maybe if he just goes with 4 or 5 instead of like, I think he had 8 or 9 at total in feudal age. Really delayed him going up to castle. Maybe then it's a bit closer. It's tough, man, because you're right. Like, that's the best case scenario, killing all those villagers, denying the castle, getting into the woodline, and it didn't help. It didn't help at all.
Oh god, that was pretty brutal. And well, Viper is taking the 1-0 lead here. We will have Fire's home map next. And let's take a look at the statistics here. Military actually pretty even, or the dead or units killed, but that obviously includes like, how many villagers did Viper lose there? Like 12 plus another 6 in the woodline. Something like that. And better economy for the Viper. Aztecs eco is just really sick as well. And judging by all your input, Dave, you're already on your desktop again.
No, I'm looking at... Hey, listen, Nili. I've said it once, I'll say it again, all right? The most important skill as a co-caster is to learn when to shut up, okay?
Okay.
And I know when to shut up.
Okay. I thought it was finding kings on Regicide and community games.
That too. Yeah, there's that too. The timeline really told the entire story there in the statistics menu. It was all eco for Viper ahead of Fire.
Look at that. No military. For everyone who's new to the game, the light red is economy, the dark red is military, and you see the same here. Early car stage we didn't have much, then we had a lot, did have the big fight, and after that Viper kept producing his Jaguar warriors and did get the W. I think Golden Swamp might be the better choice for Fire.
Yeah, especially since Viper doesn't have... I think Fire banned Vikings, right?
So he picked Viking himself and then got banned.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, he picked Vikings. So no, I thought Viper picked Vikings.
Yeah, Viper. Yeah, that's what I want to say. Okay, yeah.
Okay. So maybe Fire goes for Britons and Viper goes for... What does Viper go for? Golden Swamp.
Did I predict Kelts? I think so, right? Why could Berbers be good there? Their ships move 10% faster. That's good for demos. It's
Their
good
villagers
for...
move faster. You could get them. I don't know. I don't know, man.
Could Hunts be a good option? Huh, I'm curious as well. It feels like Fire has better options. Okay, the players need to restart Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. That means we will quickly give them 2 minutes. What's the game plan here for Fire? Like, let's assume he picks Golden Swamp, and maybe let's take a look at another scene in, for example, the brackets here. So today we'll conclude after this series. Tomorrow we'll have the T90 day. With some crazy series there as well. Which series excites you the most, Dave, for tomorrow?
I think Leary versus Winchester is interesting. I don't know if it excites me the most. I'd say Tato versus Max is probably... Or no. My boy.
Mr. Yo-Yo boy.
Hailing from Canada. My boy Slam is gonna come in hot tomorrow, right? And I like Yo a lot, don't get me wrong, but Slam, he's recently come back to the game. He's looking pretty crisp. He's one of the fastest players that has ever played the game. Be really excited to see how he matches up against one of the world's best in Mr. Yo.
Oh god, yeah. Like there's so many great series tomorrow. Like Dogao, Lan, 2 players that a lot of people didn't really have on their radar, let's say even a year ago, which is completely ridiculous, but it simply happened. And they're having incredible performances. Lan constantly qualifying for all the big tournaments. Dogao, big show in Hidden Cup there. I think Leary against Winchester might be the craziest for me as well, because like Winchester with the crazy strategies. Leary, we don't really know what he will bring to the table. And obviously Max against Tato, it kind of becomes a classic now as well, I would say.
Well, I think Tato is pretty confident against Max. But Max is one of the funnest players to watch, in my opinion. And just the way he approaches the game, the different strategies that he tries out. And it's the same for Tato. Very similar play style, I would say, for both of them.
Yeah, and then Slam against Yo, obviously. That's such a sick series. And probably like... I'm not really sure how to phrase that, but the player who wins that series could potentially go into the finals as well. Like...
Who's Slam versus Yo?
Yeah. If Yo is kind of my favorite to go into the final, but if Slam is able to beat Mr. Yo, then I think I will favor him over Tato, for example.
I would love that too, because how many tournaments have we... Like, there's years and years of us hyping up Slam, and every time in a 1v1 tournament, he could never really, like, get to that next level. He won team game tournaments with Tyrant.
But he failed there as well. Like, he heavily choked. Like, that's like,
No Bodkin? Do you remember
Yeah,
that one?
no fletching. It was
Oh,
worse,
yeah,
Dave.
no
It was no
On
fletching.
galleons.
He gets Vikings pocket like in front of 200,000 viewers on the Chinese stream, and he doesn't get fletching.
And they almost won that game too.
Oh god, that was so ugly. The good old Tyrant days there. And yeah, he's known to choke in the big tournaments, and I did talk to him about it. And he didn't feel the biggest pressure in the qualifiers. But well, main events are different.
It's so it seems so strange too, because he seems like such a chill guy, you know? You watch his stream and he's so relaxed and everything. And when he casts, he's so relaxed, and then you'd think that would translate over to like a good tournament mindset. But apparently not.
You never heard him cast tournaments, maybe, right? He's only chilled in...
No, he casts with Tristan tournaments.
No, I mean if he plays himself, right? You only listen to him when he's playing like quote unquote random 1v1 ladder games.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
But Yo, as much as I'm hyping up Slam, Yo is a fantastic player, and he is like one of the nicest players I met anyway when I was in Germany. So Yo is also my boy. Don't get me wrong.
We have a lot of boys, and like didn't Hera and Yo do a practice session like Tuesday evening, and Yo clapped pretty heavily.
Well, that's how Hera got the Koreans idea, right? So
okay.
Maybe Yo is about to teach us all a thing or two about Empire Wars.
Yeah, maybe he will. He's a guy who prefers special settings, did win MSC, and let's try to find out how the form of Viper and Fire is in game number 2, Golden Swarm, coming up. We have the Viper playing the Celts here in the red trunks. On the other side, we have Fire playing Persians. He did open with 1 dog, rushed it out with 2 villagers. The Viper so far, well, not really building too much. Is sending some militia over to the other side.
So if you're Celts versus Persians here, what's your win condition?
Well,
is the Castle Age pressure?
I think... I also like Mass Halberdier and Siege, right? It's a lot of aggression. I think Castle Age, having the strong eco with a lot of wood, man-at-arm opening, and then control the center with Fire Galley, doesn't sound wrong to me. Lose a lot of HP on the militia, though. Lot of HP.
That thing's almost dead.
Oh, walks on 1 leg over there. 5 HP left. Oh, goddy. Does he even go through with man-at-arms now?
Yeah, for only 3, it's like 2 and 5/40ths of a man-at-arm. Oh, he went through with the research. Okay, so he has them now. Viper, though, very, very easy wall off here. Just 2 houses and a palisade. 1 palisade beside the mining camp, and he should be set for a while here. And he's going into archery range right away, so he can clear up these men-at-arms pretty easily. Sorry, Fire, not Viper.
And yeah, I agree. Fire behind this builds 1 Why are you building a galley? Oh, that feels like such a wrong choice. Loses against the Fire Galley. Oh, he didn't see the dog most likely, right? And only spots it now. Did open with a Fire Galley. And Viper even goes for sneaky dog number 2.
Is the galley to deny future dogs from going down? I don't understand.
That's what it's for, but, well, Viper already got 1 dog up, and the second one... Oh god, fishing ship going down as well. Not the worst opening for the Viper either.
Fire now bringing his navy back. He still doesn't see that dock.
Some Buffalo shenanigans there, and, well, doesn't really matter how much HP you have with your men-at-arms there. If you're just hitting houses, I'm a bit surprised that the archers are not trying to defend this.
Yeah, it seems weirdly comfortable with those being there. You think you could just clear it up right away, right? Like, how much damage are you going to do?
He will lose a house.
With the archers at the front of your base. What else are your archers doing currently? Okay, now he's sending them.
He wants to attack, maybe waited for fletching, but he might lose some HP there against the Fire Galley as well. Let's take a look. The tree actually helping out a bit there, and they will make it out of there with reasonable HP.
So Viper knows those are coming across now, though. He knows they're in the middle. And he's sending a villager right at them.
Oh,
okay.
Maybe just patrolled in there. What? He can't see
I
it.
didn't realize you can hide behind that stone.
Yeah, that's so sneaky.
I know you could do that in original Age of Empires with the stone things, but I didn't know you could do it in here.
Oh, I will always have like.
Man, imagine if you hide a transport ship.
No, or eight monks and 5 demos, and no matter what gets to you, bada boom.
Oh yeah, true. Sneaky demos. Next level.
Next level indeed. Like how many? Now I want to see how many stones we have. I only see one.
Oh, there's one.
No, there's
you
more.
Can't, I wonder if you can go through the middle of that one. Probably
With
not.
a hole. No, you can't. I wonder they're like a cave.
This is a Red Bull tournament. Maybe we can like jump a bike through there or something.
Oh,
As
yeah.
Viper actually loses a walling villager. We're not paying attention to that. But he does have skirmishers back there, so the archers aren't going to do much more.
Wouldn't that be full Red Bull spirit if the villager walks on the stone there and like goes full like cliff diving into the water?
No. You got to jump a motorcycle through the middle.
Ah, onto the boat.
Flaming motorcycle. Flaming camel through the middle. That's a Red Bull event right there.
Now we're
Quick
talking.
gate from Viper. He tried to get it down, but the archers are now into his gold. Is he going to lose a second villager to this?
Yes, he will.
Those archers got so much value. One walling villager, one villager on the gold, fires up earlier to the castle age.
Mm-hmm. That's full water control for the Viper, right? And he spots the second dock as well. Some fishing ships working for the Viper behind this, and he will eventually finish all those walls.
Oh man, Persian docks take forever to go down. Like we got 3 fire ships hitting this thing, and it's still like 5 more minutes until it's dead.
Not 15 minutes?
No.
Okay. Third dock here now, even built by fire. And he gets the walls up at the top.
More archers. Sneaky archers again from fire. Does he get the crossbow upgrade? 3 crossbows could do quite a bit of damage if he doesn't let Viper know he's there. Okay, just let him know.
But the Viper doesn't realize, right? Was dealing with the stuff at the top. It just could be pulled, but Viper no reaction for now. Regroups for the War Galley upgrade. And production should be pretty good for fire. Water fight far from over. And now demos could potentially connect here. Uh-oh, Viper's moving out too early.
Away.
Oh.
No, like that, man.
That was so bad. He had the better upgrades and traded poorly there, and he needed the other way around. Oh, Viper will finish all his upgrades. Oh, so unfortunate. You want to go the spread formation there. Now he fights on even ground.
It's just, you take your eye off of the fight for 1 second, you know? Maybe to deal with your eco, maybe to adjust your wood line, and that happens. And now fire versus fire, and here comes Viper's demo. Fire is going to notice that and send a demo of his own.
Mm-hmm.
Viper going for the smush in the middle, though.
Okay, let's take a look. Solid demo could connect here now. Trades off 1 for 1 does 2 for 1 kind of. More demos being sent in. I think Fire is winning this one. And
well,
Smash, how good
fires
are Mangonauts here?
Well, I think if you convert all the ships and get rid of the docks, they should be okay. How good are Rams in this situation, actually?
I think they are bad. Because the armor doesn't matter, right? You always do 1 damage. Oh. Well, Viper has the full water control, though.
Yep, Fire had some really weak fire ships in there. I think there was 2 that were on 2 HP. So it looked like he had more army, but in reality, he didn't. And Mangonel's now Monks out for Viper. Monks will help a lot, but you're right. Like, the Mangonels just seem like an unnecessary investment at this point in the game.
Could do... Ooh, got demo connection here, though. They could do a lot if he is on the land area there, but the fire ships are moving in, trying to get the kill. Will they? It looks like yes, they will. And Monk's not getting the conversions in. Now they have enough Monk juice, and he could go for another conversion there, but everything dies before.
Giving him the good old Monk juice.
That's the official term, my man.
Please. Never again. The monks, though, doing work there.
Meanwhile, the Siege Monk push through the center was only
a debate for the Siege Monk push on the right-hand side. Yeah.
Indeed.
And the TC is going to get denied. I can't believe we didn't see that. We were so stunned by the stuff in the middle.
If Viper was a musician, I would call him Ludwig van Beethoven.
I'm just going to let that one sit there for a second. Fire is in trouble big time now. Fire is in big trouble. Even a forward market over there for Viper. He's brought in the relics even. He's got monks on both sides.
You know, van Beethoven because bait?
Yes, I get it.
Okay, scouts are coming over.
Speaking of bait, though, Fire is baiting his economy so that he can have a siege push on the left side. Both players going for forward siege workshops.
Okay, but that's super risky, and oh god, double scout conversion there at the side. That should never ever happen. The Mangonauts blocking the passing there, couldn't really go into the monks there, and now the spearman as well. That TC is going to go down even with double HP.
Yeah, what does this accomplish for Fire on the left side here? This feels like one of those pushes you make just to make the game messy, you know? Distract your opponent, hope you can stabilize at your own base.
Wasn't messy enough already? Like,
yeah, but it was all messy for Fire. It wasn't messy for Viper.
Yeah, he's the guy with the aggression, and maybe that was a plan earlier, and then he saw all the aggression coming in. Now more conversions, and two spearmen are so good with the defense there. Water
Dude,
still
Fire,
up for grabs.
Like Fire kept trying to complete that TC. It was on like 1k HP. Even if he gets it up, it's going down immediately. There's no reason to lose villagers there, and his push on the left is being. I think one of the clips of Viper was him taking out Mangonels with villagers. That's not going to happen this time. But he's putting so much pressure on the right, and he's forced Fire to go into light calves too.
Oh, massive ground attack and massive conversions behind the spearmen to protect this. This is looking so good for the Viper here.
Yeah, the conversion luck for him has been on point this game.
Oh,
the micro for him has been on point.
The
Spearman coming over could kill the two light calves. They're weak. They're weak. Not before they get Mangonel, though.
Yeah, he will tell some stories back into the bar, right? Oh, guys, the other day I took out two light cav of my own. Won't really tell the story that Mangonauts died before that and they were very low HP. And, well, maybe he won't make it into the bar. Probably dies under the CC.
Viper's, I'm just surprised. Viper's got such a great eco behind this, too. As he's getting his stone hit, but he'll probably notice that right away. Not quick enough. But he's got 3 TCs behind this. Fire is only in this because of the Persian TCs, I think.
Actually, he's ahead in score. I don't really know how that happened. Do we see something? No. 63 villagers against 55. That's pretty sick. But Mangonel feels really exposed. I wonder if it's water.
It is water. Viper losing the monks in the middle. 3 monks for 1 light cav?
Okay.
Maybe 2 monks?
Yeah, he will get another monk for sure. And Sanctity didn't help out to save that one. Oh, but that will be a lot of dead villagers. Oh god! Oh god! He sends those villagers away. But TC's so low on HP from earlier.
It seems weird he wants to get a castle up there when he has no military to support it. Just 2 light calves from him. The spearmen from Viper are going to do work against those. The Mangonels are just going to continue firing.
But the Mangonels are a bit unprotected. Spearmen went in a bit too deep. Villagers are coming over. TC now trying to ungarrison. Oh god, so many villagers dying, Dave.
Is it worth it? Is it worth it at this point? I guess you have to try and get that thing up.
Yeah. I think Viper, he could have protected his Mangonels a bit better and could have maybe denied it a bit longer, but yeah, I think Fire lost a lot of villagers there anyways. 51
Castle
now.
in the middle now from Viper. It's going to be so tough for Fire to bring this back, especially against the best player in the world. You can't give up yet because it's your last chance. Or not your last chance. I guess he's only down 1-0, but it feels like he's down 2-0 right now.
Well, we can talk about him making some reasonable comebacks, right? Against Lux, he was 3-1 down and then won 3 games in a row. But Yeah. Winning 3 games in a row against the Viper might be a different story. The castle indeed goes up and, well, he will lose the water and some score with it as well, I assume, Dave.
Mm-hmm. Watch the score just drop like a cannonball for Fire.
Or another 3 score down. Fui.
Sounds like you don't believe me.
Like a cannonball.
Water's a lot, man. Water's a lot of score, alright? I'm gonna keep saying it.
Yeah.
You just remember when someone wins because they have a lake.
Okay. Interesting. Like so many like small amount of units every single time here. See like 3 against 3 fire galleys in the center, 2 mangonels, 2 spearmen pushing the top, 3 light cav trying to defend. Like military high will be very low in this game.
Yeah, Viper's just in such a stable position right now. There's like no threat to his eco. He can do all the damage against Fire, and Fire is 40 villagers behind.
Oh man, that's brutal. Did a nice dance there, saving his villagers. And, well, Lightcav dying there as well. Viper retakes water. Adds actually more docks even.
And the game is over.
Oh
Well played
god.
from
That was,
Viper.
yeah. And that's like so many different fronts that went well for him, right? In the center, he had the water control, the monks helping out. Right-hand side sneak attack did just so much damage to Fire there.
I feel like Viper prioritized the water, right? Fire went for those sneaky archers, which actually paid off. 2 villagers is no joke that early. But like on the waterfront, Fire making a galley and then making a fishing ship to follow that up. It seems very strange to me, especially not scouting for the other docks too.
The thing is though, you say Viper got more water control. Like if you have 4 fishing ships, it's kind of fine if you lose like 2 villagers walling at home. It gives you more map control. He had to invest into archers as well. You can use your water advantage. It's such a complex map, and we saw like fighting everywhere here. I love this map so much. Okay, let's take a look into the statistics then. And military, as I said, largest army. That's so weird, right? There was constant fighting this game, and it was 14 to 15. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I guess all the units that Viper was putting out were high impact units, aside from those spears. Like he had mangonels, he had monks, and he had fire ships, right? So he did the damage with those.
Viper lost 69 units.
Nice.
And yeah, simply trading off the army.
Look at that wood collected. Oh my goodness. He really like pivoted his eco from feudal to castle age onto wood and gold, and that's how he could do the double smush and the fire ships and the demos at the same time. Really good prioritization from him.
Yeah, obviously the beauty of the Celts there as well. Did collect so much gold, extra gold in the center. Castle age timing a bit faster for Fire, probably clicked up reasonably at the same time, but 40 more villagers, hallelujah. Yeah, and now let's take a look and try to figure out what civilization we will see for Fire's last home map. He needs to win every single game from now on, otherwise he's out of Red Bull Wololo.
Yeah, Smush is Siege Monk Rush for anyone that is relatively new to the community, or maybe you just haven't heard that term yet. It was also known as a Saracen Monk Rush back in the day, but
oh, indeed,
Siege Monk Rush is probably the most standard term for that.
Okay, so what do we have? We have Aslan still, and we have Indians, right? And every single time Indians is banned, if we have Aslan in there, because you have villagers starting in the center on Shorefish. Shorefish is the fastest food income, and Indians have a bonus on top. What will the Viper do to stop the Indian power here for Fire?
Well, he's got to get there early. He's got to deny the fish early. Well, I say that, but knowing Viper, he could probably get away with a different strategy, but I don't think you want those Indians in the middle taking that fish for free. So maybe some sort of men-at-arms play with some towers to back it up?
Man-at-arms sounds really reasonable to me.
Do you go Huns here?
I think Slavs is extremely good because you start with free supplies.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
And then you can like really spam those boys. Also, you have a house more basically because your barracks is basically a house. If you build an archery range, you save a house as well. And I think man-at-arm opening feels really likely here.
So you go Slavs, and then in the Castle Age even, you can counter Indians pretty good with Slavs too.
Yep, siege plus pikemen there. Or do we see something different? Maybe like Franks is obviously another good civilization on this map.
You might run into some problems if the game goes a bit later, but usually this map is over pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's true. And we are playing with the patch, well, quote unquote, the old patch, so not the one that came out today / the evening. Obviously, players have been practicing for this tournament for like 2-3 weeks now, and just throwing a different balance at them didn't feel fair.
Okay, I think the game is ready to go.
And the Viper indeed not going for the Slav picks. Will go for Franks against the Indian of Fire. Will be in the red here. As you can see, lots of villagers on the berries. That's why Franks are so good on this map. And on the other side, lots of villagers already spawning. And, the Viper still plays the man-at-arm opening and even adds the second barracks. That's double man-at-arm opening here. I've never seen that before.
2 barracks men-at-arm opening on this map. I guess, well, he knows how important the fish are to the Indians. And we can see Fire going for an archery range right now. Hasn't sent all his villagers to shorefish. I think we've seen that before. He's only sent about 8 of them.
Oh god, that will be...
Might have problems fighting this.
That will be massive aggression here. And, well, I love the outpost. I think maybe some more walls from Fire could really help out. So far, only 1 archer has fletching, and now man-at-arm upgrade finished.
I like how Fire made the outpost, so he knows what's coming. He doesn't want to get towered. But against men-at-arms, he's going to need those archer numbers, and he's going to need them fast.
5 man-at-arms out, 2 archers now. Villagers not working, but gets the first man-at-arm kill. Some debation. Fire's doing a good job. Will lose 1 villager, scares the man-at-arm away at the left-hand side. Now even added a stable and will go for some scouts himself.
Scouts are interesting. It kind of counters the potential skirm play from Viper, and Viper adding a stable of his own to go scouts to mix in with the men-at-arms.
Okay, so interesting addition there. We now see forging on Fire's side as well. He simply has so much food here as Indians.
1 villager going down for Fire, but he's taking out the men-at-arms.
That's a nice defense for sure. And, well, archers trying to fight this one off. Scouts are doing a good job. And suddenly, 8-2 KD Fire with a beautiful hold.
And Viper's thinking about how he can wall up his base now. Starting to build his buildings, secure his home economy, because the Indians are still going to be on the shorefish. I'd love to see Fire maybe send those weak villagers back somewhere and maybe bring some more forward.
But Fire sees it with the horse. Viper, that tower won't go up. He puts a spearman out there. The horse is actually blocking the way over. Scouts can continue to do damage. That tower will never go up.
1 villager down. Gets a scout. But the archers are here now, and Viper can't take the fish anymore.
And now we might get into the MbL problem. If you delete that tower, you might not be able to build a new one. Another man-at-arm dropped here. It feels like he wants to rush it out with all the villagers.
Yeah, and he's going to get that. Fire left the position there, so he can't deny that tower anymore. And a skirmisher now out from Viper. And he's producing archers as well, although he only has 2 on gold, so...
How is
it doesn't want too many of those.
How is it 12-2 military, though? 14-3 now. I don't see the military of Fire. Where is it?
Well, he's got that bundle of archers. He's got 2 spearmen in the back. And the rest of it, I don't know.
Some scum with the defense, but not having fletching, nor the defense upgrade there. He won't do anything there.
Is Fire coming forward with the tower now? Fire is coming forward with the tower, so Viper... Is that tower in range, though?
I don't think so. We could count 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think with fletching it is. Pretty sure. But that doesn't really matter, right? Because he's nice
only
to
got
fish
5
anyways.
villagers. He dies to your army there in that tower. So
Speaking of
it's
dying,
weird
all
that-
the archers of fire are going down at the moment. Oh, but that's a lot
Oh
of
my god, he's
scouts all of a
still
sudden.
losing. He's still losing archers, dude.
Oh god, oh god.
Oh my god, what is
Oh.
happening?
Oh! And all of a sudden, like, military looks so even. Now we got fletching as well. Oh, killed some of the scouts.
I'm so confused.
That went so well for the Viper there. I think Fire fought too long and under the range of the tower.
Is this Viper syndrome from Fire, where he thinks like, oh, I have an advantage, I have to kill, I have to kill, I have to kill, I have to kill, and then he runs himself into a bad position?
Is that the Viper syndrome? Like, playing against him? I don't really know what happened there. It's like he wanted to run away, felt like he's pushing enough, but yeah, regrouping would surely been the better option. Now skateboarding, second stable being dropped behind this, and Viper, he goes full archer plus scouts now.
Like if Fire can control that hill, it's not going to be easy for Viper. If he can control that hill, but it's just a matter of it's if. Because he can deny that main gold. He's already kind of denying the other gold from Viper, so if he takes him off gold altogether, it's going to look really, really nice for him.
Okay, now the big difference to the Aslan game we did cast earlier. Here we can see Fire, 9 on Shorefish. We saw earlier, like 25 villagers being pulled, right? Not a single farm added, and just massively going for the center.
Fire, though, adding farms of his own, so you're right, there is a difference. It seems weird to me, like you think he would send those farm villagers forward and take
Yeah.
advantage of the map position he's taken.
I think he should. Maybe he's too scared to send them out, but like your advantage only grows if you send them out.
But like I was saying about this hill, if he can control it...
Oh, villagers are fighting this one down. Military not looking too pretty. 7 to 19 army again, but it feels like enough scouts.
Fire is just microing villagers the whole way through this fight. Didn't deal with the scouts with his archers.
The Viper did
It
hold
just
this one.
feels like Fire could have taken that fight if he had dealt with the military first.
I think so as well. And, well, after all this, Fire is quote-unquote only 2 villages ahead. Yeah, here's the wood upgrade ahead as well. Military, 4 to 13. I think it still looks very good for Fire, though.
Yeah, Indians are just so strong on this map.
Yeah, and, well, more army is coming in there. Anyone clicking up to Castle Age? No, it's still full production. Look at the stream of armies of Fire coming in.
Fire had fun the last minute microing archers. I don't know how he got out with those 2, but he was running around shooting with those. And Viper's archers are super weak.
Oh, yeah. Combined of 3 HP there, spread over 2. And, well, he has some walls. He's now building a market in the back. But to do what? Probably to buy yourself a tower up on this hill? No, Viper mixes in men-at-arms again. That can't be a great choice.
Man-at-arms against the scouts and the spearmen, obviously going to struggle against the archers. He just needs to... He needs to hold this hill. I keep saying it. He's trying to, and Fire's trying to push it back.
Oh, this is so close, and that's why he pulled the villagers earlier. Again, the archers are moving in, 1 spearman here, and I think that one was the fight that probably won Fire the game. I don't want to call it too early, but it looks very, very good for him now.
Look at the farming eco the Viper has. 25 farms.
Yeah.
To
Well,
support this, and Fire with the Indians can get more food eco with his fishermen in the middle than all those farms combined.
yeah. That's the power of Indians on this map, and that's why they're so crazy. Look at that. 4 mills, 5 mills being dropped. He went very aggressively there. Absolutely love that. Still controlling the gold. And the other gold of the Viper is very exposed as well.
Yeah, he's already placed a lumber camp on the back. I think he's thinking, if I can hold for a little bit longer and get into that gold at the back area, maybe I have a chance.
Oh, and Viper now bought himself some stone to build a defensive tower. Ooh. Military count 6 to 26. Just look at the army value. 2k to 400.
Fire's doing the right thing here. He just keeps piling on army numbers. And he can cook up soon. The power of the fisherman.
Yeah. And Fire is all the intel, right? He sees 2 gold spots, not taken, and the corner is all visible. So he knows Viper isn't there yet.
Oh, Viper... I love how Viper's not producing, but he's got a unit in every military building. So Fire has to be careful about that. Just one guy in every single building. Viper's, I think, thinking, I need to get up to Castle Age. That's the only way I win this. I'm not winning this in a full-on feudal war.
Yeah. But...
Fire's up first.
The thing is also, Viper built the lumber camp incorrectly there. You don't want to chop diagonally. You want to go, like, in a straight line, because then it's only 2 trees. He now needs to fight through, like, 4 or 5 trees even.
Yeah, has he never played Chaos Pit before? Come on.
Apparently, yeah. I'm a bit disappointed.
Look at the way... Dude, this is like cauterizing a wound right here. Viper's doing. I'm just going to wall off my TC and all my farming eco. If I lose that, I still have stuff behind.
So what are the steps? He has 2 towers there. The horse actually sees all that as well. And what are the next steps for the Viper after this? Like, yeah, he gets on the outside. He puts 20 villagers on gold. Is he going for knights against Indians?
It's hard because he doesn't have gold, right? It's like, what does he even do in this situation? As Franks.
Yeah, well, he needs to get to the outside first. But then, like... It also gives Fire a lot of confidence, right? To continue in this game. You just... Like, it's impossible that he slips up here. And it's just, like, producing, taking small advantages. Not even sure what the next steps are. Do you build a TC in the center? Do you build a siege workshop to finish the front? He goes for a lot of upgrades, but yeah, the Viper just steps out.
There's no way. Yeah, there's no way. Well played by Fire. I mean, he could have won that, I feel like, a lot earlier without losing all the archers. But the Indians pick is just so strong on this map. Clearly the favorite civ for this map.
Yeah, and the Viper, he did try double barracks opening there with the men-at-arms, did go for some aggression. And Fire, even without any walls, 2 archers and some scouts together with Fletching there were enough for the defense. Well played for sure.
Kill death is actually not that bad because Viper took some really good engagements. But the largest army really tells the tale of that game. There's no way Viper, even Castle Age against feudal units, there's no way Viper can push that back.
Yeah, and now we saw why Aslan normally results into an Indian ban, but the Viper thought differently and, well, had to pay the price. As you mentioned earlier, KD is pretty even. Food collection shouldn't really be fair, indeed heavily in Fire's favor as well as the gold. Reaching the Castle Age, kind of resulting into the GG there. Viper tried to make something happen. Not really sure what he thought could have been the option for Fire to throw this. Yeah, but well, we will jump into 2 home maps now for the Viper if we both need them. Let's take a look at what civilizations we still have available. So, Cropus or Land Madness? What do you think is more likely that we will see? I think Acropolis was his first pick.
I think Land Madness, considering Fire only has Archer civs left, and Land Madness is usually, I think we saw before, a pretty scout-heavy map, right?
So, how are we playing this? Slavs then, or do you prefer Huns?
Probably Huns. What do you prefer?
I think Huns might be better. I'm thinking about what are we playing on Acropolis? Is Berbers and Genitors an option, or am I crazy?
Berbers and Genitor? Well, against maybe if Fire picks Mayans this game, you go some Genitors against Britons or Ethiopians.
Huh?
Maybe.
But he's also a guy who just builds like 5 scouts and then gets into Camel Archer. I think on Acropolis you could even play something like fully wall and try to play triple archer range. And CA with Huns, is that an option?
You just got to make sure that you have access to a wood line in the middle, right?
Yeah, then you then need to expand. And indeed, you are correct. Land Madness will be our game number 4. Civilization Slavs against Ethiopians. Viper, as in every game, playing red here. Fire in the yellow trunks. And you question, well, the remaining civilizations of Fire here, because, well, we both feel scouts are just really, really strong on this map, and Fire, he will lack some mobility.
Yeah, he's got to figure out a way to wall on a map where it's deliberately hard to wall. And he's got to force Viper to fight his main army rather than run around and raid his eco, because he'll be too slow to catch up to him.
Well, he opens with a spearman and archer behind this, fletching. Obviously, Ethiopians start with 100 extra food, 100 extra gold. Viper instantly losing his first horse here, and well, Fire.
Viper going immediately for the archer range. Okay, so he's not going for scouts at all. Feels like
okay.
He can go. Is he going to go into skirmishers here? Archers only 2 on gold.
Well, it has to
Fire
be skirmishers,
sees that too.
right?
Yeah, Fire sees that right away with that horse.
Okay, so Viper plays the full eco approach here. That's interesting.
And Fire, as soon as he saw that, Fire dropped a stable.
Oh, lovely move. And Viper, he will have problems, right? Scouting all this. No, he sees the stable instantly as well. Oh.
So what does Viper do to counter this then? A stable of his own coming up. I love that, man.
Oh.
I love how much scouting could tell a top player and their immediate reactions upon finding something from their enemy.
Yeah, very lovely. So we have 9 Slav farmers working now. On the other side, we have Ethiopian 7 farms, and he did get horse color as well. Kind of heavy eco approaches for Land Madness, I would say. Raid at the top, picks a villager.
That's the second game in a row. Fire's gotten a villager very early. Didn't help him last game, but let's see if he can pull it off this game. Viper only chasing with the skirmishers. I feel like Fire can get another one here.
I think so as well. Let's take a look. Viper even commits with the villagers there. Wall behind. Oh, that didn't go well for him. And debates with the scout. Oh, God. I think Fire should have just committed and...
He can quick wall here, yeah. Every day he does this.
And
does this for a living. But Fire get one.
Okay. Losing villagers for a living, apparently. And yeah, scouts will get the easy clear up there behind this. I think Viper could have maybe saved her, but oh, scouts at the front as well.
Yeah, Fire putting on some good pressure here. Is that another... Viper tried to quick wall that villager, but that is not happening against 2 scouts. Maybe against 1, but not 2. So 3 villagers down for Viper. Very good start for Fire here.
Now going for the deer at the side here. 3 scouts out, some skirmishers behind this. Viper, is he already banking up resources? Look at that, 300 food, 300 gold.
Well, Fire scouted with that horse. He scouted the villagers taking the deer. So he's got to be... Viper's got to be careful here that Fire doesn't loop over to that side.
It felt like Viper thought about castling and now completely changed his mind, right? +1 defense, did go for more scouts, more skirmishers here. He knows he needs to produce. And another stable dropped here as well. Yeah, maybe he just idled for a bit, but oh god, now he's pretty exposed at the front. Uh-oh, pretty exposed. Archers could do some wonders against the scouts here as well. Viper misgrouping a bit as well. 19-10 military at the moment. Waiting for bloodlines. Only 1 stable at the moment. He can't get the scouts out on the map. Viper not looking too hot here. Another villager dies. This looks pretty damn good for the Viper, for Fire at the moment. And I think Dave... Okay. Maybe disconnected for a small moment.
No,
but
I'm back. You went robot, so I was afraid I was going to go robot too.
Ah, okay.
Should be fine now.
Yeah. I saw you webcam off and on, and okay, now the next engagement potentially. Scouts only lacking the attack upgrade on the other side. No bloodlines obviously for Ethiopians. Skirmishers doing a reasonable job of fighting down those archers, but only 3 skirms alive. Viper's not looking too great here.
Great micro from Fire there with those archers. Ethiopians obviously help with the faster firing speed. And really good pressure on this forward gold again.
What are we witnessing, Dave? This is crazy. It's 19-4 military at the moment. KD is 22-13. Everything is looking great for Fire. Viper needs to build a defensive tower at the woodline now. And needs to go massively into scouts. I think he will be miles ahead when it comes to Castle Age as well.
Yeah, and he'll be miles ahead in terms of military numbers too, that he can upgrade right away. Viper is probably going to have to switch into Cav Archers, which would take a very long time.
Well, he is playing Slavs, so CA isn't
the
greatest.
Sorry, not CA. I thought he was playing Huns.
Yeah, we wanted to see him as Huns, right? He probably needs to play Huns on Acropolis if that game continues like it is running out so far.
Now, he's not in as bad of a position as he was last game, because Fire does have map control, but he doesn't have some sort of resource like the fish last time to take advantage of. But he is putting a lot of pressure on that really, really important gold at the front there. And does Viper see the gold in the back? He does, okay.
Could go for that, goes for some deer, goes for some counter attack. Oh, could lose another scout there, and dodges for now. Well, he forces into some idle time. Fire's in
Res
such
from
a good
Fire.
spot.
Res from Fire is looking amazing.
Yeah.
He's gonna click up soon.
But
And he's playing it safe. He's just pulling back until he gets all the upgrades, maybe? I don't understand why.
Wow, but
he just lets Viper off the hook here.
Didn't you see how many kills he had? Like, how scared is he? Yeah, villagers are exposed.
You don't have to bring back your entire army, though.
Feels a bit weird for sure.
It's so confusing.
Fire still without the wood upgrade. Viper, he stays active with his scouts. Now scouts the woodline at the left-hand side as well. Fire not walling any of his resources in. Like the woodline at the left is exposed. Scouts shouldn't really find a good opening over here either, though. But the Viper is so far away from clicking up.
Yeah, he had to invest in that feudal army for defense, and he's lucky that, like, it looks like he could have saved and gone up, only because Fire brought his entire force back. Viper did not push Fire back across the map. This was Fire's decision to
Yeah.
retreat.
Absolutely. Some scouts actually without bloodlines dealing some damage. And the Viper, he plays it full fuel age, right? He had stable number 3, is going for full scouts, and I think he will misjudge this game as well.
Yeah, like, and now Fire's coming back across with his archers. No spearman support though. Okay, the spears are behind. But yeah, I don't think full feudal beats this army for that Fire has. It's just too many archers.
Yeah, that's so crazy. And that will be 23 Ethiopian crossbowmen. Like, how many skirms do you need against that? 40?
If feudal skirms against crossbows from
Yeah.
Ethiopians,
Yeah.
a lot. It's probably the answer.
Oh, God. Viper now builds another tower there. Where is he on stone? Ah, he even bought another one. Scouts cannot get into the woodland there. He tries to find more openings. Ooh.
There is a lot of idle eco for Fire. I will say that much, but how can Viper engage against this military?
I have no idea. He's trying to get some villager kills, but is actually only 7 villagers ahead in this spot. We'll get some raids on the gold though. It needs a very big army throw.
Why is Fire not engaging anywhere with this military?
He's just
like,
so
I get it now,
scared.
he's waiting for the upgrades, but like in feudal age, why not fight?
Well, he didn't see
Viper
the
dives
army
in against
strength.
a camel and a pikeman, kills 2 villagers.
Uh-oh. Maybe he
And
felt he
Viper's
was...
on the way to the castle age. Like, this could be a throw for Fire.
Maybe he felt, okay, this was... now trying to rush out a tower here. Probably might finish. Maybe he felt he was too open in the back. And he needed to defend, but he could have walled his resource in. Didn't really see Viper's army, but the score was just so heavily in his favor.
And credit to Viper here, because he's done as he loses tons of villagers on that tower, he's done a ton to distract Fire with his meager feudal army that he had. And it's really, really delayed enough for him to get to the castle age.
Mm-hmm.
But still is in an awful spot.
Crossbow now really low here as well, though. Let's take a look. Maybe Skirms could take an engagement. Viper needs to pull some more villages away from the woodline.
Oh,
Really-
Viper's going to trap this. Watch the scouts go in from the right. The skirms are going to go in from the left. He's got a tower there.
But
oh, this could be really good for Viper.
Don't you need a winning army to trap?
Not if your opponent
God.
runs into the tower.
Oh god. Oh god, you're so low now. Oh god. Oh, and the skirm's now doing the work, yeah. Oh, I didn't expect that. Oh no, that's so costly. That hurts so much. Fire!
That's disastrous, man. He loses for free. 3 scouts.
Oh, triple cast.
And Viper takes the score lead. He's 400 points up.
Oh, that's actually really good, Dave. Oh god, how did that happen? Oh, that game hurts so much. Double with X now flies in for Fire. Loses all his crossbowmen. Elite skirmish attack now, and all of a sudden Viper is only 4 score behind. And yeah, 20 crossbows were just quote unquote wasted, and Fire is actually still ahead in population.
Did that go robot there or something? I wrote that.
Some robot, yeah.
No, okay. Oh, look at the splits from Viper.
Oh god. That's so good as well. Woodline at the left-hand side, gold is open, skirms are around to defend, he goes for the knights. Oh god, this game hurts me so much.
This is a throw, man. This is a throw from Fire. 100%.
How did Viper stay in this game? Wasn't
Camels
it like,
are on stand ground too.
Wasn't it 3 to 20 military? Viper didn't have a tower up? Something like that, right? The Slav eco can only do so much for you, but the full pull back there, Fire, that kind of felt like he didn't want to lose again. Oh, and villagers going back to work, if work means dying, but actually pikemen are here to help them out a bit. Oh. Oh. Viper actually has a pretty good map to wall this one off. That's super fortunate for him. you look at the woodlands at the top here.
Yeah, that is actually really nice. It's very rare on Land Madness to get something like that.
Some of it is just dying at the front. Tries to go for some more raids, and all of a sudden, the Viper is 13 villagers ahead. Creates some nice bases for himself, and well, plays it 1 TC. Now goes for University, probably for ballistics.
Here's where Viper just expands on his advantage, though.
Now it's a TC at the front for the stone.
This was such a good position for Fire until he sent his units back in Feudal Age.
Could have done so much. Wasn't he like endless amount of score ahead? Killed so much army.
Yep.
He didn't do the eco upgrade, so he knew he could not have been behind in production. Obviously, it's so easy for us to say because we can see everything. And yeah, can see that it was no army left for the Viper, but also the score at the bottom right is also visible for Mr. Fire, and he could have seen, okay, I'm heavily ahead in score. I can't have more villagers or not that much better of an economy, so I have to be ahead in military.
And Viper is aware of the situation. He can toss away knights to kill villagers, or he can just, kill villagers and then kill the army too. That's fine.
Oh, +1/+1 knights there with bloodlines, pikemen and camels were low, and more raids everywhere. This is just so brutal.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about at the beginning. Fire is going to be chasing Viper around. He had the opportunity to force the fights in Viper's base, and he threw it away.
Okay, another 2 knights coming over there. Is focusing those down. We'll deal with more villagers that are running towards his crossbowmen. And Fire got to a nice flock of crossbowmen again, but we have so many skirmishes in the field for the Viper as well.
Yeah, and just look at the villager count. It's about to be double for Viper.
What? 38 to 66, yeah. Oh, goddy. So many knights wandering around, and honestly, I was about to start hyping game 5.
Yeah. Fire's going to be kicking himself over this, assuming he doesn't pull this back somehow. He's not going to be happy about this.
3 TC is working for the snake at the top. He's just regrouping in the center, and that's a bunch of knights as well. Sees 2 horses move there. Why is he retreating that heavily? A bit surprised. Drops another stable. We'll play quadruple stable. We'll build a monastery to heal up some of his knights. All the skirmishes lost in the center, though.
I think he wants enough knights to be able to kill TCs. He can just outrun the crossbows, go over to the TCs from Fire. When Fire garrisons, he can just take them out.
He just wants to look at that again. All the high HP knights are moving out. All the low HP knights could die to the crossbowmen now, right?
Gonna get killed, yeah.
Oh, that's so bad. But ballistics didn't finish yet, and he only loses 1. Oh, but the knights can come over. And does Viper seek the fight? He wants to wait for the +2 defense, and then I think he wants to take that engagement.
Yeah, he's got 4 stables producing behind, too. So even if Fire retreats in that direction, he can just catch him from behind. But Viper's just going to go in.
Yeah, and impossible to wall against that. Goes for the stable. Is he really fearing camels the most at the moment? Or does he just want to force the crossbow out of position?
I think he wants to force the fight in a favorable position. There's the crossbow right there. Viper has knights behind. A bunch of them are wounded, though. So he's just going to run right in. Fire tries to quick wall. He actually gets it down.
Yeah, but that's not how Land Madness works. Yeah. Wrong map, my man. Some raids at the left-hand side behind this. 1 light cap and 1 knight doing enough. And Fire sadly has to tap this out. And I feel bad for my boy Fire here.
Yeah, it wasn't the trap on the crossbows in Castle Age. It wasn't the amount of knights that Viper was producing. It was Fire's lack of aggression, I think, in Feudal Age. Going back like that, it was just, I think he read the game wrong at that moment. And it really cost him.
Well, impressive play surely by the Viper, right? How many people in the world could manage to get a comeback like that, right? He did drop all the towers, skirms, scouts, did go for so many raids, didn't really take a lot of bad fights, just stalled the game out so long to allow his opponent to make such missteps. That's still very impressive by the Viper.
And the way he was raiding in Feudal Age with less army than Fire, he knew he had less production. He knew he had less army, so he split them up into different groups. Just delayed as long as he can, as long as he could, and hoped for the Castle Age.
Yeah.
Once he got there, it was just a wash.
And compare the resources, like a bit like Fire, super open in the wood, on the gold, another wood line, like we saw the late walls. That gold was super open, and on the other side, the Viper completely walled that gold. The tower, his wood line, the left-hand side was walled off, and another tower. So Viper did such a good job of protecting his villagers as well.
Very, very strong play from him, but that's what we expect, right?
Indeed, that's what we expect from the best player in the world, and he will move on to face DauT, actually, in the round of 8, then the quarterfinal on Saturday. KD, better for the Viper, did snag so many villagers and did get the big clear up against all the crossbows, had the massive better food eco. Only thing where Fire was ahead is gold.
That's a hype matchup for Saturday. I'm glad I'm casting all of Saturday, because so far we've got Viper and DauT, and we've got Hera and MbL.
Oh god, yeah.
Like that's insane. That's just an insane pair of matchups there, and I feel like out of all these players, DauT is one that could potentially give some problems to Viper, just because they played so many times.
Yeah, remember like FCC, the last 1v1 tournament we kind of had with like $1,000 prize pool. It went to 4-3 in the end for the Viper winning. So DauT forced him to distance there as well. This one is pretty scrappy, and yeah, that was lovely. Dave, that was that from our end. Tomorrow we will have the T90 day. He will take care of you for all series. You will take a look at the bracket later on with ZeroEmpires, but now he will have the Viper for the interview. Enjoy, guys.
Oh man, what a series. Seriously, I could not get over that last game. I was on the edge of my seat for the whole time, and I believe there he is, Viper, coming in for the interview.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Congratulations to you. Saladin still has it. We are so used to seeing you playing in yellow. It's kind of weird watching you in red there. Is there a reason for that?
Whose idea was this?
I don't know. Not yours, clearly.
Well, it's so like I feel like I'm playing as myself, and if I'm not wrong, I'm gonna be on the top side the whole tournament if I advance on, and I will be red every single time.
So we're just gonna have to deal with it, basically.
Right.
That's what we're saying.
Yes.
Damn. All right. Well, I think we can. That aside, I want to talk a little bit about the draft as well before we go into the matches here. In the draft, we saw Fire picking up Khmer, and you sniped it straight away. If no one can have Khmer, you know, if you can't have it, no one have it. What's the deal with that?
Exactly what you just said.
Okay, are they that good?
Dude, Khmer. I mean, like I said before, I played them before they were cool, and now they're really cool. So
you're just a trendsetter, man.
Exactly.
All right. Well, I think we'll go through the games here. Obviously, that last game I was just saying had me on the edge of my seat because of how close that was. But we'll go through in order. Game 1, Arabia. You took Aztecs versus Malians. This felt like a really good matchup. It got pretty dicey for you, but once you got the Jaguars out, you looked really unstoppable. Was that the turning point?
I felt like I had the game quite early on. Obviously, that DauT Castle there happened, but you know, that'll make it exciting for the viewers. I got a little bit too greedy there. I could have just walled my vills earlier or something, but greedy, and it kind of backfired a little bit. But I still felt like I could lose so many more vills until I felt like I would be significantly behind. So I still felt okay. And yeah, once the Jaguars were out, I could still add cheap Eagles behind that. So yeah, felt good.
Yeah, at that point you were so far ahead in eco, so it wasn't actually, I mean, it's never good to lose villagers, but even after losing so many vills on that castle, you were sort of even in economy at that point. So you've done a great job up till that point.
Yeah, Aztecs eco as well is amazing. Their farmers are faster and all that stuff. So I felt like, yeah, even after losing that, I still felt like if I just play it safe from now on, I should still be fine.
Yeah, definitely. And then in game 2, Golden Swamp, you took Celts against his Persians. That was a really fun game to watch because Golden Swamp has so much going on. It ends up getting quite messy. Obviously, you did your sneak with the Mangonels, which was great to watch. What's your ideal approach to that map?
Can't spill the secrets, man.
Okay.
Oh, but
Tell us
honestly,
what you can.
I have no idea how that villager ended up over there. It was not on purpose. And once he was there, I was like, well, might as well make something happen, right?
So, you just like set a gather point over there by mistake? Or
I have
something?
no idea. I've had that happen a couple of times in this game where my gathering point is suddenly somewhere else. Which is uncontrollable. But yeah, there was a villager there. I saw him at some point and was like, okay, well, might as well, you know.
I mean, this is the kind of thing. This only happens to you, like, like DauT's watching over you or something.
Feels that way.
Game 3, Aslan. That was the game you lost actually, and that was a really good game from Fire. But I'm curious about the pick. You took Franks there versus Indians, and then you opened with double barracks men at arms. And I was sort of scratching my head why you didn't potentially take slabs if that was going to be your opening. What was your thought process behind the Franks there?
I didn't want to invest into too many men at arms, so I thought the free supplies is not going to play that big of a part. I thought the barriers around the TC might be more effective. Obviously, Indians are really tough there. I was hoping I could take him off the shortfish a little bit earlier. But yeah, obviously it didn't work out. He defended well, he microed well, and he just piled on the pressure from there. And yeah, it was really well played by him.
Yeah, he certainly did. You were fighting over your hill outside your gold for quite a long time. That was a really extended fight, and he was just, you know, gathering all his units across the map, flooding them across just to keep the pressure on. Do you feel like, I think this is something that Nili and Dave talked about in the cast even, do you feel like when players are playing against you, they sense any advantage, and then sometimes it can cause them to overextend almost? It can almost be a negative in some cases.
I wouldn't say that's specifically to me. I think that's more of a thing in general for everyone. If you get like the taste of victory, sort of, like you can see the victory is near, I think there's a big chance a lot of people just overextend. So I wouldn't say that's necessarily correlated with me, but maybe in that case, obviously here it worked out. But yeah, sometimes he did have one dicey moment there where he was trying to take down a tower where he lost a lot of archers and such. So at that point, I felt like he was kind of throwing a bit, but still he had so much more coming behind that. So yeah.
Yeah, was that you were you focus firing down his archers with your skirms, or was that your tower doing the damage? We couldn't quite tell.
It was mostly the tower.
Okay, right. So it's just kind of a bad position for him there, but he ended up just reinforcing and sort of overwhelming you in that one. And then I think a similar thing happened almost in game 4. Land Madness, the last game of the series, you took Slavs against his Ethiopians. I think there was a good civ choice there. Saving Slavs was sort of like an archer civ. But it got pretty dicey. He had a great start. He kept pumping out the units, and it looked like he was in a winning position. And then it fell apart. What happened?
Well, first off, he would have won if he was Khmer. So there you have it. The snipe was on point.
Came in.
Exactly. I think I got a little bit too complacent with my civ. I just felt, okay, I have Slavs, I can just play safe, made some skirms defense, and transition to scouts and be fine. The issue was that I kept looking for my sheep until I realized, wait, there's actually no sheep on this map. So I didn't actually scout his opening until it was too late. And therefore I opened skirms kind of blindly without even thinking about it. And obviously I didn't know where he was coming from or anything. I still hadn't seen an archer range. Suddenly his archer showed up in my wood line. So it became a bit dicey from there. I thought I would still be fine, but there was some stuff in micro there and my production wasn't on point, and his scouts pressure as well. It felt a lot like the Indian game where he just suddenly started piling on the pressure a lot. And I had to do some serious crisis management there. But once I got the counterattacks in, I felt like it kind of snowballed in my favor.
Yeah, we were really on the edge there because I think at one point he had so much more military, and he was faster up to castle as well. And then you got that trap on the crossbows at the back of your base. And I think that was just the moment where, with you continuing to counterattack and raid, it just sort of fell apart.
Yeah, I don't know why he dived in there. It was like, of course, I did counterattack and kill some vills before that, but I still didn't feel like he was in a position where he had to do damage. So it was a little bit surprising to me that he dove in, but of course I was happy when I saw it, because then I could clean up his army.
Yeah, so great games overall. Congratulations again. A 3-1 for you. And you'll go on now to face DauT on Saturday. You're looking forward to that?
It's gonna be fun, but it kind of sucks a little bit as well. I feel like me and DauT tend to run into each other quite a bit in the brackets these days, and DauT was also the guy I practiced the most with before we got to know the brackets.
Right.
So that's also kind of an awkward situation here, where both of us also hid some strategies that we both know of for this round. So I'm not sure if we're gonna do the polite whatnot, where none of us use it this round, so we potentially can use it for the semifinal, whoever advances. We're gonna have to see if we go for that or if we just go like all out.
So there might be some mind games here at play.
There'll be a lot of mind games for sure. We both know each other so well and how we play and everything, so it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to that match. And of course, on the other side of the bracket there, that's actually going to be MbL and Hera, two players who also said they practiced together. So really stacked tournament, really exciting times ahead. Thank you for stopping by to have a quick chat, and we might be speaking to you again soon. And good luck with the rest of the tournament.
All good, cheers.
Thanks a lot. All right, there you go, guys. So Viper takes the series against Fire. Fire, my goodness, didn't he come close in that next game? I thought for a second he was going to equalize and take it to the 5th game, but Viper pulled it through in the end. Great matches today, fantastic tournaments so far. Really been enjoying the high caliber of play. Obviously, we've got 16 of the best players in the world. It doesn't really get much better than this. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Let's take a quick look at the bracket, though, just for tomorrow. We do have, of course, the second part of the bracket now on the left side. We've got Tato against the Max, Liri versus Vinchester, DeGao versus Lan, and Mr. Yo versus Slam. A lot of support from Dave for Slam. Mr. Yo, of course, though, either of those players could end up going quite far. And we've definitely got a lot of fantastic matches still in store for us tomorrow. I'm also really personally looking forward to Liri versus Vinchester. I think that could be a fantastic match. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of shape Liri is in. Obviously, Vinchester surprising a little bit coming through the qualification. But yeah, there you go. Day 1 looking fantastic so far. Day 2 going to be as exciting as ever. It will be a T90 and Dave day. And one more thing before we go, just a reminder, 20,000 euros in the prize pool. Thank you so much to Red Bull for supporting this event and putting it all together for us. $5,000 for first place. That is a big chunk of change and definitely a lot of motivation for the players involved. But for now, we're going to be throwing it over to the highlights for the day. We'll be back tomorrow. Make sure you're following along on the Red Bull channels. And we'll be back tomorrow at 13 GMT for some more Age of Empires action.
Demos, and here come upgraded fire ships. Can DauT hold with his own demos? That was actually a good trade.
Let's take a look what we can find out here. DauT, he gets good connections. That's perfect.
Oh my god, how did that happen? ACCM, I don't think he expected DauT to have that much on water. Oh my god, that was perfect for the Lord.
That was the game changer. Hallelujah. That was so important. He could have lost everything, but 4 perfect demo connections there. I absolutely didn't see that coming. Neither did ACCM. Look at the horse trying to block there next to the archer range of Villese. Look at how he is forced to build the weird walls there.
Yeah, we didn't really catch it all, but that's funny to me. Right now, I'm keeping an eye on...
Not against this army.
Yeah, Nicov hopes for a mistake of Hera. I think 200? He needs to force the fight.
1 year?
Oh, and... No!
313-point difference. 300
in with his 4 knights. I think he shouldn't get. He gets the kill there.
With the help of the Trebs. Gets that kill. I like how he unpacked those Trebs out of range of the castles. Just to kill any Trebs from Nicov.
Oh god, that's not the best engagement here for Mr. Nicov, though. He's very clumped up. Not all his armies fighting, and that was seconds before Paladin finished.
Should still win, though.
Ooh, indeed. The X-Men did. We have
wheelbarrow
for Nicov.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a deep dive in, though.
The trap!
Oh, no! What is he doing?
The trap!
He is completely trapping everything, Dave. This is so beautiful, and the villagers still working on that gate spearman behind this. Nicov loses his full advantage.
That was sickening. That gate placement and the house. He waited until the right moment. And now Nicov.
Viper's moving out too early. Oh.
No, not like that, man. Oh my god, he's still losing. He's still losing archers, dude.
Oh god.
Oh my god, what is happening?
Oh. And all of a sudden, like, military looks so even.
Tower.
Oh god, you're so low now. Oh god. Oh. And the skirm's now doing the work, yeah. Oh, I didn't expect that. Oh no, that's so costly. That hurts so much. Fire.
That's disastrous, man. He loses for free. 3 scouts.
Oh, triple cast.
Come